order the Deputy Speaker.
There will be now an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. You may be seated. Greetings to yourselves, honorable members. Let me take this opportunity and formally acknowledge the Honorable Premier as it is a protocol. May I also recognize the presence of the members of the Executive Council that are here today, the honorable members that are with us, as well as all our guests that are in the gallery. I also acknowledge everyone who is following today's sitting on our social media platforms such as Facebook and YouTube. Ditikuni molweni nonke, goeiemorgen, good morning. Honorable members, I noticed that there are members who are not appropriately dressed in accordance to Rule 79, subsection 1A of the standing rules. May I therefore call upon the Chief Whip of the official opposition to attend to this and report back to the House within 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the members are not prepared to change their attire, and they do not want to leave the House because then they will miss the sitting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Cowley. In the circumstance, I will request the honourable members, Honourable Chocho, Honourable Aloni, Honourable Njoli, who are unappropriately dressed, to take leave of the chamber. Since they are unwillingly, the members who are not appropriately dressed are, according to Rule 102, deliberately contravening the provisions of the standing rules, and their conduct is in contempt of and are disregarded as contravening with the rules and disregarding the authority of the presiding officer. I shall now ask the Sergeant at Arms to assist the honorable members to take leave of the chamber. Ubumzansi.
Order, Honorable Speaker.
Ema, sisaxoxa ngawe, hlala phansi bhuti. Udaba lakho lusesetafuleni. Uzawuthi xa unxibe kakuhle sekunika ithuba uthethe. Uphi lo muntu kuthiwa ngu-Sergeant at Arms? Oh, Njuli.
Chair, my chair.
Oh, Mr. Mzansi.
Deputy Speaker.
Ema, Honorable Alone. Sit down. Someone is
Can
going
we give
to.
an opportunity, Deputy Speaker,
No.
to attend the sitting today, then we'll debate this matter later.
Sit
Thank
down. We're going to assist you, don't worry. Ubumzansi. Okay, due to the fact that you have bought the Sergeant at Arms and he has now disappeared, I will refer this matter to the ethics in terms of Rule 107 for further investigation. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Tama.
The matter is therefore referred to that committee. I can see that your money worked. Honorable members, before we commence with the business of the day, may I take this opportunity to lay down some ground rules that will assist in facilitating our sitting. Members are once again reminded that this is a formal sitting of the legislature and therefore all the standing rules of the legislature applies. Members and guests must keep cell phones and other devices on silent. Honorable members, we have a number of notices of motions of which we will now move to that particular item where motions will be tabled. We will start with that one of the Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Mark Kashela, to table his motion. Over to you, Chief Whip.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to you, the acting Premier and the members of the executive, the members of this august house, the members in the gallery, the management. I feel I should start from where you've left before I proceed with the motion around the issue of the dress code. I didn't want to interrupt, but my issue has to do with the instruction you gave that the Sergeant at Arms must kindly assist the honorable members and We have had to wait without the Sergeant at Arms showing up in his duty. I therefore feel there's a dereliction of duty in that regard. And it shouldn't just be left just like that. If someone is assigned to be in the house and ensure that house proceedings are without any interruption, as and when one is called, one must then avail him or herself for the duty one is assigned to. Therefore, I put it to yourself, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to make sure that there's consequence in that regard, so that as and when one, it's not just about bringing the mace here and then one disappears, but as one must be where he is posted to ensure that our work is done without fail. Thank you. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move without notice in terms of Rule 130 that despite the provisions of the standing rules of procedure of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, the House approves the rearrangement of the order paper for the House plenary session of the 31st of July to now appear as follows. Consideration of vote 10, which is transport. 2, consideration of vote 11, which is human settlements. 3, consideration of vote 15, community safety. 4, consideration of vote 12, provincial finance and expenditure. 5, consideration of vote 14, sports, recreation, arts and culture. 6, consideration of appropriation bill 2025. I so move, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. Maybe we must first apologize for what has happened. In fact, I don't know why am I apologizing, but the matter will be referred to the Secretary. I refuse to apologize because now it's as if I'm also part of what has occurred. The matter will be referred to the Secretary for consequence management. Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable members, we now move to Honorable King to table her motion. Sorry, man. I think this thing, honorable members, I put the motion. Sorry. Now I apologize. That was me. We'll now move to Honorable King to table her motion. Thank you.
Good day, members. I hereby move in terms of Rule 1311 of the Standing Rules that this House notes Section 217 of the South African Constitution requires public procurement to advance inclusive growth, infrastructure development and quality service delivery, particularly to historically disadvantaged communities. The Eastern Cape continues to experience chronic underdelivery, abandoned infrastructure and incomplete housing projects because of defaulting contractors. 87 block housing projects, mainly abandoned by contractors, are now projected to cost 3 billion rand to complete. These failures deepen housing shortages and erodes public confidence in government. According to a written parliamentary response, all provincial departments contribute to the national registry maintained by National Treasury for the purpose of blacklisting and listing defaulters. Provincial departments are required to restrict non-performing suppliers under Clause 23 of the National Treasury's General Conditions of Contract, read with SCM Instruction Note 3 of 2016-17 and the Preferential Procurement Regulations of 2022. Despite recording 13 contractor breaches since 2019, the Department of Human Settlements has submitted 0 restriction cases to the National Treasury during the same period. Further noting, failures to invoke the lawful restriction process, issue notice, allow a 14-day response and submit finalized restrictions to Treasury within 5 working days promotes impunity and repeat tender awards without transparent provincial tracking and decisive enforcement of existing rules. Defaulting contractors and the directors continue to access new contracts, leading to budget overruns and service delivery delays. Therefore, this House resolves the Office of the Premier and the Provincial Treasury must implement an internal contractor compliance tracker that logs every case of abandoned, fraud, or material non-compliance, triggers the GCC 23 process, confirms that finalized restrictions are forwarded to National Treasury's restricted supplies database within 5 working days in line with SCM Instruction Note 3. Provincial Treasury must publish each quarter a summary drawn from the National Restricted Supply Database showing Eastern Cape projects, contract values, and restriction period on a public portal that complies with PAIA and PAPAIA. Provincial Treasury, Human Settlements, Public Works and Infrastructure must within 19 days table to this House recommended amendments to the Joint Building Contractor Committee and other standard contracts to tighten default triggers, response period and escalation metrics that feed the compliance tracker. The Portfolio Committee on Finance, Human Settlements and Public Works and Infrastructure, as well as GOCTA, must conduct quarterly hearings on departmental adherence to supply restriction rules and on process logs in the compliance tracker. Finally, any provincial department that fails to submit required performance and restriction data for 2 consecutive quarters must be referred to SCOPA for accountability proceedings under PFMA. I so move.
Thank you so much, Honorable King. Noted, the motion is noted, and the motion will then be debated at a later stage in accordance with Rule 133, subsection 1. We will now move to Honorable Hendricks, who will also table a motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hereby move in terms of Rule 131, Sub-Rule 1 of the Standing Rules that this House notes that on 17 December 2024, the Makanda High Court delivered a judgment affirming that the provision of scholar transport is a mandatory and integral component of the right to education. That the court ruled that the government of South Africa is obligated to provide scholar transport to learners in the Eastern Cape with immediate effect in line with Section 29, subsection 1 of the Constitution. That according to the department's own data, 104,021 learners were planned for transport in the 24-25 financial year, yet 62,388 qualifying learners were ultimately excluded from access to scholar transport. That the Department of Transport had, as of 31 March 2025, accumulated unpaid invoices amounting to over 90 million rand, leaving hundreds of operators unable to service routes, maintain their vehicles, or remain legally compliant. The AG's 2023 recommendation called for the urgent digitization of the scholar transport system, with 34 million allocated for the development of scholar transport, a learner system which remains unimplemented. That more than 590 of the 2,434 vehicles used in the program were flagged as non-roadworthy and or non-compliant with the minimum legal and safety standards. That these failures constitute an ongoing breach of the constitutional and statutory obligations set by the High Court ruling and further jeopardize the safety and educational access of rural learners. Therefore, this House resolves that the Department of Education and Transport are compelled to submit to the legislature within 10 working days all records, data and documents submitted in compliance with the Makanda High Court ruling of 17 December 2024, including A, learner transport applications, B, route allocation and verification records, C, list of approved and rejected applicants, D, monthly implementation progress reports, E, records of internal appeals and reviews, and F, financial disbursement reports for the 2024-25 and 25-26 financial years. That the Portfolio Committee on Education and Transport be directed to conduct a joint urgent review of the submitted documents to determine the extent of compliance with the Makanda High Court ruling, identify any areas of administrative failure, delays or obstructions, and finally report back to the House with findings and recommendations within 30 days. That the Office of the Premier be called upon to confirm what oversight and remedial actions have been taken to enforce the court's judgment and prevent continued exclusion of qualifying learners from access to scholar transport. I so move.
Thank you so much, Honorable Hendricks. The motion is noted, and the motion will then be debated at a later stage in accordance with Rule 133, subsection 1. Honorable Mhlaba, you may table your motion.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Yeah, as long as nobody calls me Maliki or something in that line, then I'm fine. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I hereby move in terms of Rule 131 of the Standing Rules of this House, noting that the continued closure of Mainkey Street in Middelburg since April 2024 and the ongoing lack of progress on the Middelburg Weybridge project, despite prior warnings and appeals raised in this House. That the closure has had a crippling effect on the Middelburg's economy, particularly for the businesses dependent on through traffic, which have suffered sustained losses over multiple peak trading periods, including 2 Easter weekends, June holidays, December holiday, and other long weekends. That the resultant decline in monthly revenue has pushed several businesses to the brink of closure, with one reported case of potential job losses affecting at least 30 families in the town. That the broader sustainability of Middelburg as an economic hub is now under threat due to the continued inaccessibility and crumbling infrastructure. That Upper Mainkey Street continues to pose serious environmental and health risk to the residents due to the hazardous dust clouds and the absence of dust suppression measures on the road resurfacing. That the crumbling dirt road is largely impassable and dangerous, isolating the affected area further and placing residents and road users at risk. Further noting that there has been a complete lack of transparency, consultation or public communication from the Department of Transport and the Mhlaba local municipality. That this ongoing silence and inaction from the responsible authorities severely undermines public trust and reflects a failure of oversight and coordination. That the community of Middelburg deserves accountability, clarity and urgent remedial action from all relevant departments and government. Therefore, the House resolves that the MEC for Transport must urgently table a full and updated status report on the Middelburg Weybridge project in this House. 2, that the status report must include a clear and detailed timeline for when Upper Mainkey Street will be graded, repaired and properly resurfaced. 3, that the report must also include a full explanation for the delay in the scheduled resurfacing initially promised in this House for January 2025. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlaba. The motion is noted, and it will be debated at a later stage in accordance with the Rule 133, subsection 1. I will now call upon Honorable Cowley. Honorable Cowley is my force.
Thank you so much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I hereby rise to table a motion in terms of Rule 131 of the Standing Rules of the Eastern Cape Legislature, that this House, noting 1, Makana Local Municipality has received 5 consecutive disclaimer audit opinions from the Auditor General, including for the 23-24 financial year, confirming the absence of credible financial records, pervasive non-compliance with the MFMA, and the failure of internal controls. 2, service delivery has collapsed, with residents and institutions enduring recurring water outages, sewage spills, potholed roads, and prolonged electricity disruptions. Hospitals, prisons, schools and businesses have had to procure independent water sources just to operate. 3, the James Kleinhans water treatment works upgrade, intended to double Makana's water capacity, has escalated from 160 million rand to over 700 million rand, yet remains non-functional with only one pump operational and no confirmed completion date. In 2022, a payment of 2.6 million was made for an additional water pump that was never delivered, prompting a criminal case to be opened against senior municipal officials, including the mayor, the speaker, the municipal manager, and the chief financial officer in July 2025. Civil society, faith leaders, and residents have staged multiple petitions and protests, including a 1,300 signature memorandum delivered to COGTA in 2025, calling for the urgent removal of the current council. 6, 2 attempts to dissolve the Makana Council through the courts have stalled on appeal, including 1, the Eastern Cape High Court's 2020 ruling ordering dissolution, and 2, a subsequent Section 18 enforcement bid dismissed after the SCA granted leave to appeal, leaving the order unenforced and delayed for over 5 years. 7, a Section 154 intervention was initiated by the MEC for Cooperative Governance on the 5th of September 2024, but has failed to arrest the collapse. The lead engineer appointed to oversee water recovery reportedly left the municipality after threats, and critical technical work remains incomplete. Further noting, 8, Makana now meets the threshold for mandatory intervention under Section 139(5) of the Constitution and Section 136 of the MFMA, having demonstrated persistent financial failure and an inability to provide basic services as required under Section 152 of the Constitution. 9, the current council has irretrievably failed in its legislative and executive duties, and no further non-coercive support measures will yield meaningful recovery. And 10, the continued operation of this council undermines the constitutional rights of residents and jeopardizes public health, education, economic stability, and municipal integrity. Therefore, that the House resolves, 1, to call upon the Eastern Cape Provincial Executive to immediately invoke Section 139(1)(c) of the Constitution and dissolve the Makana Local Municipal Council on the basis of sustained service delivery failure and financial mismanagement. 2, to appoint an independent administrator to assume full legislative and executive powers for the duration of the dissolution period, with a mandate to A, stabilize municipal finances and enforce full MFMA compliance, B, ensure the completion and operationalization of the James Kleinhans water treatment works, C, restore reliable water, sanitation, electricity and refuse services, and D, table a revised and funded financial recovery plan within 60 days. And to 3, refer this resolution to the National Council of Provinces and the Minister of Cooperative Governance in accordance with Section 139(3)(a) to ensure national oversight and support for immediate remedial action. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Kaule. The motion is noted and it will be debated later in accordance to Rule 133 subsection 1. Amadlomo Zingangalala. I will now call upon Honorable Vimbayo to table her motion.
Enkosi Deputy Speaker, ndibulise kuwe nakumalungu onke alendlu nakubantu abasibukele kumakhasi onxibelelwano. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in terms of Rule 131 of the Standing Rules of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, I hereby give notice that this House, one, notes with concern the ongoing water crisis in Makhanda, where residents continue to experience frequent and prolonged water outages. Two, further notes the underlying causes of the crisis, including aging and inadequate infrastructure, persistent management failures by the municipality, and the delayed completion of the James Cleanance Water Treatment Works Upgrade Project. Three, recognize the severe impact of the water shortages on households, schools, business, health facilities, and the dignity and well-being of the residents, particularly the poor and vulnerable. For acknowledges that water is a basic human right as enshrined in Section 27 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which guarantees everyone the right to access sufficient water. Therefore, Deputy Speaker, this House resolves that the Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, together with the Department of Water and Sanitation, must prioritize and fast-track interventions to restore consistent and reliable water supply to Makhanda and provide a detailed update on status of the matter to the House to be debated. B, the provincial government must urgently conduct an audit of water infrastructure across all water-stressed municipalities in the Eastern Cape and provide a detailed report of the audit. C, the legislature must intensify its oversight role on water service delivery to ensure that the rights and dignity of the people of the Eastern Cape are protected. So, I so move, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vimbayo. We will now move to Honorable, Honorable Vimbayo. Your motion is noted and it will be debated at a later stage in accordance to Rule 133, subsection 1. I will now move to Honorable Pistorius to table his motion.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I hereby move a notice of motion in terms of Rule 131 of the Standing Rules of Order of the Eastern Cape Legislature, that the House must debate what becomes neglect of reproductive and human rights against families who suffer pregnancy loss. Deputy Speaker, that the House acknowledges that October month is recognized as International Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month, and 15th of October is recognized as World Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day across the globe. Notes that the month of October and the date of 15 October are not officially heralded in South Africa in relation to this cause of pregnancy loss in accordance with the global community, while various government departments such as the Department of International Relations and Corporations and the Department of Health annually commemorate many other international social awareness causes accordingly. Further notes that statistics prove that 1 in every 4 women will suffer a pregnancy miscarriage in their lifetime, and around 600 pregnancy losses would happen daily in South Africa, while at least 3 perinatal infant losses happen in the Eastern Cape every day, making it vital to create platforms to discuss and herald this cause in order to ultimately deal with its psychological effects and financial challenges. Understands that most miscarriages happen between 3 to 12 embryonic weeks, which falls within the first trimester of pregnancy, also known as the danger period, where in daily life stress has a bearing on the well-being of the fetus and the mother. Furthermore, considers the 2022 Constitutional Court and Gauteng High Court case in the voice of the unborn baby matter against the Minister of Home Affairs and Minister of Health, wherein the High Court ruled in favor of the applicants on burial rights of pre-viable fetuses, whereby the Constitutional Court argued that the Births and Deaths Registration Act is silent on this matter and puts the onus on municipalities to manage, thereby causing a lack of universal regulation to medical entities and funeral parlors. Understands that a blanket terminology is connoted to fetal removal procedures after miscarriage in line with the Interpretation and Determination of Pregnancy Act, which is devoid of sensitivity to miscarriage sufferers and ultimately contradicts burial and moral rights of such unborn babies, as they are automatically deemed medical waste to be incinerated. Also notes that the Basic Conditions of Employment Act only affords maternity leave for miscarriages that happens after 28 weeks of pregnancy, and thereby is prejudicial against early pregnancy loss sufferers. Realize that these legal frameworks must be amended to strengthen and broaden the laws around pregnancy loss in understanding the different experiences and needs of women and families who may suffer in silence. Notes that Section 27 in the Constitution outlines that everyone has the right to have access to reproductive healthcare services, but this provision in its legal circumstantial application is focused more on family planning and abortion and lacks regulation and support towards effective post-pregnancy loss pathological services and follow-up care. Understands that the medical, legal, and adverse impact of pregnancy and infant loss due to negligence and the psychosocial impact of poor support systems and education after pregnancy and infant loss, as well as during a pregnancy following a miscarriage. Further acknowledges that pregnancy and infant loss means any pregnancy loss from conception to the last month of gestation, meaning miscarriage as well as stillbirth, as well as including the first year after birth. All of these various stages of pregnancy and infant loss deserves awareness, discussion, support, and intervention. Therefore, Deputy Speaker, the House should resolve, 1, that the relevant government departments and institutions must incorporate and operationalize into its events and awareness calendar this cause of recognizing October as International Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month and 15th of October as World Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day. 2, that the Eastern Cape Department of Health must initiate programs, assistance, awareness and outreach initiatives dedicated to pregnancy, miscarriage, and psychosocial support of pregnancy and infant loss sufferers across the province, with a special focus on education and support to recurrent pregnancy loss sufferers. 3, the MEC of Health and MEC of COCTA should develop a plan of action in the province to guide the regulatory process and legislation of burial rights of fetuses after miscarriage, and this could be advocated for in all other provinces. 4, most importantly, steps should ultimately be put in place towards lawmaking in dealing with reproductive and pregnancy loss rights, inclusive of burial rights and maternity leave rights and all relevant legislation holistically, so as to create a uniform moral and legal framework around this matter. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prestorius. Your motion is noted and it shall be debated at a later stage in accordance with Rule 133, subsection 1. Thank you. I will now call upon Honorable Nkwencha. Honorable Nkwencha, you may table your motion.
Okay. Recently, the Honorable Speaker, come to Wangokoyo, no corner, also go observer, Lentlangano. Honorable Speaker, I move without notice in terms of Rule 130 of the Standing Rules of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, that this House, it must observe that the province is facing huge unemployment rate, 36.6%, according to Stats SA report of the fourth quarter of 2024. It acknowledged that the youth of the province and that of the country are the most affected by these grinding unemployment levels. We also note that the Makhanda Arts Festival has also been able to attract a diverse range of genres and artists from all walks of life, especially since the dawn of democracy. We also note that a sizable number of the citizens of province depend on social grant as their main source of income. We also acknowledge that the province experienced low economic growth in the past 2 years and is expected to marginally recover and grow by 1.2% in the financial year. We further acknowledge that the recovery will be made difficult by Donald Trump's imposition of 30% tariffs hike on South Africa's goods entering US markets. We recognize that the agriculture sector is one of the largest contributors in economic growth and development, despite the imminent threats to its role. Therefore, the House resolves to appeal to the government to strengthen its major catalytic project through concerted investments and monitoring so that they may achieve their intended impact. To urge the provincial departments to ensure that the new labor entrants are transitioned from learnership programs to permanent jobs whenever possible. To encourage the province to remove red tape that hampers rapid and accelerated investment by local and international investors. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Nkwencha. Honorable members, I put the motion. Thank you very much. Is there anyone objecting? Honorable Konziwe? Thank you. Thank you very much, honorable members. Please note, members, that the Whips Committee took a decision that the sitting of today will not have any member statements. I will now ask the Secretary to read the first order of the day.
Consideration of vote number 10, Transport Appropriation Bill 2025.
Thank you. I will now call upon Honorable Tony, who is going to present the report. Honorable Mvoko, the fact that we don't have member statements doesn't mean that the day will be shorter. Honorable Tony, you have 10 minutes, and your 10 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greeting to yourself and the already established protocol. Good morning. I'm here presenting budget vote number 10, 2025-2026 budget vote for Department of Transport. The department has allocated an amount of 5,989,575,000 compared to 5,149,578,000 allocated in the previous financial year. This budget, Honorable Speaker, represents an increase of 2.6% compared to the budget of the previous financial year. I'll move, Honorable Speaker, with the programs given the time limit given to us. I'll start with program 1, which deals with the administration. I'll deal with finding and also deal with the recommendation. Finding A, the department still finds it difficult to fill vacant funded position within the 90-day period despite having financial resources, particularly the available critical position of the chief directors for program 2 and program 3, who are still in acting capacity for the past 5 years. B, the department has been significantly impacted by the recent floods in the OR Tambo district, which severely damages roads, infrastructure. As a result, 102 million has already been prioritized from the department budget to address the immediate need for the road repairs. We therefore recommend, Honorable Speaker, on B. On A, the department expedite implementation of organizational structure, prioritize critical posts, and ensure adherence to 90-day period of recruitment process in order to reduce high rates of vacancy. On B, the department must engage with the provincial treasurer for allocation of more funds during the budget adjustment so that other critical department plans are not negatively affected by the prioritized budget. The report must be provided to the committee. On program 2, which is transport infrastructure, Honorable Speaker, we are making the following finding. A prolonged failure to implement road design lead to wasted resources as these designs become outdated and require complete redesign when eventually implemented. Also on F, Honorable Speaker, the delays in road project are sometimes attributed to demand of compensation for use of borrow bids made by some traditional leaders who hold authority over land in rural areas and demand for SMMEs packages without following due process. We are therefore, Honorable Speaker, recommend to prevent outdated road designs, the department must prioritize designs of roads that are budgeted for within their construction to commence sooner. Also, Honorable Speaker, we recommend the department must continue with the early transparent stakeholder engagement, which will help to address concerns and find mutual agreement solutions. On Program 3, which is transport operations, we are therefore making the following findings. A, the department has signed a memorandum of intent with Jilin province in China for the implementation of high-speed passenger train between East London and Gqeberha and the proposed line between East London to Bisho and Mthatha. Also on B, the court ruling that mandates the department to provide scholar transport to all eligible learners regardless of the insufficient budget. We therefore recommend the initiative of the department to sign a memorandum of intent with Jilin province in China with regards to the bullet passenger train is commended, and the committee further requests that the initiative be extended to freight rail for large and heavy roads. A report of the progress must be submitted to the committee. On B, Honorable Speaker, the department must continue to engage provincial treasurer for allocation of more funds for scholar transport. The department must further engage with all relevant stakeholders on the best and lasting solution to solve the issues of scholar transport. Funding, including the best placement of scholar transport programs. Honorable Speaker, on Program 4, which is transport regulation, we are making the following finding. Mthatha Way Bridge is currently not operating optimally due to upgrade issue. As the result, the Way Bridge operates with old system which is not compatible with industry standards. We therefore recommend that the department must ensure that Mthatha Way Bridge system is upgraded to meet the operational standards to improve its efficiency and revenue generation capabilities. On Program 5, which is community-based transportation, we are making the following finding. The program is still struggling to attract and retain youth and people with disability in the EPW programs due to lack of interest. We are therefore recommending that the committee supports the initiative of the department to use the district IGR forums and disability forums to create awareness and recruit as to achieve the required number. Honorable Speaker, I move to traditional trading entities, government fleet management services. We are making the following finding. The provincial treasurer continue to compel the entity to surrender funds earned from its operation, even though no voted funds received from the government. As a result, the entity is unable to procure additional vehicles for Eastern Cape Provincial Government Department due to the limitation of funds. We therefore recommend that the department must consider converting the entity into a trading entity so that it can be able to manage its funds effectively, improve fleet management of the province, and invest in its operation. Alternatively, the department must engage the provincial treasurer to allow the entity to keep certain percentage of the generated revenue for the entity to be able to self-sustain and effectively service to the Eastern Cape government departments. Honorable Speaker, we're moving to Maibuye Transport Corporation with the finding that despite facing financial difficulties, the corporation has not prioritized the implementation of an automated fare collection system as it is still in building specification stage since last year. We therefore recommend that the corporation must fast-track the implementation of the automated fare collection system in order to eliminate financial losses on cash collection and to improve revenue collection. Honorable Speaker, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee would like to thank the committee members and the Department of Transport and the committee support staff for the cooperation and assistance during the budget vote consideration. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tony. Are there any clarities to the committee? To the MEC? Okay, Honorable Odendaal.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to check regarding the report that the Human Rights Commission submitted. whether the budget, sorry, let me just rephrase. Regarding the report that we received from the Human Rights Commission with regards to the fact that our roads are violating human rights conditions, has sufficient money been set aside in this budget to address those concerns raised by the Human Rights Commission? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Odendal. Honorable Dr. Knudsen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Speaker, my question is about, and I'm sure the MEC is of course aware of the problem that we have with the manganese ore trucks driving through the Craddock area on that road, and it's completely destroying that road. I just want to know if there is an alternative, and we know that rail is a possible alternative. I know it's not a provincial competency, but maybe in the spirit of IGR and cooperative governance, if there is any negotiations to maybe try and move that freight off that road so we can try and protect that road. Thanks, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Knudsen. Honorable MEC, is it now or later? Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I will then now call upon the Democratic Alliance, Honorable Mokhatosi. We seem to have. Is it fine, Honorable Mokhatosi?
Yeah, the mics were off.
Is it
Yeah,
fine
I
now?
see it's right now.
All right. Okay.
I
Thank
got
you.
Ngom's honorable.
You have 13 minutes, and it starts now. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Acting Premier, Honorable MEC Ngata, Honorable members, and the beautiful and resilient residents of the Eastern Cape, Dumelang. The budget debate is an opportunity to turn plans into real service delivery. It is not just a debate of figures on spreadsheet or tick boxes on compliance register, but to confront the simple yet difficult truth. How much are we willing to create an enabling environment for our people to thrive? to create access to opportunities, the freedom to enjoy the rights outlined in the Constitution. Ndiyalezwe ke Honorable MEC go ucweha umlawu undokose kandube uphilile khobonga of Winnie Madikizela Mandela. He does not ask for much. He just asks for roads that are good enough to travel to and from soccer practice for their young teams' matches. Many young people share this request, and many of them have finished school under difficult circumstances, and some of them university, and all they want to do is to build their communities. A few months ago, I met Umam Tembu, Uyolanda Zaula, Wase Tsikayetu municipality, who's doing very well and supports a lot of young people in that community. All she asked for is an accessible road so that farmers could reach markets and business people can also try to thrive. Business people in many peri-urban areas and rural areas echo that plea. They are ready to reduce unemployment and grow new industries if the roads allow them to move their goods. Through you, Deputy Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mfogo, this budget that we have tabled and that you have apportioned to us does not create an enabling environment. It does not position the department to open an enabling environment to new industries or help the existing ones reach new markets. It leaves us unprepared for hemp and cannabis agriculture. Every department that stood here, that presented to this House, including health, agriculture, economic development, and education, need a reliable transport network to meet their mandate. Without it, they cannot transform these communities. Honorable Deputy Speaker, last year, we stood here and said the following: I solemnly affirm that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa, and I will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution. I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the legislature of the Eastern Cape to the best of my ability. This oath is a cornerstone of public accountability, and it serves as a public promise to serve the nation and its people. Last year, the South African Human Rights Commission found neglected bridges, roads, and scholar transport to violate human rights in the Eastern Cape residents to safety, dignity, and economic opportunity. This report was in time for us to use this budget process to correct this course. Further, the South African Human Rights report had corrective guidelines that were very clear. Publish a transparent, publicly accessible 10-by-10 schedule for road upgrades and maintenance. Number two, reallocate funds from bloated implementing agent fees directly into tar and gravel and concrete real roads so that not on administration. Yet this budget before us reflects no sincere attempt to comply. There are no items tracking the South African Human Rights Commission requirements. There is no dashboard for progress. There is, in short, zero accountability. What message does this send to our people? Are their constitutional rights negotiable? Every summer brings washed away bridges in many areas like Tsolo, vanishing roads in Bashe, collapsing footbridges in Ngangahu. The events are not acts of nature alone. Honorable Mvoko, through you, Deputy Speaker, they are also a result of underfunding. Floods around Mthatha destroyed key routes that engineers estimate will cost us about 935 million to repair. Yet the department was only able to divert about 102 million rands. An estimated 832 million gap remains, and many of these communities, unfortunately, will stay cut off. Now, we have a tradition in the committee, and we have made a commitment as a Democratic Alliance at the beginning of this 7th term, that not only are we going to look at where the gaps exist, but we're also going to come up with solutions. So here are some of the concerns. Sadly, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the provincial roads maintenance grant loses about 31 million this year and 93 million across the medium term. This cut lands while the committee records that about 1,513 kilometers of surface roads is in poor or very poor condition. Yet the 2025 program budget do more for implementing agents and e-procurement systems than for cold mix asphalt on time and gravel roads grading. Potholes on the N16, on the N6 alone, cost motorists about 115 million rands in tire and rim replacement last year. Timber exporters in Langeni lost 48 million as logging trucks rerouted around collapsed bridges. And when they do this, they also bypass our local economies. Rural communities in Mhlaba and Lusikisiki remain cut off every heavy rainfall, despite being promised routine grading at least once a year. These are lived realities of millions of Eastern Cape residents who are forced every day to navigate pothole-infested roads, impassable bridges, and crumbling road infrastructure. All the while, the budget offers more promises and fewer solutions. The budget of 2025-2026 shows a nominal rise of 1.5%, Honorable Tony. But the Portfolio Committee confirms that the total allocation actually falls from 6.149 billion rands from last year to 5.989 billion this year, a real decrease of 2.6 billion. Transport infrastructure funding shrinks by 0.1%. The construction sub-program alone drops by 14.5%, removing about 122 million from new roads and bridges. Scholar transport falls from 1.1 billion to 794 million, a cut of 28.4%, even though a court order requires the province to carry every qualifying learner. Imagine the improvement, Honorable Pillay, if that 400 million that is yet earmarked for Magwati bailout was redirected to scholar transport, what it will do. 110 million will flow to municipalities for local roads. But the committee has warned the department that there are no mechanisms to monitor proper use of these funds. Without oversight, potholes will grow and paperwork claim success. Designs are also redone because plans expire before construction starts, wasting scarce engineering hours and budgets. Honorable MEC, you are the only MEC since this budget debates who, when asked the questions from the opposition benches, rose and responded right on time because you show that you are in touch with your department. But not only that, you have also over time shown agility. The department has shown pragmatism by asking SANRAL to take on some of the provincial roads. It recognizes the lack of asset management system and technical resources needed to maintain the 40,000 kilometers network. The next step is very clear, Honorable MEC. Let's sign a service level agreement with SANRAL of at least the 3,000 kilometers for our provincial gravel roads. This especially, those that are saving tourism sites, hospitals and schools. SANRAL already invests more than 56 billion in Eastern Cape corridors, and it delivers projects on schedule and brings strict accountability. And SANRAL agreement will secure national transfers, protect jobs through subcontracting, and clear grading backlog. It will honor the promise made on the campaign train by the Honorable Premier in Mhlaba about opening those roads as economic arteries across the province. This, when we do, Honorable MEC, it is by no means a transfer of responsibility. It is an act of leadership that puts safety of our residents and the future of our province first. The House should also require quarterly dashboard on Human Rights Commission compliance and hold officials accountable when targets are missed. Routine maintenance must be a fixed priority and protected from cuts. 10% of the provincial roads management grant should be ring-fenced for stormwater upgrades and other climate-resilient works. Prevention will save the funds now that are now lost to emergency call-outs, tire damage, and freight detours. After all, prevention is better and kinder than cure. Scholar transport funding must also be restored to its 2024 cash level before any new consulting contract is signed. Learners cannot wait while service providers draft plans. We have, Honorable MEC, through you, Deputy Speaker, 7 recommendations. We don't have the budget, there's nothing we can do, we are not given enough. But we've got 7 recommendations that we think are pragmatic and will be able to at least make an impact in our communities.
2 minutes.
The first one, make routine maintenance budget a fixed, protected priority that cannot be cut. Number 2, sign a Sandral handover at least by the second quarter of this financial year, transferring at least 3,000 kilometers of gravel roads, provincial gravel roads, serving economic and public service hubs. Number 3, ring-fence 10% of provincial roads maintenance grant for climate adaptive infrastructure. Number 4, publish a 3-year resurfacing and grading schedule with costs and timelines. Number 5, reclaim yellow fleet from municipalities so that we set a clear provincial terms for its use. Issue quarterly dashboards on Human Rights Commission compliance and hold individuals accountable when targets slip. Number 7, restore scholar transport to its 2024 baseline before new implementing agent arrangements. Honorable Deputy Speaker, roads are arteries of our province. Block them and our economy, our communities, and the dreams of our youth are stuffed. This budget offers band-aids where a major service surgery is required. It slices real funding, delays construction, and leaves disaster recovery unfunded. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we fully support the department's intents and efforts, but because the budget fails to address human rights violations at its core, we cannot, in good conscience, endorse it. Let us choose results over rhetoric and well-being of our residents over fragile institutional pride. Let Pilile Kobonga's favorite team succeed. Let the farmers, small-scale farmers, Zazengoha, be a symbol of success and how possible roads can enable our people. Let us be remembered not for roads we failed to build, but the future we reclaimed. Thank you very much, Deputy Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mokhatos. I'll now call upon the EFF, Honorable Aloni.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and greetings to you too. Ndiyacela Honorable Deputy Speaker today, ndicela undikhusele ku Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. Noko akaniphi chance ke ndikhululeke ndithethe kakuhle. Kudala ndiphela nguye apha. Honorable Deputy Speaker, greetings to everyone, the members of the executive, honorable members, and for the sake of time constraints, let me say protocol observed. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to categorically reject the 2025-26 budget vote for the Department of Transport. We reject this budget because year after year, this department receives billions only to deliver dust, potholes, empty promises, and court interdicts. The people of the Eastern Cape cannot eat speeches, nor can they walk safely on collapsing bridges and muddy footpaths, while millions are returned to Treasury and billions siphoned off through bloated tenders and incompetent contractors. Deputy Honorable Speaker, the 2025 budget, 2025-2026 budget allocates 6.2 billion to this department. Yet, in the previous year, only 92% of the budget was used, signaling underspending, particularly on critical programs such as infrastructure and roads, the very lifetime for economic activity in rural areas. Deputy Honorable Speaker, we are told year after year that roads and bridges will connect our communities to clinics, schools, and markets. But what has changed? What do our people see? In 2022, Honorable Speaker, Premier promised in his SOPA that the rural road network will be a key focus, and that the province would work closely with SANRAL to address dilapidated infrastructure. Yet, by 2024 SOPA, that the same promise had evolved into another round of commitments with no tangible updates, as the work was either stalled or never started. The budget votes that follow every year are not in alignment with most of promises made during the State of the Province address, and that sound be a cause of concern. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we cannot speak on this department and not speak on Mhlaba Bridge as key central project often used to justify budget increases. This budget, once hailed as a symbol of progress, is now a monument of delay. A project initially budgeted at around 1.7 billion is now ballooning with delays costing the state more, while local communities see little employment or meaningful deployment. Deputy Honorable Speaker, this department boasts about bridge scales but says nothing of the contractors withdrawing, of local protest, or of corruption and inflated subcontractors that now haunt this project. Even worse, the department is now under siege by criminal syndicates attacking workers and projects across the province. Instead, Deputy Honorable Speaker, of collaborating with the relevant departments by confronting the criminal hate on the protecting public assets, on protecting the public assets, and the departments admit it is helpless, suspending projects rather than securing them. What is the point of allocating more billions when the department cannot guarantee implementation or protect those doing the work? Now, Honorable Speaker, let us speak on scholar transport. In his 2023 SOPA, the Premier said, and I quote, "No child in this province must miss school due to lack of scholar transport." Yet this year alone, hundreds of learners in Alfred Nzo or Tambo missed the entire first term because providers were not paid. There has been no consequences for this, and this budget vote makes no provision to ensure this does not happen again. Deputy Honorable Speaker, the committee report confirms that despite a resolution by this legislature, the department failed to implement a single new scholar transport route in 2024. Instead, it spent more than legal fees fighting service providers than on expanding services. Across the province, people are rising in protest. For example, recently in Mhlaba villages, took the streets because potholes had turned their roads into craters. The community demanded bridges, demanded dignity, and were met with silence. Deputy Honorable Speaker, in Blokran's Pass, roads continue to collapse, endangering lives, and yet this department keeps spending millions on fruitless planning and fake feasibility studies. According to the SA Human Rights Commission, the Eastern Cape Roads Network is so bad. It constitutes a human rights violation. This is not a rhetoric, but it's a constitutional finding. How then do we justify allocating 6.2 billion to the very department that has created this crisis? Meanwhile, airport upgrades are also in limbo. Despite promises of tourism development and air freight logistics hubs, the Mthatha Airport continues to suffer from poor security, outdated infrastructure, and inconsistent services. Plans for air route expansion have been shelved year after year. Furthermore, the 2025 budget vote report reveals rampant non-compliance with procurement laws, no full cost-benefit analysis of major projects, failure to complete even 50% of planned kilometers of road, delays in the bridge and gravel roads programs, and a shocking number of fruitless and wasteful expenditures. Deputy Honorable Speaker, according to the department's own 2023-24 annual report, 88 million was recorded as a fruitless and wasteful expenditure alone. This is a public money spent in vain on delays, penalties, and failed contracts. We cannot continue rewarding such failure with another blank check and no consequences. Honorable Deputy Speaker, what we see is not lack of funds, it is a lack of political will, management, and ethics. Every kilometer of pothole, every courthouse bridge, every learner left behind is a direct result of a department that is unaccountable, chaotic, out of touch. The EFF therefore puts to this House that an independent audit of all outstanding projects from the past years must be conducted with binding resolution and clear consequence management. All service providers owing the state for non-delivery must be blacklisted and criminally charged. Scholar transport must be ring-fenced and managed independently, away from political connected service providers. Mhlaba Bridge must be subjected to a full project forensic audit, including subcontractors' payment patterns and political beneficiaries. This department going forward must submit quarterly reports on actual road construction and maintenance kilometers completed, not just budget spent. Lastly, Honorable Deputy Speaker, in the words of one of the villagers protesting for a bridge in Mhlaba, they say we are free, but our children still walk through rivers to reach the school. Until this department learns that the infrastructure is a right, not a favor, will not be complicit in this deception. The EFF family and unequivocally rejects this budget vote. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Aloni. I will now call upon the UDM. Honorable Kayla. Honorable Kayla, you have 5 minutes. Yes, 5.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable MECs, officials, and staff members of this August House, I rise to take part in this very important debate today. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, first of all, I want to deal with the roads issue, especially going to coastal areas, which are tourism hubs. Yesteryear, those hubs were fully booked. Today, they are not fully booked. One of the roads that I want to speak about is a road branching off Lutubeni. Lutubeni, if you don't know Lutubeni, from Coffee Bay to Mkanduli, you branch off on Lutubeni, going towards Klohamouth. That is one of the worst roads you can ever have. Part of that road is in KST, part is in Mbashe. KST Ward 27, Mbashe Ward 28. For the next 20 minutes when you branch off, it's not an ex-wagon road, it's just a mess up. You cannot drive there. Umama ozalayo uzaliswa ilandlela konakela. Okwesibini chairperson, asiyakudlala fihlana, sithetha into zabantu apha. Okwesibini chairperson, noya kulandlela leyana, ifuna uvuswa, uya branch off nosondele Klohamouth, you branch off Makwayeni village. Makwayeni village, you go over a river. There is no bridge there. Therefore, MEC, I would like to you to put it on the Melik-Sizwe bridges. Abantu bayatshona pha, abantwana they cannot even go to school there. So it's very important that you put it in the list of Melik-Sizwe bridges. Then we go to another road. Leaving Aituja to Tsentane, you branch off to Fort Malan. There you pass a bridge when you don't, it's not a bridge, Welemanzin. Now it's supposed to be a two-way road when you pass a bridge, but unfortunately because of the damage, it's not a two-way. Therefore, the other person is going to wait for somebody else. Teacher was stabbed there. She was hospitalized because of the state of the road. What happens is that Maparas wait on the bank of the road and attack people. So it's one of the very important roads. That is Ward 27, then and in Katyane. There are 2 bridges there that are total mess up. Then furthermore, Chairperson, MEC, in Tata, Ward 10, Ekambi, next to the clinic, there's also a road there. Chairperson, can you protect me against Honorable Chief? There's a bridge there as well that is damaged. When it's flooded, abantwana bayatshona pha. Then we go further, eNgcobo, eQhulubeni, naseQhaga, kudala belindele ibhlorho pha abantu. Abantwana bayatshona pha bangakwazi ufunda. Nalapho kukho ingxaki. Port St. John's, Ward 2, kukho ibhlorho ehamba ngamanzi phayana. Melisizwe bridges, Welisizwe bridges won't be, you need to build a new bridge there. Then what I've said many times, and I'm saying it again, the bypasses. If you bypass a Butterworth, it takes you about an hour, especially during festive season. Butterworth, bypass Dutywa bypass, nasemthatha. So please, Tetano Sandra, and try to get some money for that. MEC, I think you have to address, you have to address the issue of Welisizwe bridges. The Defense Force waits there for 3 or 4 months without getting material. So the problem is really with Public Works National. Please address that because it's affecting delivery on the Welisizwe bridges. So ibaleka kakhulu loo nto leyo. Then the last one, Chairperson, into yenantsing aye traffic 24 hours, that 24/7 hours. People are dying on the roads and the N2. Especially, I said to you on the 15th,
Honorable
20th.
Honorable Gaylor, I have paused the time.
Liphosa ixesha lakho. Enkosi Deputy Speaker, bendicela ukuqonda uba ilungu eli liyayazi uba imali yakaSandral ithathwa kwalapha ephondweni.
Uthini? Can you repeat the question?
Ndicela ukuqonda Deputy Speaker, ilungu eli liyayazi uba lethi makuthathwe kuSandral imali ithathwa kwalapha ephondweni isiwe pha nakulo Welisizwe bridge uba linayo loo nto leyo.
I'd like to answer that. We are posting Sandra imali iphuma kwa-national. Bendikwa-national ayiphumi lapha imali yakaSandra. Thank you.
Okay.
Chairperson.
All right, continue, Honorable Member. You are left with...
we need 24-hour traffic control in the N2. There are a lot of accidents which we could avoid. And also testing of drunken drivers. Kangabanda ke kutywala bana ndifuna ubadlula drunken driving. So ndifuna ke undiprove bana wrong banda kuyeka na MEC have a 24-hour net tester kwe drunken drivers. Nibe nogqirha abatestayo emthatha kuze zonke ndawo bayaphela abantu bakuthi. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now call upon Honorable Harams from the Patriotic Alliance. You have 4 minutes, and it starts now.
Greetings, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Premier in absentia, the Executive, and members of this House, as well as the community of the Eastern Cape at large. As the Patriotic Alliance, we rise with concern on the 2.6% decrease in the overall budget of the Department of Transport. What is most alarming is the reduction in funding of transport operations and infrastructure, the very programs that affect our people's daily movement and access to services. Less funding here means stalled development, delayed progress, and a deeper entrenchment of rural and township isolation. In Program 1, Administration, we cannot ignore the department's failure to fill funded posts within 90 days. In a province plagued by unemployment, this delay is unacceptable. We must open opportunities fairly to all qualified citizens, advertising widely and processing appointments transparently and swiftly. We commend the bursary support for technical students, but why are we not absorbing these graduates into the system? We propose a mentorship model where bursary recipients shadow experienced technicians during holidays. This will ensure they graduate with both qualifications and relevant experience, making them job ready. Honorable Speaker, 110 million rand has been allocated to municipalities for road infrastructure. We recommend that this funding be governed by service level agreements with ring-fence votes, strict financial reporting, and a dedicated provincial monitoring unit. Let's stop hoping for implementation, let's ensure it. The unresolved issue of low-lying bridges in Tsolo, Ngaru, I tried. Klokweng remains deeply disappointing. Our people are still cut off from hospitals, clinics, and schools every time rivers rise. This is not just an infrastructure failure, it is a failure of basic dignity and service. We further call for accountability in the damage to roads during protests. Criminality cannot be condoned under the veil of service delivery demands. We support innovative, cost-effective construction methods like concrete slab roads in smaller towns, but only after proper technical assessments and community consultation. Scholar transport remains a crisis. No child should miss school because they cannot get there. We urge the department to engage the taxi industry immediately to co-create a working model. Our children cannot wait. Traffic officers' safety is another serious concern. Officers are sent into dangerous environments with no tools of trade or protection. We call for urgent issuance of competency certificates, and provision of necessary resources. Finally, community-based projects are essential. These aren't just job opportunities, they are instruments of dignity. Engage municipalities, NGOs, and local structures so that every household knows when opportunities come. Let us govern with our people, not just for them. Overall, the Patriotic Alliance notes the efforts of the department regardless of obstacles and a budget that is not sufficient. We support the report, but do so with a watchful eye going forward. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I will now call upon the African National Congress, Honorable Tebekana. Honorable Tebekana, you have 20 minutes, and it starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, and the institution at large, Premier in absentia, and the members of the Executive Council, members of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, HODs and top managements from various departments, comrades and compatriots, mandizibulise nazo eza-Balatonians, ze-fighters. Distinguished guests and fellow South Africans, both present in this August House and following through various social media platforms, I rise before you with great humility to extend my warmest revolutionary greetings. It is with profound honor to rise in this historic year, 2025, which is the 70th anniversary of our Freedom Charter, our timeless blueprint for a democratic and a just society. Let us remember that it was in Kliptown in 1955 that our forebears declared with unwavering clarity that, I quote, "the people shall share the country's wealth," close quote. Today, the ANC African National Congress-led government comes before this House to affirm that the budget tabled for the Department of Transport for the 2025-2026 financial year of 5,989 million rand is a people's budget aligned to the aspirations of the Freedom Charter. Honorable Speaker, some of this House have mastered the art of criticism from the comfort from their political detachment. They speak of potholes as though potholes during apartheid never existed. They point out at scholar transport challenges as if under their government's regime, black children were afforded the opportunity and had buses to commute them to schools. Yours. They conveniently forget that we come from a painful past where the Eastern Cape was treated as a forgotten
Honorable
outpost.
Tebekana, I have paused. Honorable Kasim, you're raising on which rule?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, is the Honorable Member willing to take a question, please?
Okay.
Yes.
Honorable Tebekana, are you willing to take a question?
And you'll take a question, Kwamanyagonya.
Unfortunately.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. They conveniently forget that we come from a painful past where the Eastern Cape was treated as a forgotten outpost, a stepchild of the apartheid regime. In the so-called homeland, roads were a myth during the apartheid regime. Rural transport was a far-fetched dream, and development was denied a right. But it is precisely from that legacy of neglected that the African National Congress began its journey of redressing, rebuilding, and ensuring that it is our starting point, and look how far we've come. It is under the African National Congress-led government that most significant strides were made in rural as well as township development have been made since the dawn of democracy, where once there were just dusty footpaths and neglected gravel roads. Today, there are tarred roads connecting communities to clinic, schools, as well as economic centers. Where learners were once walking long distance and unsafe distance to reach school, today thousands are benefiting from government scholar transport, a lifeline introduced and expanded under the African National Congress. These are not just abstract promises, Kasim. These are really not just abstract promises. These, Kasim, these are tangible changes which are visible on the ground and felt in the lives of our people, particularly the poorest of the poor, because we know where we're coming from and we know exactly where we are heading. When members of the opposition rise to speak, they speak as though tarred road, efficient transportation, and equal infrastructure was the norm under the apartheid regime. They conveniently, Kasim, they conveniently forget that the system that they systematically defend excluded and underdeveloped our black communities, forcing us to crawl while others were sprinting and given the privilege. Some have the audacity to howl the loudest in these platforms. Let these whom carry the liver to even quote Abotatu Krizan. And Mas Obukaule. Allow me just to quote my brother Ibrahim Traore, who would say, I open quote, "When we say the homeland or death, we shall overcome, it is not just a phrase, but it's a full meaning. We are not afraid of you. We will never be afraid of you. We will continue our struggle. You have undoubtedly scared some of us, but surely not our generation," close quote. Indeed, the journey of transformation continues, but let no one be mistaken. We are neither disoriented nor stagnant. We are steadily advancing from the construction of the iconic Mhlaba Bridge, as they made mention, to set out to be the tallest cable-stayed bridge in Africa, to the surfacing of hundreds of kilometers of tarred roads in our province. The African National-led government has demonstrated that it is committed to infrastructure, not as a promise on paper, but reality on the ground. These developments are more than just engineering feats. They are symbols of transformation, economic exclusion, and dignity to restore to our people. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the 616 million allocation in Program 1, earmarked to strengthen governance, bolsters service delivery, and sharpens strategic planning. It is welcomed, and it is a welcomed investment. However, as part of our constitutional mandate to exercise oversight, we express concern over persistent staffing challenges, particularly the extended acting appointment as Chief Director, which was mentioned in Program 2 and Program 3. This undermines continuity and weakens our institutional stability. The African National Congress therefore urges the department to move with swift urgency in filling all critical vacancies as well as stabilizing leadership structures. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the allocation of 2.5 billion to this infrastructure program is not just in line with budget. It is a political statement of intent. With over 1.5 billion rand directed towards maintenance, the African National Congress reaffirms its commitment in rebuilding safer, more connected Eastern Cape, especially in districts that are still battling the scars of climate-induced disaster. Let us be clear, it is not merely more about tarred roads and concrete roads, it is about restoring the dignity of our people, which the apartheid regime had failed dismally. I must make mention that the forefathers of Abo Otendal, Nabo Kauli, Bas Fela Dismali Glena into. It is about sick reaching clinics. It is about learners arriving at school safely on time. It is about rural farmers getting their produce to market without losing income due to potholes and treacherous roads. We call for tighter, more accountable intergovernment coordination, particularly with local municipalities. Infrastructure cannot be built in silos. It must be sustained through collaboration. Hence, we are calling for the prioritization of master plans. Furthermore, the department to move with speed in including low-lying rural communities like the Tsolo, Ngangahu, and Tlokweng into the Welisizwe rural bridges. In a democratic South Africa, no community should be left isolated or vulnerable simply because of seasonal floods. Our democracy must guarantee equal access, whether to health care facilities, education, or economic opportunities. And that begins with the reliable, climate-resilient infrastructure. The ability to cross a safer road should not depend on the postcode or your proximity to urban centers. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the reduction on scholar transport budget from 1.1 billion rand to 794 million is quite concerning. But let's be honest, this is not a result of indifferences or poor planning. My fellow fighters would definitely agree with me if Madikizela was here. It is a consequence of a court ruling that expanded the scope of provision without a matching increase in the national funding. This is the reality we are navigating. Nevertheless, the plans are in place in ensuring that all deserving learners are transported as part of our court order. Despite these constraints, the ANC welcomes the department's proactive steps, including the securing of 70 million in front-loaded funds to procure additional buses. This move that will bring real relief to rural communities that have long been on the periphery of development. We also commend the bold ambition that which resuscitated in the rail transport the audacious vision of high-speed bulletin train linking East London to Gqeberha. This is a step towards realizing a future of integrated world-class mobility in our province. I think that deserves a round of applause. Honorable Speaker, safe roads are not, Kasim, a luxury. They are a constitutional imperative. The ANC welcomes the 26%
Honorable
increase.
Tebekana. Where are we going?
Rule 91.
All right.
No, I want to state my order, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Throughout the speech of the Honorable Member, she has disrespectfully, not just with lies, but disrespectfully referred to members, including myself, Kauli, and Odendal, in contravention of the rules. I will respond to the lies later on. I'll have an opportunity to speak. But it is upon you as the presiding officer, because it's happened throughout the speech, Deputy Speaker, as the honorable presiding officer, to call the member into order in line of Rule 91.
Oh, Honorable Kasim, apologies. However,
Ima, Tebekan. Honorable Tebekan. I'm sure she made a mistake just like how I did, but it's fine. Can we please stick to honorable
Kasim,
members?
apologies.
Yes, thank you.
However, thank you, Deputy Speaker. As I conclude, we support. Honorable Deputy Speaker, safe roads are not a luxury. They are a constitutional imperative. The ANC welcomes the 26% increase in Program 4, transport regulation, now standing at 501 million, must be seen as for what it truly is, a bold affirmation of ANC unwavering commitment to road safety, law and order. We support the department's effort to tackling the firearms certification backlog affecting newly appointed traffic officers. These men and women put their lives on the risk, and they must be properly armed to protect our communities as well as themselves. We also cannot afford to delay upgrades at the Mhlaba Weighbridge, as it is a vital enforcement and revenue generating hub. One must also state that we were fortunate to visit the Mhlaba Weighbridge under the stewardship of Honorable Doni, as well as Honorable Horatio. And one must make mention that we cannot allow inefficiency to choke the very same systems that upholds accountability and compliance on our roads. I hope that MEC take notes of that. Deputy Speaker, the community-based program may be a smaller program in rands, but it is mighty in its impact. It is the foundation of inclusive development, bringing dignity and opportunity to rural and marginalized communities. However, the ANC is deeply concerned about the delays in issuing postcards to EPWP beneficiaries, especially in rural regions where people are solely dependent on the stipends for survival. This is not just an administrative issue, it's a bread and butter for some. Hence, we call for immediate intervention to ensure a single beneficiary is not left behind nor starving. Deputy Speaker, on the Maibuya transport, cooperation must be prioritized. The implementation of the automated fare collection system without further delay. Every cent lost to manual inefficiency is a cent stolen to the public purse. And to the Government Fleet Management Service, we are saying it is time to revisit the funding model. The ANC calls on the Provincial Treasury, and we discussed this at length with the committee, that they must allow the entity to retain a portion of its revenue so that it can sustain operations and modernize its services. But we must also be firm. The African National Congress is concerned about the departments that are owing the government fleet over 500 million rand. We must also hold accounting officers for owing departments accountable. This has the potential of undermining the service delivery. Honorable members, the opposition is always ready to criticize, as I stated earlier on, but rarely ready to offer any tangible solution. As I alluded earlier on, Speaker, these people, they master the art of howling. I want to lobby this House that, who's the technician here? Whenever our Honorable Odendal stand here, mute their mic, because bas ngolel. With no concrete solution. They ridicule the efforts of our government that has taken us from exclusion to inclusion, from isolation to infrastructure, from despair to dignity. We remain focused on building a safer roads, delivering reliable transport, and restoring the dignity of our people. Because under the African National Congress, it's not about empty promises, but tangible progress. As I conclude, Deputy Speaker, let me remind the members. Yabona ke kubalulekile ke senze la nto
2 minutes.
kuthiwa ibuyambo isikhumbuzo in every opportunity that we get, because when these people came here, they disguised and they abused Christianity. These people are the very same people who came and told us to close our eyes. Nathi sawavala amehlo ethu, wamka umhlaba. These people are the very same people who came and disrupted and told us that our God was not a God good enough, nor was a God a non-existent God. These people, they imposed their Christianity beliefs onto us and demonized our African culture, as they still continue to do so in this very day and age. So how dare do we take them seriously? Who are you? Who are you? Which planet are you surfacing from? Because, I mean, where we come from vis-a-vis where we were, it speaks volumes for itself. And, Honorable Speaker, one can stand here and go on and on and on about these people. Let me just say, Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress supports the budget tabled for the Department of Transport of 2025-2026 financial year of 5,989 million rand. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tebekana. I now call upon Honorable the MEC Ngata. You have 10 minutes, Honorable MEC.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, with the protocol that has been already established, I would like to begin by extending my heartfelt greetings to everyone in this esteemed House, most importantly the people of our province, gathered in various places. It is a great honor and a privilege for me to stand before you today to accept the budget report adopted by the Portfolio Committee on Transport, as led by Honorable Chair, Honorable Tony. First and foremost, let me express my sincere gratitude to the committee for their thorough reviewing our budget. Honorable members, we fully accept the report and understand the significance of accountability in managing our finances. We are committed to ensuring that every cent spent in this budget is properly accounted for. And we welcome the comments and recommendations presented by other honorable members and the concerns, Honorable Gaylor. Those are noted. However, Honorable Makatozi, especially through you, Chair, we get worried when we get a praise from the DA. We immediately know that they are not being sincere, something is coming. And he was not even sincere now, because the point that he raised about re-looking at the fleet and the municipalities to reassess whether we cannot reclaim back, it's something I said in the committee. Now it stands here as if land. And the issue of Sanral taking over our roads, it's not mine, it's the provincial government decision. So I won't be easily be led into that, Mhlegas. The points are well taken. I think that the issue of Sanral and service level agreement, maybe it can be discussed differently, because from where we are, the roads have been officially handed over through a gazette to Sanral. They are Sanral roads now. And there is no need for service level agreement. All what we needed from them was a plan. How are they going to maintain those that they are not going to surface immediately? That's the engagement. We're also engaging with them. The committee is aware, Honorable Makhato is aware, as part of the committee, that we are engaging now using our internal capacity and their capacity to roll out the plan that they will be giving to the department. And on audit outcomes, one of our top priorities is to continuously improve the audit outcomes of the department, ensuring transparency in how we spend the public money. Additionally, we are committed to eliminate fraud and corruption within the department so that our budget is utilized effectively. And I've taken your warning, Honorable Konzi, we're quite advised as to say we must wait for the appropriate moment for the official announcement of the audit outcomes. And this budget, therefore, will undoubtedly accelerate our efforts to deliver meaningfully and high-quality services to the people of the Eastern Cape. And on behalf of the Department of Transport, we are dedicated to implementing all the recommendations outlined in this report. Honourable members, we will continue to enhance performance of our department as we understand that the vital role it plays in both in the economy in the province, in the lives of our people, as indicated by Honourable Aramse. Our infrastructure projects are having a significant impact on our communities, especially among those who are disadvantaged. These initiatives will not only transform the landscape of our province, but will also greatly contribute to the economy, and as a strong infrastructure has the potential to attract investments. The budget, therefore, will enable the department to provide quality services, create numerous jobs, implement our projects, among other initiatives. And Honourable Deputy Speaker, our province, as honourable members are aware, has only 10% of our surface roads and 90% of our roads are gravel roads. This situation is the result of the historical accumulation, and Honourable Tebegana has summarized it quite nicely. And it is not a surprise that apartheid and the beneficiaries of apartheid is an orphan today. Those who sort of have nothing to cash up because they enjoy all the benefits, they deny those things, which are true, because in this country we're categorized as first class, second class, and third citizen. And some of us had no right of citizenship, and all rights were stripped, our dignity to be human. And therefore, it's not undeniable that people benefited, and therefore they have an advantage compared to other racial groups. And they have then the audacity to deny that reality. It is being dishonest in the highest order. Worse for the black ones to deny that reality, and yet they were victims, to pretend that it did not exist. So this is the reality of this backlog. And the provincial government and the Southern Roads Agency are working tirelessly to reverse this trend and enhance the road infrastructure in the Eastern Cape province. As it relates to the funding of SANRAL, yes, Honourable Bukela is funded through the National Department of Transport. They get their allocation. But in our work in the province, like the Brebachwan interchange, we jointly contributed there, and other projects we funded together, others not. But it remains a government agency, it's not a private company. And therefore the work that it does it for the government, as a government entity, just an instrument to deliver the services from the government. The government has made significant investment, therefore, aimed at improving rural roads, upgrade gravel roads to surfaced and alpha standards. However, we face several challenges, including the province's new settlements, the stringent fiscal budget, and the impact of climate change, which has led to increased flooding. We're also experiencing some projects stagnation due to the compensation demands from some traditional leaders who have the authority over the land in rural areas, as well as requests from SMMEs, packages that do not allow proper procedures. These factors are contributing to the rising cost in road infrastructure and maintenance. To address this, we will continue to engage our stakeholders to find an amicable solution as recommended by the committee. Yes, there is a challenge of construction mafia that is beginning to attack some staff members. But Honourable Maloney, it's not true that is spread across the province. That's totally not correct. That's another thing which is important. When we stand here, at least we must have the decency to speak the truth. And you can't say on Scholar Transport we are in court with operators. There is no case in court with operators. Still, that is not true. And it's equally true that there is a court judgment which we accepted, we are not opposing, we are implementing. As I speak today, there is already a memo on its route to Cabinet quantifying the numbers, the budget, what do we need to transport the additional learners. And we did not wait for that. Already, in the current capacity, we have added other learners in all these districts so that we ensure that those learners who are deserving, they are transported without waiting for that process. So at least we must have the decency to speak the truth at least.
2 minutes.
And honorable members, this August House is sitting today as a country and the world celebrates the birthday month of first democratically elected president, Tata Nelson Mandela. The month of July is dedicated to Tata Mandela's legacy. And if I may skip to that, Honorable Chair, honorable members, we regret the delay of payments of operators. This has been caused, that is on scholar transport, by both internal and external issues, and a cash-up plan for payment is being implemented. And payments have been made up to May, and some districts where invoices have been submitted in June month, they are being processed already. Without defending some of the delays in terms of payments, it is important for me to indicate that non-payment owed to some of the things like SARS, the non-payment of SARS by some operators, non-compliance with legal documents to ferry learners does have an impact, as the login system, if these are outstanding, it automatically rejects the invoice. There are also internal deficiencies that I've directed the HOD to attend and appropriate steps to be taken in terms of consequence management. Those are the issues I thought let me outline to say the delay, we appreciate its impact, it's regretted, it's unfair for anyone not to be paid at having worked, but we urge operators to take responsibility and correct any other shortcomings on their part. In conclusion, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, we want to assure this esteemed House and the committee that we commit to implement all the recommendations as they are aimed at improving the performance of our department and accelerating service delivery. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Okay, honorable members, I put the report. Thank you very much. Any objections? Okay, thank you. I will ask the secretary to read the second order of the day. Thank you, thank you, Sec. I now call upon Honorable Tumeka, Honorable Kaya.
Thank you very
Honorable
much.
Kaya, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Acting Premier, Honorable MECs, Honorable members of the Eastern Cape Legislature, esteemed guests, Molweni. Hoping that, DS, I will only take 5 minutes of my 10 minutes. In the interest of time, DS, I will only focus on recommendations. Recommendation 1, the HOD must be allowed to lead the department and ensure with necessary support that all planned priorities for this financial are implemented without any delays. The department must ensure that all the funds allocated to this program are optimally utilized and properly accounted for. The department must proceed with the implementation of this organogram and ensure that all funds appropriated for this structure are utilized accordingly. The department must do everything in its capabilities to comply with 60-40% norm so that goods and services are adequately funded and that service delivery to proceed properly. The department must provide the committee with a comprehensive plan as how it will deal with this particular threat. The department must ensure that this program is not negatively affected by this exercise, as this is its core business. My apologies. The department must ensure that it deploys these new constables to areas of need. The department must provide the committee with a comprehensive progress report regarding the matter of the stipends. The department must ensure that the training is extended to the rest of the districts. The department must provide the Nelson Mandela Bay Metropolitan Municipality with all the necessary assistance to establish the community safety forums. The department must seek assistance from the National Office and its relevant stakeholders to intensify its effort to fight crime. The department must proceed with its efforts to solicit assistance from these tertiary institutions, but must also ensure that the research unit is adequately staffed. The department must approach the National Office for assistance with staffing and infrastructure challenges at police stations. The department must ensure that all stations have the victim-friendly rooms which are adequately resourced as per the norms and the standard. Program 2, hey. I think I have mixed it. Program 1 and Program 2. Ish. It's okay though. I will just go straight to general findings and general recommendations. Finding number 1, the department must receive the department received 10 successive clean audits. And the general recommendation, the political and administrative leadership of the department is commended for such performance and must continue with it. Finding number 2, the overall budget allocated to the department amounts to 153 million and is deemed to be insufficient to execute expanded mandate of the department, Honorable Mvoko. The department must utilize all the funds effectively and efficiently while continuing motivating for more funds from the provincial treasury. I hereby table the report for your consideration, members. Thank you so much, Honorable.
All right, thank you, Honorable Kaya. Any clarities to the committee? To the MEC? Honorable Evers?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. My question to the Honorable MEC, considering the ongoing rise in crime within the province and the allocation of approximately 72% of the budget towards compensation of employees, what plans does his department have in place to potentially review its current staff complement in order to intensify efforts to combat crime in the province? I thank you.
Honorable MC.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker and Honorable Member. The funding of personnel is provided through the SAPS. The mandate of the department is to play an oversight role over the department. It is a labor-intensive department as it plays oversight, and therefore we need more capacity because we've got almost about 200 now police stations in the province. I'm not saying anything about the courts that must be visited by staff members to look at the cases that are closed and all that, and review dockets if they were closed on the for good reasons and all those kind of things. So that's the issue. We need more resources than less resources, and therefore the structure as it is not bloated. We need to strengthen oversight because the performance of SAPS, in fact, is a demonstration of the contribution of oversight to strengthen SAPS, hence its effectiveness in some areas and improvement in its performance. Because with the killing of the late Chief Whip, immediately the cops effected an arrest of 2 hitmen and the so-called mastermind. As I stand here today, the third suspect, third hitman, has been arrested and found with illegal firearms. That's how effective SAPS is becoming, which is a process. It's not going to be. I know others are shaking their heads because they don't appreciate when progress is being made. They only see bad all the time. That's in their nature. We can't help them.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. I now call upon the Democratic Alliance. Oh, sorry. Honorable Mhlaba.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I see there's a lot of love in this house this morning. Just a question on Programme 2. What was the decision to shift approximately 1.9 million from Programme 2 to procure the tools of trade for the departmental officials, especially if they're addressing the high rise in crime in our province, funds that could have been obviously more effective in crime combating? What was behind it, the decisions why that shift of the 1.9 million? Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Honorable MEC, you have 1 minute.
Yeah, honourable members, can I through you ask that honourable members must learn to listen? Because I just said here, what is the mandate of the department? Those tools are provided through SAPS. You're asking the same question now. Because the transfer is made so that the department the officials have the tools of trade to effective oversight, to strengthen oversight. That is what I just said. Any other tools about crime combating would come then from the budget of SAPS. So,
Honorable Kasim. Uzofunda. Mistake. Yes, Honorable. You have, yeah, 13, yes.
Don't be jealous, MEC. Honorable Deputy Speaker, let me begin this debate by quoting my most favorite quote of today, which comes from the MEC of this department, Honorable Mhlaba. The MEC says, when we stand here, we must at least have the decency to speak the truth. And in that spirit, it's important for me to deal with the mistruths that have been brought before this House today. And I'm going to start with the MEC through you, Deputy Speaker. The MEC says that members have the audacity to stand here and deny the realities of the privilege that was accrued by the beneficiaries of apartheid. And yet not a single member has done that. And I'll speak on behalf of the Democratic Alliance. The DA has always maintained that there must be effective redress in order to ensure that those within our communities, see, they don't want to listen, Honorable Deputy Speaker, because it goes against their lies, that there is effective redress for those who are currently disadvantaged, not for the politically connected to the ANC, who must only benefit from the state. It must be for South Africans who are currently disadvantaged. But I think even worse, the biggest lie by the Honorable Tebekana, who stood here and had the audacity to equate members of the opposition with the apartheid government. And I would like to educate through you, Honorable Tebekana, because she's not going to get the education from her own members today. The Democratic Alliance predecessor party was the PFP, Progressive Federal Party, not the National Party. The National Party ended up in the ANC. The National Party, go and Google it, Honorable Tebekana, if you don't believe me. Martinus van Schalkwyk led members of the National Party into coalition with the ANC because they were the National Party of Apartheid, and the National Party, ANC Nationalist Congress, found each other in the ANC. And I will advise the Honorable Tebekana to go and read on what her former leader, Nelson Mandela, said about Helen Suzman, who is a former leader of our predecessor party, to understand that the DA's history was one of opposing apartheid, was one of fighting, just as the ANC did, for the reforms that were needed to ensure that it never returns to South Africa. But the reason why the ANC keeps repeating these lies is because they are failing in government, and they need to somehow conjure up a boogeyman and lie to our people. But our people are not being lied to anymore, Honorable Deputy Speaker. And let me use this debate as an example. The Honorable MEC says that it is because of his department that SAPS is making progress. And yet, if you have to look at the conviction rate within our province, and if you have to look at the murder rate within our province, just the other day, 12-year-old Michelle Ambral was raped, murdered, and dumped in a field. And yet the MEC has the audacity to come and tell lies that his department is responsible for SAPS making progress. And I'm going to quote from his own annual report of the previous financial year, page 28. Only 13.6% of the recommendations made to SAPS by his department were implemented. 13.6%. It's not even a 30% pass rate. And the MEC will tell us that no, this has got to do with public works and SAPS national issues. But what he won't tell you is that public works is an implementing agent. Public works can only build infrastructure where a department, a beneficiary department, has provided a budget to do that. Can only do that. When it comes to police stations, can only do that. So you can't have it both ways, MEC. You can't say your department is responsible for SAPS making progress, and then on the other hand say that only 13.6% of the recommendations are implemented because it's a SAPS national issue. It cannot work both ways.
Honorable Kasim.
Sir, Honorable Deputy Speaker, may the honorable member just drink water. Thank you.
No, continue.
So I suppose it is important, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to analyze why the MEC is making the claims that he's doing. And this is an ANC sickness in government. The ANC sickness in government is to create large bureaucracies where they can employ officials upon officials upon officials as part of their cadre deployment program, instead of investing money on frontline service delivery. And the MEC will come, I'm sure, stand here and say, no, that's exceeding my mandate of oversight. But I'm going to compare it to the Western Cape under the DA, Provincial Government of Community Safety, and let's make some comparisons. Our Department of Community Safety is spending 72% of its budget on cost of employment. But it goes further than that. When you look at the manner in which that money is being spent, 705,000 Rand is the average salary of the 110 million Rand spent on employees in his department. And he's got 13 millionaire managers that are earning a combined 26 million Rand with an average of over 2 million Rand per annum. The Western Cape Provincial Comparative Department is only spending 23.88% of their budget on cost of employment. Let's look at what they spend in their budget on instead. 350 million Rand on their LEAP program, even though SAPS is a national competency to employ police officers. The Western Cape government has recognized that SAPS is failing under the ANC, and therefore it's investing its own money in order to put boots on the ground, leap officers in crime hotspots in order to support the efforts of SAPS. 24.2 million rand on the Chrysalis program. I visited the Chrysalis Academy. We don't have an academy like that in the Eastern Cape, where young people are taken from disadvantaged backgrounds and are taken to the Chrysalis Academy in order to be trained and in order to be deployed as part of the provincial government's programs where they are adding their own boots to the ground, unlike our province. 5.9 million rand on neighborhood and farm watch capacitation. 12.8 million rand on K9 units, provincial K9 units, not SAPS K9 units, their own provincial K9 units. 10.1 million rand on rural LEAP officers. 31.9 million rand on their own EPWP program. And 9.3 million rand on an ombudsman in the Western Cape to hold those accountable that seek to utilize the authority in order to mistreat all of our people. And instead, our province wants to spend millions and millions of rands not on trying to do something about the problem, the uselessness of SAPS in dealing with this undercapacitation, not being given the tools to ensure that our men in blue are actually supported to do their work. So instead of supporting them, we want to stand up here and we want to lie. But I've got some good news, Honorable Deputy Speaker. On the 22nd of July, the National Assembly adopted a report which stemmed from a petition that we had tabled as the Democratic Alliance from my office to National Parliament about the issues that we are facing on law enforcement in our province. And this report was adopted with the support of a number of parties, and I want to thank those parties for supporting this report, because it now compels the Minister of Police to implement the recommendations of the report. And I'm going to read out some of those recommendations. SAPS must urgently address staffing, equipment, and capacity gaps in the Eastern Cape's anti-gang unit. Our MEC isn't fighting this, we were fighting for this. And crime intelligence structures, specifically in Nelson Mandela Bay. A progress report on steps taken to implement the recommendations should be submitted by the end of July. We are now going to ask about that progress report. SAP should prioritize forensic processing in drug-related cases and intensify school-based anti-drug operations, but across the province. SAPS must enforce accountability for officer misconduct and expand psychological support services to officers. And SAPS must engage the Department of Justice to assess and, if necessary, reform bail policies in relation to gang and drug-related offences. A report on this engagement must be submitted to the Portfolio Committee of Police. This is adopted by the National Assembly from a petition that we... No. I will send... Honourable Deputy, I will send, because the MEC, I know he's got two departments and his focus might be split. And our people are asking, why is he not fighting? Why is he not fighting when we are under siege in our province? I now understand he's ill-informed. I will send him the report because it mentions where the petition comes from, and he cannot, because it's in writing, he cannot deny where it comes from. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the point... Can I be protected, Honourable Deputy Speaker, please?
Honourable members, he's only left with 1 minute and a few seconds. Let's be patient. Please, honourable members. Continue, Honourable Kasim.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, you know, it would almost be funny if it wasn't tragic that whilst our people are dying, this is the behavior that we are being subjected to. Of course we care. And that is why we will continue, Honourable Deputy Speaker, to fight for the interests of our people. Our people know that the MEC is absent in this battle. We will continue to fight for the interests of our people, and we cannot support this budget. This budget is a cadre employment budget. It is not a budget that is going to stop crime in our province. And I'm going to say something in closing, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Millions of rands are spent in this budget. 2 million rand is set aside, according to the MEC's own responses to my IQPs, every year for the security of his department. Who is securing our people in our communities? Over 3 million rand spent for the MEC to go on radio interviews and to put flowery, no, it's here in the budget, flowery adverts in the newspapers. How is that protecting the people of our province? Honorable Deputy Speaker, let me say the following in closing.
Thank you.
Our people can see through how this government claims to represent our people but are doing nothing for our people. And come the next elections, just as they remove them nationally as the majority party, they're going to remove them in the Eastern Cape as the majority party, so that their own dignity can be expressed in the way that we spend the money of our province. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now call upon the EFF, Honorable Chocho. Honorable Chocho, you have 9 minutes.
Enkosi Deputy Speaker, manibulise ku-EFF battalions zikhokhelwe imbokodo u-Honorable Njoli, ndibulise kwimpula zikalujaca ezisithumileyo molweni nonke. The EFF stand here to reject this budget for the Department of Community Safety with absolute conviction. This is not a budget that protects the people of the Eastern Cape. It is a budget that protects administrative offices while our communities drown in violence and pain. The latest crime statistic paint a grim picture. The Eastern Cape continues to record the highest murder rate in the country. Isodlula, iGauteng, neKwaZulu Natal. Towns such as Mthatha, Lusikisiki, Ingcobo, and Motherwell zizisulu zolophulomthetho, kuquka ukubulala, ukudlwengula, ne-extortion. Stock theft continues to devastate our rural economy. Ukuchachazwa komama nabantwana akunqandeki, yet victim-friendly rooms ezenzelwe ukuxhasa amaxhoba remain underfunded and poorly staffed. Despite these realities, the department's 2025-2026 budget increased by only 12 million to 153 million, a figure that is completely not enough to address the province's expanding safety crisis. More so, when they lamented for day one that the allocation of community safety being less than 2% of the provincial budget, was a spit in the face of our people. We at this point do not know what to make of this. Le report ithetha phambi kwethu isixelela ukuba 72% of the department's budget iginywe yimivuzo, exceeding the recommended norm of 60%. This leaves a critical underfunded allocation for goods and services. The very resources needed for police stations, equipment, and victim supports. Eyona ixhalabisayo yokuba i-department has a high staff turnover rate of nearly 14% and currently has 30 vacant funded posts ezikhala umoya. This undermines stability and effectiveness at a time when our communities need policing more than ever. The report also exposes the dire state of victim-friendly rooms which remain poorly resourced across the province, failing survivors of gender-based violence who deserve dignity and justice. Okungumnqa kukuqhubeka nokungahoywa kwamalungu e-Community Policing Forum. Despite being frontline defenders of community safety, CPF members receive no stipends or formal support. Kulonyaka uphelileyo amalungu amathandathu e-Community Police Forum abulawa ngolungenalusini kuqumbu bekhusela abantu. This government silence and inaction to ensure the same fate does not befall others is an unforgivable betrayal kumaqhawe asishiyayo, their families and those currently in the front lines. The department boasts of 10 consecutive clean audits, but audits alone do not save lives. We do not need a government that prioritizes pleasing auditors over protecting citizens, and something has got to change. The committee recommends several necessary actions, yet the department's budget and action do not reflect urgency or meaningful change. For instance, the department must comply with the 60-40% budget norm to improve service delivery, yet the report shows this is not being met. The department must also fill all vacant posts swiftly, ensure proper resources of victim-friendly rooms, and deploy new police constable to areas in most need. These are minimum requirements, not luxuries. Yes, despite these known gaps and failures, the department continues to cut budget for safety promotion and refuses to provide stipends for CPF members. Honorable Deputy Speaker, ulwaphulomthetho eMpuma Koloni ayingomanani nje, it is a war on the poor, kubafazi on rural communities. The Department of Community Safety is failing in its duty to protect the people it serves. We can't accept a budget that fails to sufficiently resource police stations, that ignores the desperate need of victims of gender-based violence, that refuses to properly support community defenders on the front line. The economic freedom fighters reject this budget on its current form. We demand immediate payment of stipend to CPF members, full staffing of police stations in critical areas, urgent resourcing of victim-friendly rooms, and comprehensive well-funded crime prevention strategy, targeting extortionist syndicates, construction mafias, and all forms of violence. Until these demands are met, this budget remains a betrayal of the people of the Eastern Cape and those who have lost their lives trying to defend them. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I will now call upon the PA, Honorable Arams. You have 4 minutes, and it starts now.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Although there is a significant increase in the budget allocation for the department still indicated in the report that the allocation is not enough to run the operations as it is intended to. We are concerned with the fact that 72% of the budget is used towards salaries of employees instead as of 60% as per norm, which means the goods and services will suffer because of limited budget being made available. We have noticed the high turnover of staff in the department and would request that mechanisms should be put in place to retain experienced employees that are in a position to transfer skills to the new employees. We are delighted that the position of head of department is filled because this will bring stability in the management of the department and ensuring that plans get implemented and that vacant posts are being filled according to the approved and funded organogram. Our recommendations would always be that government departments should assist each other in the smooth running and implementation of strategic and service delivery plans. And we take note of the budget support given to the department by public service and administration as well as from EPWP. We are pleased with the planned provision by the National SAPS to provide the province with 1,160 constables, which will greatly assist with the high crime levels that we are currently experiencing as a province, with specific focus on areas like Nelson Mandela Bay. We would also like to request that Nelson Mandela Bay be really assisted in establishing the community policing forum because it is much needed in all areas of the metro. We appreciate commitment by the department in training these community policing forums and request that the training for the 3 outstanding districts be done as a matter of urgency. We are requesting that the shortage of police officers at some police stations and the shortage of tools of trade be addressed as a matter of urgency. We cannot have police stations running on empty while our communities are dying under violent crime. It is the constitutional mandate of the department to provide the necessary support to victims that comes to the police station for assistance, and it is with sadness that we note that the police stations don't have adequate provision in the form of victim support rooms when they go to police stations to report violations. As a province, we need to have a consultation process with communities to get an understanding of where we lack as a department and how we can best address their needs. We are aware that the shortage of staff and resources impacts negatively on the manner that we deliver services, but we also need to understand how we can best combat the high levels of violent crimes in our communities, whether we do this in conjunction with other relevant departments and stakeholders, but we need to look at possibilities to bring the crime levels down. While the department is looking into partnering with universities to do research on the approach to challenges faced by the department in executing their mandate, they should also look into employing the very same people that they use to assist them with doing research. Universities at times make use of their master's and PhD students to conduct research at university level. Those students can be employed. In closing, the PA would like to congratulate the department on their 10 successive clean audits and simultaneously state that we support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Arams. I will now call upon the MKP, Honorable Mhlaba. You have 3 minutes, Honorable Mhlaba. It starts now.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, the Eastern Cape Province crime decreased by 1165 cases in comparison with the same period in 2024. In sexual offenses, rape is reduced by 2.4%. Honorable Speaker, rape is a serious offense. It needs to be addressed urgently because it strips off the dignity of women and children. Rape is evil, whether it is reduced. All what is needed is total eradication of rape so that our children and women can live in peace without fear. Honorable Speaker, some police stations do not have friendly rooms. This advantages the victims in presenting their statements, and some are thrown out by the courts because of poor presentation by the NPA. Honorable Speaker, in the case of illegal firearms, it's serious also. People are killed, and some offenses, no one is arrested. This is bad. Families are in trauma. Surely the reduction is not enough. We need a total removal of this firearm. It is not enough at all. Life is a gift from God, and no one has a right to take it from anyone. It is a given right. We hope this budget will assist in removing this wrongdoing in our communities, including in our offices, in all spheres of government, especially local government, because it's where these wrongdoings are happening the most. The Eastern Cape Province, in sexual offenses, surely will be able to work hard so that this can be dropped down with immediate effect. Honorable Chairperson, the time has come for us so that even in these council chambers, in these chambers, to go out and in this house, to go out, right? And begin to speak about these things in our communities, because these things are totally killing us. The implementation of recommendation in this report need to be implemented as a matter of urgent, as our children are living in dangerous situation. Honorable Chair, we call for more funds to be allocated in this department so that people can do more, and also a total monitoring from these financial vampires who steal from the poor. So it needs total monitoring. We have to be very careful and understand that
Thank you.
this money is for the people.
Thank you,
MKP
Honorable Mhlaba.
support the report.
Honorable Mhlaba, did they hear you on the very last part? Okay. Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. But no, it's fine. Honorable Mankahla, I now call upon the African National Congress, Honorable Mankahla.
Yes. Okay.
Honorable Mhlaba, on a lighter note, don't allow this thing of being called Mkhwenyana. People are watching at home. Remember, I said something about Facebook and things. So you must call that into order, because those that are on Facebook, they're at home. Thank you. Your 20 minutes starts now, Honorable Mankahla.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to you. Greetings to our executive led by our acting premier, our, our chief whip, all members of the House, all members of the legislature. Greetings to our facilitators, our support staff, members at the gallery, our community members, and our media, and all peoples at home. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I rise today with pride on behalf of the African National Congress, the movement of the people, the vanguard of transformation, and the custodian of South Africa's democratic breakthrough. Honorable Speaker, community safety has never been an afterthought for the ANC since 1994. Our government has made significant strides in transforming the security architecture of our country from one that served the few to one that serves all South Africans. Through the establishment of democratic policing structures, community policing forums, and a people-centered approach to safety, we laid the foundation for inclusive accountability safety systems. The ANC-led government recognizes that safety is not just about policing, it's about socio-economic transformation, youth empowerment, and rebuilding broken communities. It is within this context that we view the 2025-2026 budget, Vote 15 of the Department of Community Safety. We welcome the total budget of 153,975 million, a reflection of the ANC government commitment to the principles of safety, dignity, and social justice. This increase is not just a financial allocation, it is a political investment in the lives of our people. We note with satisfaction that this budget is aligned with the department's 2025 to 2030 strategic plan, annual performance plan, and operational plan documents crafted to reflect the vision of the National Development Plan and the ANC's commitment to a safe, united, and prosperous South Africa. Honorable member, the ANC government has ensured that the leadership vacuum at the helm of the department was decisively addressed. The appointment of a permanent HOD and approval of a new organizational structure reflect our movement. Emphasis on stable, accountable, and ethical governance. Yes, we acknowledge that the budget for Program 1 has decreased by 1.2%, but this is not a sign of regression. It is part of our broader strategy of fiscal consolidation, ensuring that every rand works for the people. We commend the department for filling 118 out of 148 funded posts. The ANC government continues to open the doors of opportunity through the EPWP allocation of 3,307 million, empowering our communities and creating jobs where they are needed most. The ANC plays an active role in ensuring that the executive remains accountable and that public funds are used efficiently. These are not just administrative issues. They are political directives grounded in ANC's vision of a capable development state. Honorable Speaker, let it be known that the ANC does not only believe in safety as a policy, it believes in it as a right that was denied to the majority under apartheid, and one which we are restoring every day. Through this budget, through this oversight, and through these programs, the ANC-led government continues to build safer environment for women, children, and the vulnerable. Support victims of gender-based violence, integrate communities into safety planning. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, this report confirms that the department is aligned with the vision and priorities of the ANC governance. While challenges exist, we are satisfied. We call on this House to adopt the report of the Portfolio Committee. We further call on all public servants and civil society stakeholders to work together to realize the ANC's vision of safe, thriving, and peaceful communities. We will continue to build not just departments, but capable, people-centered institutions of hope and transformation. Let us work together on this journey towards a safer Eastern Cape and a better South Africa. We rise in support of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Community Safety. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mangahla. I now call upon the MEC responsible for community safety, Honorable Ngata. Honorable Ngata,
Thank
you
you.
have 10 minutes.
Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Once again, I stand on the protocol as established. And express my great honor and privilege again once more to stand before the House to accept the budget report tabled by the Portfolio Committee as led by Honorable Chair Gaya. Honorable members, I am pleased to inform this esteemed House that the SAPS have successfully arrested 3 individuals as I've indicated. Now there are 4 individuals for the shooting and killing of the ANC Chief Whip of a Malahleni local municipality. I commend the SAPS for this diligent effort in apprehending the individuals who committed this crime. We hope that the arrest of these perpetrators will lead to successful prosecution so that the bereaved family can find closure and justice. Once again, honorable members, this serves as a reminder of our stance that if you commit a crime in our province, you will be arrested. And furthermore, if you attack the police, they will ensure that you face the consequences. And these are the issues that are quite important to recognize progress that SAPS is making, especially for all of us who belong into this accountability ecosystem, which is the MEC, the Portfolio Committee, IPID, PSC, AG and all that. It's important to recognize that process because it's an outcome of this oversight role that we're playing and not opportunistically throw away that progress. For the building of confidence in the justice system is quite critical in the whole fight against crime and in the whole fight to ensure access to justice in our country. And therefore, it is quite very important. It's not like we have got an alternative security where there's a gangster group you might belong to. South Africans depend entirely on SAPS and other security apparatus. You can't then speak every time you fail to recognize progress, every time you throw stones, every time you don't recognize when they are doing well. And those are some of the things that are important, to recognize even your own achievements and don't throw them away. And the HOD, our new HOD Mbambo, your achievements are being stolen in front of you. He is the first head of the department in the Western Cape who built that department from scratch. And the DA found that department there. He is the first to build the academy that they speak about there. What is important is an appreciation of this reality. That those who are able to build, they do so out of an additional own revenue. They have that revenue because they are industrialized, they are able to collect more tax. They are industrialized on the back of the people of the Eastern Cape who went and sweat and slave in those provinces, earning fish and chips wages. And those are some of the realities. And that's why it's important that let's appreciate the work done by the ANC there and building that work going forward. The work done by the ANC government. No, the ANC HOD. I am pleased, Honorable Chair, let me express my sincere gratitude to the committee for their honorable consideration of our budget.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Creating safer communities.
Yes, Honorable Kasim.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, is the Honorable MEC willing to take a question about his comment saying it's an ANC HOD? Is he willing to take a question on that, please? I wasn't aware we've got ANC HODs. I thought we just have HODs.
Imani members, wait members. Honorable MEC is equal to this task. Let's allow him to respond to Honorable Kasim.
ANC HOD.
Imani, honorable members. Imani. Honorable Ngata. Unfortunately.
Oh, he's afraid, ne? Okay.
Thank you.
Can I proceed, Chair?
Should we proceed, Honorable MEC?
Honorable members, our efforts in combating crime are beginning to show positive results, as evidenced by the slight decreases in some of the 17 community-reported crimes. Statistics have released so far have made an indication to this effect. When you recognize this progress, it does not say there are no people who get killed, who get affected by crime. It's to appreciate the progress that is being made. And therefore, it's quite important that people must avoid the distortion that people do, as if when you say there's progress, it means there's no person who has been killed yesterday, or, and all those kind of issues. That's not what we say. For a fight against crime is a collective effort, and it's a process, it's not an event. And the fight against crime requires a wide range of issues besides police. It requires the community, it requires public representatives, it requires the whole mobilization of society as a fight against crime. And therefore, it must be understood in that context. And therefore, that is why a key component of our strategy to combat crime is to encourage collaboration between our communities and law enforcement agencies. Hence the launch of Musa Ukuthula Kusonakala campaign. It's an appreciation of this reality. We are committed to holding anti-crime engagements under the Musa Ukuthula Kusonakala campaign, and the welcoming support we received from the community is remarkable. Last week, I convened 2 important stakeholder engagements in Dr. Kluma local municipality and OR Tambo municipality. The areas of Mhlaba and Delasil and Dr. Kluma local municipality are struggling with serious crimes such as gender-based violence, femicide and murder, rape, and stock theft. After extensive discussion, we developed a clear plan to combat crime in the municipality, and the communities have pledged their support for our efforts. I just want to underline that the shutdown of Mhlaba by certain group there is totally unacceptable and is illegal. It will not be allowed going forward. There is an interdict in place which they continue to violate. And we have agreed that that is not going to happen going forward. The police have a responsibility to enforce the law, not to negotiate the law. And that's the task that they have. And in OR Tambo district, we held an engagement following a decisive plan to address crime. The feedback we received again from the stakeholders in OR Tambo has been encouraging, with some expressing that siyakwazi ukulala ngoku eMthatha, indicating that they can feel safe and that businesses were closed there, including legal practices, including garages, are now open. As a result of this progress, which is being denied by some, exactly, indicating that they feel safe. This is the kind of intervention we aim to achieve in our province. We are working to reduce crime in OR Tambo, and thanks to the strong support from our people and the collaboration of stakeholders. Both in Jogabi and OR Tambo, the issue of stock theft is a deep crisis, and that is something we want to strengthen our efforts in focusing to it. Because we know what it means. I know people who have died after losing inkomo zabo. Umuntu agula vele asweleke. So we know how close this to our communities, and we'll ensure that we escalate the fight in this regard. And as I draw a conclusion, Honorable Chair, honorable members, it is important that we do not hide our successes from the public, as I've said. As Amika Cabral once said, I quote, hide nothing from the masses of our people, tell no lies wherever they are told, mask no difficulties, mistakes or failures, claim no easy victories. Today, I am pleased to inform this august House that the perpetrators of the horrific Lusikisiki accidents are appearing in court this week to answer for their actions. We once again applaud our police for their tireless efforts in arresting and apprehending these individuals. The actions they committed in Lusikisiki will never be forgotten. Therefore, we are extremely pleased that they are finally facing the full might of the law. We are making a clarion call for our communities to continue to use the extortion line to report criminals so that we can apprehend more perpetrators. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we want to assure this esteemed House and Portfolio Committee on Community Safety that we will work diligently in implementing the resolutions of this report. These recommendations will help us to fulfill our mandate of creating safer and more secure Eastern Cape Province. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, I put the report. Any objections? Thank you. Honorable members, as you remember that there was a motion that was tabled before us. There was a slight mistake which occurred. We will now go straight to human settlements. I will now request the secretary to read the third order of the days according to the rearrangement that was done before we started. Okay.
Consideration of vote number 11, Human Settlements Appropriation Bill.
Thank you so much. I will now call upon Honorable Tuabu to present the report.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Good morning to, oh, it's already afternoon. Good afternoon to you, to the acting Premier, ex-co present, all honorable members in the House, and the top administration of government present, and the team assisting proceedings in the House. I take this time, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and present the report from the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements, a department where the Honorable MEC is trying at her level best to implement a very important clause of the Freedom Charter, which says there shall be houses, security, and comfort. The department, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is allocated an amount of 2,368,842, an amount that is split among the four programs of the department. Getting straight to the report, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the first one on administration, I will talk to the finding, first one, which says the department is facing significant decreases in this current budget on goods and services and in CAPEX budget, which therefore the decrease will have a catastrophic impact on the operations of the department, as board votes are mainly driven by contractual obligations. Then on recommendations, the committee is saying the department must ensure that it prioritizes the budget allocated to critical areas where it will be able to effectively spend the allocated budget. The next recommendation in the same program is that the department must, within its available budget and in filling of the PCMT approved posts, prioritize the filling of critical and essential posts. The other one that I go through is that the department must submit a clear plan with timelines on how it will meet the target of employment of people with disabilities. Is showing a struggle in this allocation. The second program on human settlements, delivery, planning, and performance. Then I go to the finding. First one, there is a slow pace of updating the housing needs register, as the department depends on information received from municipalities. Then the committee is recommending that the department must work closely with municipalities and provide them with the necessary support in updating the housing needs register and assist those municipalities to do that do not have housing function. The department must also conduct training for councillors, empowering them on how to update housing needs register. Then, Honorable Deputy Speaker, let me go to the third program. I'll go straight to recommendations in this program. The department must ensure that it improves 50-50 female representation in senior management level. The department must set realistic targets on social facilitation that are consistent with the number of projects that are run by the department. The department must roll out a massive marketing and communication program to educate communities on the first-time owners program and individual housing subsidies program across the province. The department must consider adjusting the target. This one on finding D, the department has set an annual target of 449 temporary shelters to be erected for dispute cases. This target appears to be significantly understated, given the fact that temporary structures are not meant to respond to dispute cases only, but also in cases of disasters which have become frequent in the province. Hence, the committee is then recommending the adjustment of that target to accommodate what the committee is saying. Then the next recommendation, the department must strengthen its project management capacity, particularly in implementing informal settlement upgrade projects. A turnaround strategy must be submitted to the committee within 30 days of the adoption of the report. Then the next one, the department must enforce consequence management for non-performing contractors and ensure that proper processes are followed to blacklist non-repenting contractors. And then the next one, the department must continue to engage the security cluster to find long-lasting solutions to this crisis. I think I must really indicate what the crisis is here about, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The finding is saying the department is still facing a recurring challenge of extortion in ongoing projects, causing the inspectors and workers of the department to be unable to conduct inspection and quality control in the sites where it is doing work. Hence, the committee is recommending that each department must engage security cluster so that it becomes assisted in this challenge. The fourth program, Deputy Speaker, on human settlement property and asset management, if I go to the recommendations that the committee is making, the department must engage the municipalities of the affected towns to ensure that they prioritize provision of bulk services. As bulk services, Deputy Speaker, hinder the progress in terms of providing top structures, especially in some towns, in some of the regions in the province. The department must establish a formal and coordinated partnership with COGTA and SALGA to ensure that its relationship with the municipalities improve. The department must consider adjusting the budget allocated to tribunal in line with spending trends in the past 2 financial years of that entity. Then the department must provide the committee with a plan on how it will exercise oversight responsibilities over the tribunal and provide regular reports to the committee on their functions and activities. Then there's only one general finding, Honorable Deputy Speaker, which the department must explore creative ways of ensuring that the decrease in budget does not negatively affect service delivery. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the committee thanks all those who have made it possible and that this report is actually prepared. I table it for the House to discuss and probably adopt. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tuabu. Any clarities to the committee? To the MEC? Oh, okay. Honorable Kasim, Honorable Mokhatos.
I know MEC Lucity loves me very much. Through you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to the MEC, my question is that during the 24-25 financial year, 96 out of the 115 planned targets for the informal settlement upgrade partnership grant were not achieved. That's 96 out of the 115 planned targets. How will the Department of Human Settlements in this financial year ensure that it can achieve the targets, because there's 160 of them in the current financial year with the budget that we will be appropriating for the department? Thank you.
Honorable Mukhatosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, considering that the Department of Human Settlements 2025 budget has decreased by 568 million, and furthermore, noting that the HSDG and ISUBG accounts have also decreased by approximately 78.6% in this department's budget, how much of the HSDG and ISUBG will be used for the recent disasters in Ower Tambo and Nguma municipalities, and how will this affect the targets that have been set for this current financial year? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable City, now or later.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I'll respond to the ISUPG one, the one that relates, I think, to the percentage of the grant that goes to the disaster. I think in the speech we do touch on that, and I think it will respond to him. But to answer Honorable Kasim, no. The problem with the ISUPG and the targeting in the 24-25 financial year is that the target was speaking on to upgrading up to phase 5. We have changed how we've put our targets so that we are able to account on the work that we are doing on the upgrading of the informal settlements. And we have specific targets for phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. So in that way, you are able to measure the work that is done on the program, and you don't wait until you get to phase 5, which is the establishment of the top structures. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. I will now call upon the Democratic Alliance, Honorable King. Honorable King, you have 13 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable MEC, and members of this esteemed House, I stand here as one of the First Nations of this country, South Africa. We have been robbed during the apartheid era, but also we are being robbed under this current government called the ANC. In his State of the Province address, the Honorable Premier stated the Eastern Cape is a province under construction. Honorable Speaker, if the Eastern Cape is indeed a province under construction, then the Department of Human Settlement is undoubtedly its most unreliable contractor. The theme of this budget is clear: under-commit, under-deliver. The Department of Human Settlements have made a sport of underperformance. This department was allocated 2,369,842,000 for this financial year, which is a decrease of 1.2% from the previous financial year. In a province of over 600,000 housing backlogs, this budget, as in the previous 2 financial years, is falling short in closing the housing backlog gap. Despite repeated commitments to address the province's critical housing backlog, year after year, the department continues to reduce its targets while still failing to meet them. In 2023-24, the department failed to deliver 902 houses. In 2024-25, the shortfall increased to 1,391 houses. Worse still, the department will deliver 1,314 fewer B&G housing units in 2025-26 and 2,274 fewer site service. These are deliberately reduced targets. That is 2,668 houses, 2,668 promises broken, and 2,668 families betrayed by empty rhetoric. In Breitbach, families have been waiting since 2012 for the completion of their homes. That is 13 years of waiting. And according to the MEC's response to oral questions, the wait will continue. Die begunstigde van die Breitbach behuisingsprojek voel elke dag die swaar van wantroue wanneer hulle na onklaar huise kyk en ook nie eens te praat van wat hulle substandaarde huise ontvang het nie, waar die strontwaterbeul fondasie uitloop, waterpype wat nie behoorlik gekoppel is nie, elektrisiteit wat so sleg gekoppel is dat hulle bang is vir hul lewens en mure wat 18 maande later uitmekaar val. Is dit nou regverdig? Is dit geregtigheid? Dit is 'n oproep aan hierdie departement om behuising nie net as 'n projek te hanteer nie, maar as 'n konstitusionele reg. Honorable Speaker, this is poor service delivery, poor planning, and a gross dereliction of duty. Every house represents a possibility to have ownership of an asset. Ownership is only realized once there is a title deed in hand. Yet the targets to deliver title deeds are not met, increasing over 50,000 title deed backlog faced by our province. According to the department's own admission, the deeds office required just 10 working days to issue title deeds, provided that the property has been properly registered. However, the committee was repeatedly informed that the process is severely hindered at local government level. Many municipalities lack proper structure, housing office, making it difficult for residents to retrieve lost title deeds or track existing applications. Additionally, the absence of qualified town planners in several municipalities has led to significant delays in municipal sign-off processes for land acquisition, further compounding the backlog in title issuance. The persistent failure by municipalities to shape up to meet the housing delivery targets is depriving the most vulnerable in our society to own a house. Delays in delivery is delay in dignity. Honourable Deputy Speaker, let's not forget that those units are reflected in the budget are homes, not just construction sites. Another thorn in the side of the delivery in the failure by municipality to fast-track the housing register, the prevention of department from making accurate estimates where housing projects should be directed. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I've stood at this platform on numerous occasions calling for an integrated biometric verification system linking the Department of Human Settlements, district municipalities, home affairs, and social development offices to fast-track verification on the needs register. MEC, the ball is now in your court. The department's budget should reflect its mandate and duty to the people of the Eastern Cape. Anything less is a gross injustice. Honourable Deputy Speaker, in June, the people of Mhlaba was ravaged by devastating floods. Over 100 people lost their lives. To the department's own admission, a total of 4,724 temporary housing units for the provision of emergency housing are needed by the displaced communities across the district, costing 461 million rand. And yet, only 2% of the department's budget has been allocated for disaster response. The department has set a target of 449 temporary shelters to be erected for disasters. Honourable Deputy Speaker, by no means is this sufficient. Worse still, this means that when the next storm will hit, the department will be ill-prepared again. These tragic floods serve as a stark reminder of our vulnerability to climate change, and it presents an opportunity to venture into innovative, sustainable building materials like biochar cladding, synthetic spider silk, self-healing concrete, translucent wood, pollution-absorbing bricks, and Martian concrete. These materials are already revolutionizing the built environment. In the rural town of Aiduchwa, we have a state-of-the-art preschool built from 2-liter plastic bottles, cemented with synthetic spider silk and Martian cement. The possibilities are endless. Honourable Deputy Speaker, in a budget and policy speech, the MEC stated the department have enjoyed 5 consecutive years without cases of fraud and corruption. Yet on record, the department have 13 reported cases of defaulting contractors. Moreover, the department 1.6 billion rand partnership with housing development agencies serves as a glaring example of further institutional failure. This agreement was intended to upgrade 115 informal settlements across 6 regions of the Eastern Cape. The intended scope of work included provision of electricity, bulk infrastructure development, land acquisition, and issuing of title deeds. To the department's own admission, 89 million rand has been spent of acquiring land in Sunday's River Valley, Koga, Mhlaba, and Greykai local municipality. Honourable Speaker, as it stands today, of the 1.6 billion rand allocated, over 1.3 billion rand has been spent. To date, 97 out of 115 projects, a staggering 84%, remains incomplete. Even more concerning is the department has admitted that no formal performance audits were conducted during the project's life cycle. The department is now scrambling to repair damage after willingly ceding control and oversight of over 1.6 billion rand in public funds. It does not stop there. For the current financial year, a target of 116 for ISOP expenditure is planned. Yet the ISUPG budget has decreased by 14.8%. How does one increase targets? How does one increase the justified targets with a decreased budget? Honorable MEC, our people don't sleep on blueprints. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as a DA, we support this budget, but not blindly. It is a budget that sets bold targets and speaks the language of transformation. Yet these words ring hollow, unless they are backed by credible delivery. The department's continued underperformance cannot be overlooked, especially while communities remain in unlivable and undignified conditions. The support today is not a blanket one. It is a conditional endorsement tied to action, efficiency, and real outcome. Be assured, a watchful and critical eye will follow every commitment made, and this department will not stop to hold this department to account. Also, it is also a derelict on the MEC to appoint previous disgraced Councillor Faku to the Housing Tribunal. This is a person that was found guilty by the courts for misusing funds. How can we even look at appointing ANC cadres to a tribunal that has to listen to the needs of the people and their queries in housing? MEC, I thought much better of you than this. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable King. I now call upon Honorable Aloni from the EFF.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, again. And again, greetings to the EFF battalion led by Imbokoto, Uskona Njoli, the MECs, the honorable members, the support staff, and those watching us on the social media platforms. Honorable Deputy Speaker, again, I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to firmly reject the 2025-26 budget vote of the Department of Human Settlement in the Eastern Cape. This is a department that continues to fail the people of this province, particularly the rural poor, informal settlement dwellers, flood victims, and those on the housing waiting list for over the decade. And every year it returns to this house seeking more money while failing to account for the billions already spent or worse underspent. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this department over the past few years have consistently promised integrated, dignified, and people-centered human settlement. We're told about fast-tracking the eradication of mud houses, prioritizing post-disaster housing relief, and building inclusive housing for vulnerable groups. But before us tells a very different story. The department's overall budget has decreased by 1.2% with devastating cuts to its core programs. Planning has been slashed by 30.3%. Goods and services are down by 25.3%. Capital expenditure has dropped over 56%. These are not just numbers, they are the difference between a family getting shelter or spending another winter in a leaking shack. Honorable Deputy Speaker, and still the department has no realistic turnaround plan. Program after program is crumbling under poor implementation, vacant critical posts, weak contractor management, and chaotic project execution. It is unacceptable, Honorable Chair, that 85 posts remain vacant when the department's capacity is already overstretched. The norm is 10%, but this department seems comfortable operating below minimum functionality at 15% vacancies. Even worse, Honorable Speaker, the department has failed to meet the 3% employment target for persons with disabilities. This is a basic requirement of inclusive governance. It's quite alarming. This seems to be a trend across most departments, Honorable Deputy Speaker. What does this say about how this government views people living with disabilities? When it comes to housing development, the numbers are even more shocking. The department set a target of just 449 temporary shelters for the year, despite the increasing number of disasters in our province. What happens when the next storm hits? Where will our people go? Honorable Deputy Speaker, we also learned from the report that the department continues to face extortion and threats on the project sites. Yet to date, no comprehensive safety plan or interdepartmental security strategy has been presented to protect workers and ensure quality control. And honorable members, what future does the department have when it spends 5.5 million on a single housing policy, yet still fails to complete the housing needs register due to poor cooperation with municipalities? The very planning backbone of housing delivery is in tatters, and instead of intervention, we get stories. Whereas still in the entire senior management of housing development, there is no women. In a province where women are majority of grant recipients, homeowners, and informal settlement heads of households. This is beyond shameful. What does this say about how this department views women, Honorable Deputy Speaker? Let us also not forget the reality on the ground. Thousands of housing units remain unfinished or uninhabitable due to poor workmanship and contractor failure. In many small towns, there is no bulk infrastructure, meaning houses cannot be connected to water or sanitation after completion. The department's broken relationship with municipalities is a major barrier to delivery, but there is no clear intergovernmental framework to fix this. The department's own housing tribunal continues to underspend year after year, yet its budget has increased. And still there is no oversight plan from the department to ensure the tribunal meets its mandate. We must ask why we're being asked to approve this budget when the department has failed to spend what was previously allocated, has no credible implementation plans, and continues to shift blame for failures it should be accountable for. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we therefore reject this budget vote and propose that a reprioritized and costed implementation plan be tabled to this House within 30 days. Vacant posts be urgently filled, particularly in areas critical to project delivery and oversight. A province-wide audit of incomplete housing projects be conducted with the result published and tabled here within 90 days. The target for temporary housing be adjusted in line with the rising number of disasters and climate-related displacement. Honorable Speaker, the department need to ensure that 50% gender parity in senior management, beginning with upcoming appointments, and a formal structure for collaboration with municipalities be presented and monitored quarterly. We cannot continue to fund a department that builds half houses, shelters to few, fails to plan and blames everyone else. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Red Battalions. Thank you. Thank you. I now call upon the African National Congress, Honorable Lizo. Over to you, Honorable Lizo.
Greetings to you, Chair, as the Deputy Speaker of the House. Greeting to the Acting Premier, also the members of the Executive Council, together with the members of the Provincial Legislature. The Chief Whip of the leading party, I greet you all, comrades. On June this year, 2025, we celebrated the 70th anniversary of the adoption of the Freedom Charter. a clarion call and vision that gave us a sense of not only what our future nation state would look like, but our Eastern Cape too. As expressly stated in its preamble, that I quote, "Our people have been robbed of their birthright to land, liberty and peace by a form of government founded on injustice and inequality. That our country will never be prosperous or free until our people live in brotherhood, enjoying equal rights and opportunities," close quote. The 3,000 delegates to the Congress of the People in Cape Town demanded that all people should live in security and comfort in areas where they all have transport, road networks, access to healthcare, schools, playing fields, and other social amenities. Honorable Deputy Speaker, almost a year ago, we stood in this very same chamber to debate the Eastern Cape Department of Human Settlements budget, armed with determination and an unshakable belief in the ANC's capacity to deliver houses, security, and comfort to our people. We approved a substantial budget with a great optimism, believing we were continuing the vital work of dismantling apartheid's spatial form and building the non-racial democratic society envisioned in our Freedom Charter. That budget, Honorable Deputy Speaker, was meant to be a springboard to provide dignified housing for our people, transform our rural communities from sites of neglect into centers of development, and to ignite inclusive spatial transformation across the province of the Eastern Cape. As we meet here today, Honorable Deputy Speaker, faced with the same task of approving this year's budget allocation, our vision as the ANC remains unchanged, as in to ensure that every citizen in Eastern Cape, regardless of race, gender, socio-economic status, has access to adequate housing, basic services, and spatial freedom that apartheid denied our people for centuries. Honorable Deputy Speaker, colonialism and apartheid, they have exacted scars on the fabric of lives of our people in villages, towns, and cities across the Eastern Cape. And despite ongoing attempts to resist spatial justice and integration, we owe it to the volunteers and crafters of the vision of a non-racial future of the Congress of the People in 1955, and the beneficiaries of our current constitutional order, to stay engaged with all our people and actively facilitate their freedom to live where they choose and exercise their rights as enshrined in the Section 26 of the Constitution. We applaud the remarkable strides that the Eastern Cape Department of Human Settlements is making to upgrade informal settlements and deliver dignified housing, despite a severe constrained fiscal environment and the challenges posed by the recent natural disasters. The allocation of a 2.37 billion budget, comprising of 1.57 billion through the Human Settlements Development Grant and the 307.9 million for the Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership Grant, will continue to transform communities across our province over this financial year. With this year's allocation, the Eastern Cape Department of Human Settlements will oversee the upgrading of 160 informal settlements across our province, of which 30 of them will be on phase 1, 47 to phase 2, and 83 to phase 3. This progressive upgrading paves the way to essential amenities such as electricity, roads, refuse collection, water and sanitation for 26,107 households that were once trapped in asset poverty and spatial marginalization. The delivery of 4,970 breaking new ground housing units will provide decent houses for families earning less than 3,500, giving them the freedom to build their lives and own their homes in dignity. This represents our commitment to prioritize the working poor and the unemployed masses who apartheid condemned to overcrowded townships and informal settlements. Thus, we call on communities to work together with the ANC-led municipalities and our provincial government to participate constructively in planning processes while avoiding unlawful occupation of land, because unplanned settlements often create challenges in providing water, sanitation, healthcare facilities, roads, and other essential services that our people deserve. Honorable Deputy Speaker, to lend dignity to our people and protect them from arbitrary eviction, the ANC spearheaded the prevention of illegal eviction from an unlawful occupation of land act of 1998, ensuring that no family can be thrown onto the streets without a due process and alternative accommodation. We support the ongoing work to strengthen the legal frameworks that protect vulnerable communities while promoting orderly development that serves the public's interest rather than the private profit. We commend the department for the historic achievement of unblocking all 87 previously stalled projects, unlocking 12,759 housing units that will benefit plus minus 76,554 people across our province. This demonstrates what happens when competent leadership is combined with political will to deliver services to our people. Honorable members, in this financial year, we expect our department to continue accelerating the delivery of service sites, building on the 5,554 service sites that were delivered in the previous financial year. Honorable Speaker, statutes such as the Expropriation Act of number 13 of 2024 must be used legitimately and credibly to promote orderly spatial transformation and economic development in the human settlement sector, thus ensuring that well-located land parcels are availed for human settlement development. A strategic focus on acquiring well-located land, combined with our infrastructure development programs, will not be sufficient without taking decisive action to acquire vacant land parcels that are privately owned to ensure that it benefits the landless and the homeless. The strategic focus on land acquisition, combined with our infrastructure development program, will not be sufficient without decisive action to access well-located land currently held by private owners who leave it vacant for speculation while our people in the province are homeless. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we applaud the department for putting priority on military veterans, with 143 approved veterans set to receive housing in this financial year. The heroes of our liberation struggle deserve dignity and concrete recognition for their sacrifices. Honorable members, the recent floods in Mthatha and Badawi tested our government's disaster response capacity, and we are proud that our ANC-led government is sparing no effort to provide emergency sector and to begin long-term reconstruction efforts. Going forward, the implementation of alternative building technologies in disaster-prone areas will be a critical part of our approach to building climate-resilient communities. As the ANC, we welcome the department's commitment to ensure that 40% of the construction contracts go to women and the youth contractors. Last year's achievement of 75% allocation, representing a fundamental shift in economic power relations. The creation of 5,834 employment opportunities through the expanded public works program, will continue to provide immediate relief while developing the skills for creating a sustainable livelihood. The registration of 3,934 title deeds in the past year, benefiting 23,604 people, is commendable achievement that transforms our people's homes into economic assets that can be passed on from generations to generation. However, honorable members, in this financial year, we must accelerate efforts to address the backlog of outstanding title deeds that deny our people full ownership of their properties. We call on all progressive forces committed to transformation to support this budget and work with our government to ensure successful implementation. We cannot allow narrow political interests to delay human settlement delivery to families who have waited decades for decent shelter and security. The major and enhanced cooperation between our human settlements and public works and infrastructure departments eliminates duplication while maximizing the impact of public investment in housing and infrastructure. From this strategic measure, we can only expect accelerated development across the length and breadth of our province. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we support this budget with blind optimism, but with a clear understanding that adequate housing is a human right that requires efforts and political leadership that puts needs of our people first. Honorable members, we are cognizant that this budget will not only solve our human settlements challenges immediately, but it provides the foundation for continued progress towards the spatial transformation of our people. After all, Raymond was not built in one day. Every house built, every informal settlement operated, every title deed handed over represent another victory in our long walking, attaining socio-economic transformation. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC supports this budget because it represents our commitment to the Freedom Charter's vision. Indeed, there shall be housing, security, and comfort. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lizo. I now call upon Honorable Lucity. Honorable Lucity, the minutes that are remaining from Honorable Lizo will not be given to yourself. You have these 10 minutes to yourself.
Nam ndiphethe kwenye indawo ndizayikhumbula le mini. Honorable Deputy Speaker, greetings to yourself, the Honorable Acting Premier, members of the Provincial Legislature, the DG and the HODs, all the guests in the public gallery, and everyone present in the House here today, as we witness the debate on the budget vote for the Department of Human Settlements. I think firstly, Honorable Deputy Speaker, allow me to begin by expressing my most sincere condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of the late Councillor Xoliseka Lali, who sadly passed away last week. Councillor Lali served as the portfolio head for infrastructure development and human settlements in the Emalahleni local municipality. He was a dedicated public servant, a committed and principled and passionate leader, passionate about improving the lives of our people. He made invaluable contributions through his active participation in the intergovernmental platforms and programs. May his soul continue to rest in peace. Honorable Chairs, I welcome the report from the Portfolio Committee. I want to firstly just to acknowledge the inputs by the honorable members who debated here today, noting that Honorable King, how selective we are in understanding the submissions of the department in the Portfolio Committee. Because without the department had presented the reasons against the reduction in the targets, which is mainly informed by the quantum adjustment and the reduced budget. But also on the Breitbach project, as we responded to your question for oral reply, the project is a mixed mode development project that is implemented in a phased in. So as we were reflecting on the project, we forgot to acknowledge the over 120 households whose life has been changed, dignity has been restored, and that the target by September 2025, we would have finished phase 1. And we are ready to commence with phase 2 and phase 3 of the project. But also, as we don't intend to give very comprehensive response to the portfolio committee, both the findings and recommendation, because a more detailed response will be provided in accordance with the standing rules of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. But we do want to say that the budget vote does provide a full account of the road we have traversed, and it clearly articulates the plans for the road ahead. The Sustainable Development Goal sets the provisioning of housing at the center of the development trajectory. As the SDG level states, and I quote, "Access to adequate housing is central to achieving inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable cities. Positioning housing at the center, contributing towards building better settlements and cities because of the transformational impact of housing on social, economic, and environmental outcomes," close quote. As we engage on the Department of Human Settlements 25-26 budget vote, we can proudly report to the people of our province that despite the many challenges, including the physical constraint, there is a steady progress in delivering of integrated human settlements for our province. Where once stood informal structures or mud houses, now stand beautifully built, dignified homes. Where previously stood blocked housing project, there now stands completed developments, bringing hope and dignity to our communities. During the 24-25 financial year, the department delivered 4,893 breaking new ground houses, with an additional 3,299 units sitting at various stages. We also serviced 5,574 sites, creating a pipeline for future development and spatial transformation. We are also improving the pace and the efficiency of the title deed issuance to qualifying beneficiaries. Through the new strategy that is being piloted in our project Mhlaba Extension 11, ECPL Mixed Development and the Boxwood project. The title deeds are now issued upon beneficiary approval for site transfers. This model fast-tracks security of tenure and ensures legal ownership. Additionally, the informal settlements upgrading program has been aligned to support the issuing of title deeds, reinforcing both economic empowerment and long-term social stability. We are equally proud of the department's significantly improved financial performance. We can confidently report that no funds were surrendered to the National Fiscus, a reflection of a tighter financial controls, better planning, and improved expenditure management. We are deliberate in making this a reality by, amongst others, knitting together efforts to ensure that the department functions adequately and is aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals, the Freedom Charter, and Vision 2030. It is in this context that we are working towards filling all funded vacant posts. The department has recently advertised 80 posts, to which we have concluded shortlisting and interviews for 4 SMS posts and 50 other priority posts. There are budget constraints in relation to the latter, as the committee also recommends the department is exploring alternative funding options. In the long term, investment opportunities will be explored to enhance service delivery capabilities beyond the limitations of the departmental budget and grant funding. The department remains firmly committed to achieving its employment equity targets, particularly with regards to the inclusion of persons living with disabilities. as we continue to raise awareness amongst our employees to encourage the voluntary disclosures of disability, which is essential to ensuring appropriate and reasonable accommodation within the workplace. But secondly, we have adopted a targeted recruitment strategy aimed at increasing the representation of persons with disabilities during the recruitment drive in March 25. Stakeholders representing the disability sector were actively engaged to ensure a widespread awareness of the advertised vacancies. Honorable members, the housing needs of our people continue to grow, despite the tangible progress we have made in delivering decent shelter across the province. This increasing demand is driven by several factors, including the internal migration in pursuit of economic opportunities, natural population growth, and the complex socio-economic challenges that continue to confront our communities. This evolving reality requires us to be dynamic and agile in both the conceptualization and the delivery of integrated human settlements. As the demand for housing proves to be a moving target, so too must be our ability to respond, remain adaptable and responsive. In this context, we welcome the committee's findings and recommendations regarding the Housing Needs Register. It is critical that our planning be informed by accurate and up-to-date data on the ground. I wish to report to this House and to the people of the Eastern Cape that the department has initiated a project, Ilima, which involves assisting local municipalities in collecting data on potential beneficiaries and ensuring its accurate capturing in the National Housing Needs Register. In collaboration with the National Department of Human Settlements, we are also conducting training for municipal officials on how to effectively use the system, ensuring that housing needs and housing demands are captured correctly and comprehensively. Priority is being given to municipalities that show low registration numbers in the National Housing Needs Register. The Portfolio Committee has rightly raised concerns regarding the department's target on the delivery of the temporary shelters. It is important to note that on the 1st of April 2025, the National Department of Human Settlements assumed responsibility for the emergency housing program, particularly the disaster response function. As a result, the department has had to prioritize destitute cases within the limits of the allocated budget, especially in the context of an overall shrinking departmental budget. Destitute households fall within the scope of the emergency housing situation as defined in the emergency housing policy. In 2024, I tabled an executive statement in this House on the matter, as we firmly believe that the current policy requires a strategic rethink, and this view has been reinforced by the challenges experienced during our response to the recent disasters. Informal settlements upgrading remains one of the most critical pillars in the restoration program of our democratic dispensation. We acknowledge the persistent capacity challenges in this area and have taken decisive steps to address them. The department has strategically leveraged in the internal technical resources, including regional offices and the project management units, to enhance delivery capacity within the informal settlements upgrading program. We have also continued to implement a structured professionalization initiative for project managers, and this initiative is aimed at improving the technical expertise, ensuring consistency in the project execution, and fostering a culture of continuous improvement in service delivery.
2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. We fully understand the concerns for the committee on the expenditure of over 5 million rands on one policy. We will provide a detailed response. Safe to say, the expenditure is inclusive of the compensation of employees of the sub-program, and only 260 relates to goods and services allocation to support the program for policy and research studies that are planned for this financial year. Regarding the blacklisting, the department will follow the prescribed processes and guidelines set out in the National Treasury to blacklist all non-performing contractors so as to ensure a fair and a lawfully effective implementation. Honorable Deputy Speaker and honorable members, on behalf of the Department of Human Settlements, I wish to affirm that a comprehensive and a detailed response to the Portfolio Committee and the finding with the recommendation will be submitted in due course in line with the rules of this House. We remain firmly committed to the delivery of sustainable, quality integrated human settlements that respond meaningfully to the socio-economic needs of our people. Through our collective efforts, we aim to contribute to the realization of the Eastern Cape we envision, an inclusive, dignified, and resilient province as we journey towards Vision 2030. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The PTRC was represented, as clearly represented. Thank you, honorable members. I put the report. Any objections?
Not today.
Okay, I will now ask the secretary to read the lunch order.
Honorable members, it is just to announce that our lunch is served at the Nokanime Thomas Dining Hall, and for our guests to note that the lunch is only for honorable members and the table staff, and it is not for the guests that have then joined us in the gallery. Thank you so much.
Any objections? Never. Yeah, 2. Two.
Ngithetele lapha ndikhiwe. Ayintloni. In 5 minutes unayo. Sendifuna but uDesmond Khangada very specific kuxesha. Oh, I can write mos. Jini. Oh, Debe, bayethe Debe. Utsho ba? Yeah. Maskini. Magaban. Bosuba. Ethathos. Hayi noki Nairobi noki sasiphumzile. Testing.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Could the leader of government business please take his seat? Thank you so much. Honorable King, can you please take your seat? Honorable Camillo Benjamin, may you please be seated? Thank you so much. Honorable members, we are reconvening. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. And thank you so much for Deputy Speaker standing in for me during this time. We will now start with what is that? Is that the fourth order? So let us then start. I will therefore ask the Secretary to read the fourth order of the day.
Consideration of vote number 12, Provincial Treasury Appropriation Bill.
Thank you so much. I call upon the Chairperson, Honorable Camillo Benjamin. Honorable Camillo Benjamin, you have 10 minutes. Honorable Member, your 10 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker, Honorable
Acting Premier, the Executive, all members of the House and our staff that is here. Honorable Speaker, I will be presenting vote number 12, Finance and Provincial Expenditure. I will go to Program 1. I'll go to the findings. Finding A, the department has filled 418 positions at the 31st of March from its revised organizational structure and has 53 vacancies. Finding B, the department has a target of employing 23% of youth in 2025-2026, and it is sitting at 19.5%. I won't go through everything, Honorable Speaker. The recommendations. A, the committee commends the department on filling of posts. However, it must furnish the committee with updated report on filling of the vacant posts. B, the department must ensure that they meet the target of employing youth, as this is one of the priorities of government. The department must furnish the committee with a progress report. If I go to Program 2, Findings A, the provincial government is slow in realizing its full revenue potential, and the revenue target has not been revised over the medium term. Finding B, Provincial Department of Health, DOH, is not paying its creditors within 30 days despite interventions by Provincial Treasury and the Office of the Premier. If I go to recommendations, A, Provincial Treasury must ensure that revenue targets of DPWI and DOT and DOH and the DEET are revised in line with the recommendations of its own revenue enhancement study. B, Provincial Treasury must share with the committee the project management framework and approach that has been adopted for the intervention and projects identified that will be addressed in the challenges in Department of Health. If I go to Program 3, Asset and Liability Management, Finding A, the vacant positions of Infrastructure Procurement Manager was anticipated to be filled by 31st of March 2025. Was not filled due to reconfiguration of some positions. The post of Chief Director for Infrastructure SCM was advertised on the 26th of May 2025. Recommendation, the Provincial Treasury must update the committee regarding the progress made towards the filling of the positions of Infrastructure Procurement Manager. If I go to Program 4, Financial Governance. Findings A, there are encouraging signs as medical legal claims in the Department of Health has decreased between 2021, 2022 and 2023-2024 financial years because of interventions of the Provincial Treasury and the Office of the Premier. Finding B, Financial Management Accountability Framework is not applied by the Provincial Treasury. Recommendations A, the committee commends the department on the decreasing number of medical legal claims and would like the department to provide an update about the medical legal claims at present. Recommendation B, the department must furnish the committee with a report on transgressions that have been reported to the relevant executive authority through formal communications quarterly. Program 5, Municipal Financial Governance. Finding A, Provincial Treasury revealed that the municipalities that are under financial recovery plans are progressing well, and the department is working closely with COCTA in monitoring these plans. The recommendation, the committee commends the department on supporting municipalities. Finding B, most local municipalities in all 6 districts are still using consultants to prepare annual financial statements and or asset registers. Recommendation B, Provincial Treasury must collaborate with COCTA and ensure that municipalities employ the personnel with the required skills for the post so that they must stop using consultants, and the department must continue to provide technical support where it is necessary. Finding C, there is no regulatory mechanism in place to ensure provincial departments pay their debts to municipalities. Recommendation C, the department must ensure that there is regular regulatory mechanisms in place to ensure that the provincial departments are paying their debts to municipalities. General findings. Finding A. The department has been underspending for several past financial years. This is a repetitive finding. The general recommendation. The department must develop a plan with mitigation that will overcome the underspending and the report to the committee before the end of this financial year. The Portfolio Committee on Finance wishes to express its gratitude to the MEC and the officials of the department for the cooperation during the Budget Vote 12 meeting. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I present the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Camillo Benjamin, for saving us that time, indeed. Thank you. Very well done, Honorable Member. Any clarities to the committees? Any clarities to the MEC? There are two hands, Honorable Hendricks and Honorable... Okay. Honorable members, there are Honorable Hendricks on that side, followed by Honorable Saziwa to the Honorable MEC. Over to you, Honorable members.
Thank you, Speaker, and welcome back, Chair. The department has indicated 53 vacancies. I'm not sure if all of them are critical vacancies. Will these positions be filled with competent employees? And if so, what is the time frame? And if not, why not? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Saziwa.
Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker and honourable members. In compliance with the Section 29 of the Public Finance Management Act, which prescribes how much you're supposed to spend before the budget is approved, I want to check whether then the department has complied with that. If yes, at what percentage has it managed to spend before the approval of the budget? Can I repeat? In compliance with Section 29 of the Public Finance Management Act, each department is supposed to spend at a particular percentage. I want to check then how far have you gone with that in terms of the budget that we are considering, so that we can be able to understand its credibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable MECs. Honorable MEC, are you ready to respond now, or you may have the option of responding when you close the debate?
I had an intention of responding there, but I think it's improper that I respond now. Let me start with the last one. Honorable Speaker, no department. Yes. I'll spend more time on this one, so I don't get to the second one. My apologies. Honorable Speaker, no department has actually got any closer to spending above the percentage that is allowed. We actually tabled a report in the EXCO yesterday. So all departments are still, I think it's about 45% that is allowed. And I think the highest department is at 36%, and I think it's OTP. All other departments are even less than 30%, so we are still fine with that. There is a process in how we appoint, and that process starts within the department, goes to OTP, goes to PCMT, comes back, and then we advertise. And you know that not each department advertises by itself. The bulletin comes out, it's a consolidated, so it's not a departmental situation. I think the first question does not really deserve to be responded to. I don't think we have appointed any person.
Honorable MEC.
Oh, okay, my apologies. I don't think in any department or in the legislature people are appointed when they are not competent.
Thank you. Thank you then. That settles the clarities to the committee and clarities to the MEC. We will then go over to the speakers from the DA, Honorable Dr. Fick. I've noted you were here. Yes, you may. Yes, thank you, Honorable Dr. Fick. You are there, and your 13 minutes therefore starts now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the Executive Committee, members of the Legislature, fellow citizens. I rise today as the Democratic Alliance spokesperson on finance to address the 2025-2026 appropriation for the Eastern Cape Provincial Treasury. And let me say from the outset, this is not just a budget debate. It's a test of our commitment to ethical governance, fiscal responsibility, and above all, service to the people of the Eastern Cape. Behind every figure in this budget is a story, often a painful one. The story of a child in Lusigisigi who cannot attend a proper school because infrastructure projects were delayed. The story of a small business that collapsed because this government delayed in paying. The story of a municipality drowning in debt while its residents go without water, waste collection, or hope. Honorable Speaker, the Eastern Cape Provincial Treasury is meant to be a watchdog, the financial steward, and the anchor of stability for our provincial administration. But based on the record, it has become more of a bystander to dysfunction than a driver of service delivery. Let us interrogate the 519 million rand allocation for the 2025-26 financial year, not by its intentions, but by its likely outcomes. Firstly, failure to enforce accountability. Let's start with the basics, financial discipline. The Auditor General's most recent consolidated report revealed over 2.69 billion rand in irregular expenditure in the Eastern Cape last year. 2.69 billion rand. This is 5 times the budget allocated to this department that should be monitoring all other departments. That is money that could have built hundreds of classrooms, equipped hospitals, or funded jobs for the youth. What did Treasury do in response? Nothing meaningful. Yes, there were interventions, circulars issued, and compliance workshops held. But where were the consequences? Where is the list of officials held accountable? Where is the visible improvement? Let's be clear, Honorable Speaker. Workshops don't fix corruption. Circulars don't fix mismanagement. What we need is a provincial treasury that isn't afraid to name, shame, and act. A treasury with teeth, not one that is satisfied with merely ticking boxes on governance dashboards. Yet in this budget, there is no clear program of action to build internal forensic capacity, to fast-track investigations, or to support lifestyle audits across departments. Why? Because the Treasury is more committed to covering up dysfunction than cleaning it up. The collapse of municipal finance. Honorable Speaker, the situation in our municipalities is beyond crisis. A staggering 41% of our municipalities are either in financial distress or outright dysfunction. In Mhlaba, Raymond, Mhlaba, Walter Sisulu, these municipalities are failing to deliver even the most basic services, and yet year after year, the Treasury claims to be providing support. Most local municipalities in all 6 districts are still using consultants to prepare annual financial statements and/or asset registers. Where is the evidence of improvement? In the 2025-26 budget, 68.765 million rand is allocated to municipal support, yet there is no transparency about which municipalities will receive targeted interventions, no metrics of success, and no accountability for the dismal outcomes of previous years. The establishment of dedicated financial recovery teams, which are multidisciplinary units with budgeting, audit, and project management expertise embedded in crisis municipalities, is one solution. But do you believe this will be implemented effectively by Treasury? I think not. Why? Because it is more focused on reports than results. Another solution, Honorable Speaker, is a municipal payment tracker, which is a public tool that can be used to monitor supplier payments across all municipalities to prevent the collapse of local SMMEs due to non-payments, and that will be useful. This Treasury continues to act like an observer of municipal failure instead of the authority empowered to correct it. Procurement still captured, it's still ineffective. Let us speak frankly, Honorable Speaker. The vacant position of infrastructure manager that was anticipated to be filled by the 31st of March was not filled. Procurement in this office is not just inefficient, it is still captured. Inflated contracts, manipulated tenders, poor contract management. These are not isolated issues, they are systemic and they are known. Yet instead of using this budget to overhaul procurement practices, what do we get? No investment in e-procurement platforms, no independent procurement oversight body, no transparent supplier performance database. In this budget, over 224 million rand is allocated to administration to provide leadership and strategic management, as well as appropriate services to all other programs. But without structural reform, this money will merely support a broken system. Even with the commitment to 60% procurement from Eastern Cape-based suppliers, the department has no target for procuring from suppliers that are owned by women, youth, and persons with disabilities. In many cases, small businesses get the work, but not the payment. Just look at the accruals and payables, and you'll get the answer there. Treasury turns a blind eye to delayed payments, crushing emerging businesses and contributing to rising unemployment. Let me ask, is there a provincial contractor payment dashboard? Where is the enforcement of the 30-day payment rule? We don't see any evidence of this. If Treasury cannot enforce its own regulations, it should not expect compliance from others. There is no bold vision for economic recovery, Honourable Speaker. We are in the midst of an economic crisis. The Eastern Cape has the highest unemployment rate in the country. Youth unemployment has surpassed 54%, and rural economies are in free fall. The department has a target of employing 23% youth in the 2025-26 financial year, and it is sitting at a mere 19.5% at present. In fact, the department also has 53 vacant positions that are unfilled. What is Treasury's plan to help? The answer is there is no plan. There is no provincial economic recovery framework, no fiscal stimulus program, no Treasury-led effort to crowd in private investment into strategic sectors like agro-processing, renewable energy, and logistics. Instead of acting as an economic strategist, the Treasury has chosen to remain a bureaucratic bookkeeper. The establishment of a provincial infrastructure fund blending public and private capital to fast-track roads, energy, broadband, and water infrastructure, for example, should be considered. Another function that can be of assistance is a payment guarantee facility for SMMEs and contractors who are owed by municipalities. We believe that because Treasury lacks innovation, lacks courage, and lacks the will to lead, these suggestions will fall on deaf ears. Underspending yet overpromising, Honourable Speaker. Last year, the Treasury itself underspent on several of its own programs, including capacity building, supply chain reform, and municipal oversight. How does a department that is meant to enforce compliance fail to comply with its own plans? Why are we being asked to approve an increased budget when the Treasury can't even spend its existing allocation effectively? The problem is not lack of resources, it's lack of will, lack of urgency, and lack of accountability. In conclusion, Honourable Speaker, we cannot afford another lost year. The Eastern Cape does not have the luxury of time. Every year, inaction deepens the crisis. Every rand misused is a life compromised, and every budget passed without consequence is an endorsement of failure. We in the Democratic Alliance are not here to reject for the sake of rejection. We are here to demand better. We are calling for a Treasury that takes real action against corruption and irregular expenditure, a Treasury that intervenes meaningfully in failing municipalities, a Treasury that drives transparent, pro-poor and pro-growth procurement, a Treasury that builds the foundations for a real economic recovery in the Eastern Cape. Unless this department changes course, unless it moves from management to leadership, from reaction to proactivity, then this 519 million rand allocation will go the way of so many before it, wasted, unaccounted for, and ultimately unused by the people who need it most. Although the budget lacks ambition, transparency, and measurable impact, we will support the budget, but expect better in the future. The people of the Eastern Cape deserve a treasury that works for them, not just for compliance, but for change. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We call upon the EFF, Honourable Njoli. Your 9 minutes starts now, Honourable Member.
Ngosi, Honourable Speaker. Tubulise EFF caucus led by myself. Yes. Honourable Speaker, MECs. Hey. Premier wethu namhlanje, MECs, honourable members, bulise ngokukhethekileyo, Honourable Pretorius. Bengaske ndithi walk over that side, ndimnike hug after his speech sika Honourable Tebekane. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters today to register that we do not support this budget vote. This budget vote represents yet another cycle of administrative complacency, broken promises, and ineffective financial stewardship by the Department of Finance and provincial expenditure in the Eastern Cape. In the past 5 years, this department has repeatedly committed this province to building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. But each year we are told about decisive interventions to improve audit outcomes, recover lost funds, and eliminate unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. But when we turn to the reality reflected in the committee's own report, we find a pattern of underperformance that contradicts those very ambitions. In fact, this department has become a textbook example of how to spend public money. Let us consider just a few of the issues exposed in the reports before us. The report reveals that this department has been underspending for multiple financial years. This is not a once-off issue. And while the MEC boasts about improved efficiency, the department has failed to present a credible mitigation strategy to address the recurring weakness. Underspending in a province riddled with poverty, collapsing infrastructure, and unemployment is nothing short of betrayal. It is shameful that in 2025, this department still has no set targets for procurement from youth, women, and persons with disability. Of the 14.6 billion earmarked for Eastern Cape-based suppliers, there's no mechanism to ensure that the most vulnerable and historically disadvantaged benefit. This exposes hollowness of governance talk about a radical economic transformation. The department, whenever asking for money year in, year out, continues to mention improving municipal audit outcomes and reducing reliance on consultants. Yet the fact remains that most local municipalities across all 6 districts are still using consultants to prepare annual financial statements. There's no real plan to build internal capacity, and Treasury has no regulatory mechanism to ensure that provincial departments even pay what they owe to municipalities. The department had itself set a target of employing 23% of youth, but as of May 2025, it set at just 19%. When will these targets stop being decoration and start becoming obligations? Despite recommendations in the own revenue enhancement study, the department has failed to revise revenue targets for the key departments like health, public works, and transport. Our province cannot afford to rely almost exclusively on national transfers, yet provincial treasury has done little to change this trajectory. Honorable Speaker, even in areas where the department boasts success, such as reduction in medico-legal claims, it fails to provide updated data or measurable outcomes? How are we to hold the department accountable when its victories are vague and its failures are measurable? Equally concerning is the misalignment between annual performance plan and actual service delivery priorities. The department has made no progress on integrating infrastructure procurement skills with supply chain management units in departments like health, education, and transport. Projects stall not for lack of money, but because Treasury has failed to ensure that the right skills are in the right positions. And while SOPA of 2024 promised tighter financial oversight and finalization of critical bills, such as the Eastern Cape Liquor Board and Gambling Board measure, these bills are still stuck in limbo, delayed until at least March 2026. Every delay reflects a lack of urgency and robs our people of the benefits these reforms are meant to unlock. The Eastern Cape cannot afford a department that cannot spend its own budget, cannot meet its own employment targets, and cannot deliver on its oversight mandate over crumbling municipalities and dysfunctional supply chain management systems. We therefore reject the budget vote 12, not because we reject the idea of a functional treasury, but because we demand one. We propose that before this department receives any additional funds, it must table a revised performance improvement strategy with measurable outcomes, clear timelines, and mechanisms to ensure procurement benefits the marginalized. Until then, we cannot in good conscience vote for money to be mismanaged, underutilized, or spent without transformation. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. We call upon the ANC, Honourable Mhlaba. Honourable Mhlaba, your 20 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Acting Premier, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable members, distinguished guests, members across the province, watching us on various media platforms, Molweni kwiphondo laseMpuma Kapa. Honorable Speaker, the country is going through the rough time of unemployment rate. However, the ANC in GNU is doing well within its powers to reduce the unemployment rate through economic restructuring recovery plan. Honorable Speaker, because of geopolitical instability, as the country, we must be prepared for the really tough times. Now that on the 1st of August, the US tariffs on the imports goods of 30% will kick in. Therefore, as the country, we need to look somewhere else in the world to diversify our trading partners, whilst we're still having diplomatic talks with the US government, trying to manage the unfortunate, ill-informed fallout between the two countries. Honorable Speaker, the levels are high in our province, especially in the automotive industry and agricultural sector, as they are the largest employers in the province. Honorable Speaker, we are still confident that provincial government will continue to come with measures
and strategies which will address the issue of unemployment in the province. Therefore, we note with great appreciation that the Provincial Treasury has filled 418 positions as at 31 May 2025 from its revised organizational structure, and this will contribute to the economic growth of the province. That 53 Honorable Hendricks was asking about is just a reminder out of the 418 that has been already filled. Honorable Speaker, the stride which Provincial Treasury is doing in employing youth, we so wish that it can achieve the target which Provincial Treasury has set for itself in terms of employing youth, and we're saying this because Provincial Treasury has a target of employing 23% youth in 2025-2026 financial year, and it is sitting at 19.5% at present. Honorable Speaker, we expect Provincial Treasury to champion the procurement policies which are favorable to youth businesses. We therefore call upon Provincial Treasury to ensure that they have targets for procuring from service providers that are owned by youth, women, and persons with disabilities in the APP to ensure that vulnerable groups are part of the mainstream economy. This will be in line with the local economic development procurement framework, which focuses on youth, people living with disabilities, and military veterans. And there's 14.6 billion earmarked for these groups. Honorable Speaker, Provincial Treasury has conducted a revenue generation research study in order to increase our own revenue collection, and the following departments are the ones in the main as far as revenue generation collection is concerned, namely the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, Department of Transport, Department of Health and Debt, to boost the shrinking national appropriation allocation to the province so that we can be able to close the gap or deficit by using our own reserves. Therefore, we urge Provincial Treasury to ensure revenue targets of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, the Department of Transport, the Department of Health and Debt are revised in line with the recommendation of the own revenue enhancement study, and the targets are realized. Honorable Speaker, according to the PFMA, creditors must be paid within 30 days, period. And we hope that intervention done by Provincial Treasury and the Office of the Premier will yield positive results. It's not that there's nothing that is being done. Honorable Speaker, from the sixth administration, the rationalization of public entities has been on the card. In this seventh administration, we hope that this will move with speed and will be realized so that these public entities will deliver on their constitutional mandate. As the African National Congress, we are pleased that the debt has presented a plan to Provincial Treasury to partner with ECSEC to assist with the coordination and implementation of projects to finalize the business merger of Eastern Cape Liquor Board and Eastern Cape Gambling Board. And we hope that this will assist a lot to the finalization of this merger. Honorable Speaker, for some years, the province has been facing challenges of dealing with medical legal claims and fighting corruption against the alleged fraudster lawyers in this regard, and interventions by Provincial Treasury have been made, of which now they are yielding the positive results. And it's commendable that there are encouraging signs as medical legal claims in the Department of Health have decreased because of intervention by Provincial Treasurer and Office of the Premier. Soze ke into ezirayithi ke bazithethe. Honorable Speaker, as the African National Congress, we are pleased that Provincial Treasury revealed that municipalities that are under financial recovery plans are progressing well. And the department is working closely with COGTA in monitoring these plans. This is commendable, Honorable Speaker, because municipalities are the spheres of government that are directly closer to the people on the ground, which directly deals with service delivery to our people. However, we note with great concern that there is no regulatory mechanism in place to ensure provincial departments pay their debts to municipalities. We urge provincial government to take drastic steps against those departments and public entities, and consequence management be implemented where possible. Just recently, Honorable Speaker, we were shocked, woke up on the news published by the Daily Dispatch about the BCM councillors and BCM officials who do not pay their property rates towards the municipality and owe the municipality more than 21 million. As the African National Congress, we condemn this kind of, behavior with the strongest term it deserves. And BCM must make sure that this amount is recovered and be directed to service the people of the BCM. Honorable Speaker, ANC affirmed that Provincial Treasurer must monitor non-use of consultants. Ndiyayibona ke sengathi into yabo le ye non-use of consultants by the municipalities and certain government departments. So that, Honorable Speaker, that money can be used for service delivery by those municipalities and government departments. Honorable Speaker, as per the African National Congress Manifesto, Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, localization and job creation are very important to ensure that we improve the lives of our people. Honorable Speaker, as the African National Congress supports the view that the department should use their budget 100% to ensure that targets as per the APPs are being met so that service delivery is not compromised. So, Honorable Speaker, see African National Congress, we are pleased that Provincial Treasury long-term goals prioritize responsible spending by controlling budget, managing payroll costs, realizing cost savings, increasing provincial revenue, and strengthening intergovernmental fiscal relations within the three spheres of government. During these challenging times, saving money is crucial. Provincial Treasury will do this by focusing on essential services, improving how we manage finances, and ensure our spending matches our goals and service delivery needs. Provincial Treasury will continue to implement zero-based budgeting, expenditure reviews, rationalization of public entities, and to also ensure the 30-day payment of service providers. Honorable Speaker, ANC support the report of the Portfolio Committee of Finance and Provincial Expenditure as presented. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Makubela. I call upon the Honorable MEC for Provincial Treasury, MEC Mvoko. Your 10 minutes starts now, Honorable MEC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and greetings to you, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, good day. I have noticed during the week, I was saying to the MECs, I have noticed how much there has been a campaign for each department to get more funds, Honorable Speaker. Only one department did not campaign, and that is that of social development so far. The rest of departments have campaigned with all across parties for more funding. Perhaps tomorrow, one of the things I must talk about is why we do not have enough funds, save what we get from the National Department. But also an observation I'm saying to Honorable Williams is there are more powers being conferred to us as provincial treasurer. One of the reasons when the constitution was being developed, that there was a removal of the term tiers of government into spheres of government, today is a challenge in this house. Because before we had a constitution that talked about the spheres of government, it was referred to as tiers of government, and the implications of tiers of government were that the lower tier, the higher tier of government could actually dictate what should happen at the lower tier of government. And when it was changed to become sphere of government, municipalities were conferred with the function of being executives. And that made a huge change. And even the MEC for COCTA, in his oversight role in municipalities, there is somewhere where he cannot go beyond. Because if the power, the executive power rests within council, you can say whatever you want to say. If council decides to go in and take a resolution, whatever you've said as a provincial department will not be implemented precisely because of that change in the constitution from a sphere of government, from a tier of government to a sphere of government with conferred and executive powers to municipalities. Today, according to the honorable member, it's an ANC constitution. Okay. The use of consultants, and in many municipalities, fortunately, you know, one of the things I've observed is that as you go into committees and debate some of these issues, when we get here, it seems like there was never a debate on these matters, and they become fresh matters and fresh matters to which you have responded and provided responses. And here they become fresh matters and matters that would project that you are not doing well in particular areas. And I'll just take the issue of the use of consultants by municipalities. In all the districts, because as Treasury we have that function of monitoring financial performance in all municipalities, and we visit them quarterly, particularly to indicate how far they have gone in their expenditures in all the grants. And part of that, when we deal with the financial performance, we'll talk about this thing of consultants. Then there's a huge improvement in the province. There is a huge improvement of municipalities moving away from the use of consultants. And many of them are still tied into this issue because they enter into contracts. And that's what we found in many of these municipalities. So it is not true that there is no improvement here. There is huge improvement because we do raise this matter, particularly on this. The only area where municipalities are struggling and are using consultants is where it has to do with asset registers and asset management. but there is a huge improvement. I just thought I should talk about those few as part of saying, when we get here on this platform, we must also think about the debates and the discussions we've had, because when I went through the report, I could see that the report is a reflection of the rigorous interactions that we've had with the committee. On the human resource matters and employment equity raised, I'm glad that Honorable Mhlaba could put it into perspective. But I'm also dismayed when someone would say, you've targeted for the year 25-26, which is this financial year, that you would be at 23%, and now you are sitting at 19%. And I'm thinking about the number of months that have passed. Already there is an expectation or a creation of, that expectation. In fact, they're saying you are not going to make the 25%, that 23%. And it's only 4 months. And you're talking about 24, 25. It baffles me. But we will continue, we will continue to intensify that recruitment of youth in that department in collaboration with the Office of the Premier. On the own revenue, this is a matter that we have all raised, that this is own revenue targets are a bit stagnant, and there's a slow implementation of it. We've raised it. But as we have raised it, we have also reported on what the department has done to assist departments to collect more. And in the committee, I think we might have tabled the employment of interns placed in a department to assist the department to perform more. So it's not something that is new, but this is something that we also observed as Treasury and took action about. And the one that talks about the revision and the review and the revision of their revenue baselines is something that we have initiated as well on the 3 departments, the DOH, DOT, as well as the DPWI. Now, these engagements are aimed at unlocking untapped revenue streams, improving billing and collection systems, and ensuring full implementation of cost recovery mechanisms. With regard to infrastructure procurement, as noted, the misalignment between the departmental supply chain management units and the infrastructure expertise required to manage the complex projects. And this is a systemic issue, and we are actively addressing this issue. In response to the observation, we have prioritized the recruitment of infrastructure procurement specialists to bolster technical expertise and address persistent capacity gaps. And these efforts are complemented by ongoing skills development programs aimed at strengthening supply chain management across departments. By fostering a cadre of well-trained professionals, we also intend to accelerate procurement timelines, enhance compliance, and ensure value for money in all infrastructure investments.
Honorable MEC, please
Yes.
be reminded you only have 2 minutes remaining.
I thought I was going to speak less here and speak more in the last one, but I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Now, our desired performance is to at least spend 60% of the allocated goods and services budget towards Eastern Cape suppliers in accordance with Eastern Cape's local economic development procurement framework. This is disaggregated to all citizens with special focus on youth, women, and persons with disabilities. And I can say, Honorable Speaker, that as a province, we are meeting the 60% target. We report every time to EXCO on how far we have gone the departments have gone in the implementation of the LEDPF. We are engaging with municipalities in this issue of municipalities not being paid by departments. And we are engaging with provincial departments to develop a regulatory framework that enforces payment of municipal debts. We are of the view that the financial viability of municipalities cannot be achieved without full support from the provincial sphere. In fact, the HOD in his office has created a team, every mayor, all mayors that are being owed by the department. I encourage in my visits for them to write to me, and that is given to the HOD, and HOD in his team look at this matter. This is something that we are doing, and municipalities could agree to it. And as Provincial Treasury, we reaffirm our commitment to transparency, accountability, and sound financial governance. We take seriously the responsibility to lead by example, and we respond with action on each of the committee's findings. Together, let's build a capable and developmental state that places people at the center of governance. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, I put the report. Any objections? Honorable Williams, what was that? Thank you, honorable members. I will now ask the secretary to read the fifth order of the day.
Consideration of vote number 14, Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture, Appropriation Bill 2025.
Thank you, Honorable Gaia is just going. I have not even called her, but Honorable Gaia, I have not even called you to the podium. We call upon Honorable Gaia, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture. You have got 10 minutes, honorable member. Your 10 minutes starts now. You may clap for her, honorable members.
Nkosi kakhulu somlomo obekekileyo. Ndibulise ku Premier obambileyo amalungu endlu owisomthetho usabhokhwe we-African National Congress, Honorable Magashela, ngokukhethekileyo umama uNgongo, indwendwe ezikhona apha phakathi kwethu ndiyabulisa ngegama elihleli nguYesu Kristu inkosi yami. Honorable Speaker, I will only highlight the key recommendations. On program 1, the department must provide the committee with a list of top management that are yet to be vetted. The department, or recommendation C, the department must strengthen its effort to attract people with disabilities in its ranks to meet its equity target as enjoined by the Constitution of South Africa. The department must ensure that its organizational strategy is fully implemented. The department must provide the committee with a number of these graduate interns to be appointed, and the museums that were identified for this purpose. The department must provide the committee with litigation cases it is faced with, as well as the costs involved. Okay, there I go again. All right. Program 2, recommendations. The department must ensure the budget allocated for arts and culture sub-program will be utilized effectively for the benefit of arts and culture community in the province. The department must provide the detailed information regarding economic benefits that are to be accrued through funding of National Arts Festival for arts and culture practitioners in the province. The department must provide the committee with a plan to ensure Mdantsane Arts Center is properly renovated and provided with appropriate equipment. The department must provide the committee with a clear plan to ensure that the Tax Room Museum is properly renovated. The department should submit a clear plan for induction of capacity building program of newly appointed board of trustees for museum facilities. The department must provide the committee with a detailed plan on how it is going to address this anomaly, given the several challenges facing the museums. Program 3, recommendations. The department must submit a detailed plan to the committee as how much from the allocated budget will go towards infrastructure, library material and staffing. The department must provide the committee with a distribution plan to ensure all libraries in need of material are provided with The department must provide the committee with a distribution plan to ensure all libraries in need of materials are provided with them equitable. The department must provide the committee with a clear implementation plan in ensuring that Yugi community have access to library services. The department should submit a number of interns, contract workers to be appointed for scanning and digitization of archives material during the period under review. The department must provide the committee with an implementation plan with a clear time frame to ensure refurbishment of Kone repository is completed timelessly. Program 4, recommendations. The department must provide the committee with a detailed report on the implications of the budget cut on compensation of employees and how it intends to mitigate the untenable situation. The department must develop a proper monitoring mechanisms with a clear plan on how budget allocated to Eastern Cape Academy or sports filter down the district academies. The department must provide the committee with a plan with a proper monitoring mechanisms to ensure the budget allocated to boxing South Africa is used for development of boxing in the Eastern Cape province. The department must provide the committee with a detailed report in terms of how the cuts in the budget of recreation development will affect the recreation community in the province. The department must submit a clear plan to the committee to ensure that the budget increase for school sport is used effectively and efficiently. The department must provide the committee with a detailed plan with strict time frame to ensure the infrastructural challenges facing Mhlaba Stadium are addressed as a matter of urgency. I hereby table the report.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kaya. You've saved us a few minutes there. Any clarities to the committee? Any clarities to the MEC? I see two hands, Honorable Cowley and Honorable King. Those are the only two. Over to you, Honorable Cowley, followed by Honorable King.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question would be with regards to the Stackstrom Museum. When will the MEC formulate a clear implementation plan to ensure that renovations and maintenance are made to the museum? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the Mhlaba Stadium was a legacy project from 2010 Soccer World Cup. We would just like to know what plans are there to ensure that the infrastructure challenges at the Mhlaba Stadium is addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable MEC, you have the option to respond now or during your debate. You can choose.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to you, Honorable Speaker. I'll respond during my debate.
Thank you so much, honorable member. Thank you so much. We then call upon Honorable Miller from, my apologies, Honorable Miller from the DA. Honorable Miller, your 13 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Acting Premier, Honourable Members. It is an honour to stand before you to speak on a department that lies at the heart of our province's soul: sport, recreation, art and culture. This portfolio is not only for play or for performance. This portfolio is a powerful vehicle for social cohesion, youth development, and the celebration of our shared heritage and dignity and diversity. Our task is clear: to ensure that the opportunities created through this department to reach every corner of our beautiful province, igniting the potential of our young athletes, nurturing future artists, and creating safe, vibrant spaces for our communities to grow, connect, and thrive. Honourable Speaker, the department comprises of 4 programs, of which administration takes the largest share of 32%, a budget of 351 million rand, an increase of 3.8% this year. This naturally raises concerns. Are we building a department that prioritizes administration and red tape over services? Or are we investing in the future where every child has a chance to pick up a paintbrush, step onto a sports field, or walk confidently into a library filled with possibilities? The answer lies not in the figures alone, Honourable Speaker, but in how we direct our resources to serve the people and not positions. We must ensure that every cent contributes a meaningful, measurable outcome in communities across our province. This department builds hope and meaningful life of dignity. Honourable Speaker, our public and mobile libraries are more than buildings with books. They are centres of knowledge, opportunity and hope. They offer hope to our youth and alternatively to lure them away from crime and drugs, and open doors to information, employment and a lifelong learning. Honourable Speaker, that is why the condition of our libraries is not just maintenance. It is a matter of our moral obligation to our communities. In an oversight visit in Buffalo City, I accompanied Honourable Kruger. We found a mobile library left to decay, once meant to serve disadvantaged communities with dignity. This library has become a missed opportunity and a betrayal of public trust. Parkside Library.
Speaker. This side.
Just hold on, Honourable Miller. Can you sit down, please? Yes, Honourable Pretorius. You have a...
Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order. On
Yes.
Point 98.
On what point are you rising?
Point 98, which speaks of absent members. Also, perhaps on point 65.5, which speaks on portfolio committee members. And also perhaps on page point 96 on explanations of the part of the speech of the members. So in noting that Honourable Miller is not part of the portfolio committee of sport any longer, he was part of the reshuffle that took place in December and is essentially then representing Honourable Kruger in this in this session.
No, Honourable Member, you are out of order. Please sit down. No,
Speaker.
no, Honourable Member, this is a debate taking place now.
I wanted to check if there's a letter.
Honourable Member, just sit down and I will explain what happens during the debate. You do not have to be a member of a committee to enter into the debate. Each political party will assign members to debate the matter in front of us, the report that has been tabled. It is the prerogative of the political party, whether they are members or not, they may raise those issues. Honourable Kasim, you are out of order.
Speaker,
do you understand me, Honourable Member?
Yes, I understand fully. I understand fully.
So there is no point of order at this particular point.
Speaker, I raised 3 points. So the second point is point 96 on the explanation of the speech, which gives me the right to say when it's misquoted or if it's misunderstood. So the member speaks of oversight visits, but they were not part of the oversight visits on these libraries. So I just wanted to understand.
Honourable Member,
Thank
no.
you.
Honourable Member, sit down. Perhaps what you could do in part of the debate for those members of the ANC that's come, you may write certain notes to assist them to boost their debate and enhance, not boost, to enhance their debate in those areas. Thank you, Honorable Miller. You may proceed. I have kept your 1 minute.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It seems like we need another induction for some of our members on our rules.
Yes, there's a lot of members, even from my left where I'm sitting, mostly from my left. Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. If I may continue.
You may, Honourable Member,
Thank you.
you may.
Parkside Library, once a beacon of hope in BCM, has suffered repeated vandalism due to the lack of security. The department's plan to relocate it to Parkside Hall risks compromising the functionality of both the space and ultimately limits the community access. Projects stalled due to poor planning and contractors failed to deliver due to cash flow issues requiring intervention through default notices. Honourable Speaker, this is not acceptable, but it's also not irreversible. We have the ability to change the course. With proper planning, transparent procurement, and the political will to put communities first. Libraries across this province also await long overdue maintenance. Once again, we raise concern that the maintenance budget of 32% allocation. Too little is left for goods and services that communities actually benefit from. Honourable Speaker, we commend the state of many museums across the province. They are vital to our preserving of our heritage, teaching our youth, and uniting us in diversity. Yet, we cannot ignore areas where improvement is needed. Bay World in Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality, iconic institution, has seen its budget reduced by 424,000 rand, and the redevelopment stalled due to disagreements between this department and the municipality, Nelson Mandela Bay. This project cannot afford any further delays. It must become a shared priority for everyone. In the case of the Sterkstrom Museum, the Portfolio Committee reported dated 10 July 2025 revealed that renovations are moving ahead without a clear implementation plan, despite a 2.4 million rand allocation. This is not good governance. Planning must come before spending. And I want to repeat, planning comes before spending. We also call on the MEC to review the 800,000 rand allocated to repair the lift at the East London Museum to ensure that the public receives full value for this investment. Honourable Speaker, when we invest wisely in this department, the results are tangible. Lower crime rates, better school performance, and greater community pride. And our lives and the people out there, their lives will transform by access to sport, arts, and culture. We have seen it before and we can see it again, honourable members. The victories of our athletes, the brilliance of our artists, and the spirit of our festivals. Our people are ready to rise. We must just give them the tools. I want to repeat, our people are ready to rise. Let's give them the tools from that department. Honourable Speaker, the department is important not to fail. We cannot afford it to fail. It holds the power to uplift the entire communities, and it must be managed with care, competence, and compassion. In conclusion, as a Democratic Alliance, we remain committed to our oversight role. We will continue to shine the light on inefficiencies, but we will also work in constructive, ensure that there are progress, dignity, and hope for every community member in our beautiful province. Honourable Speaker, the Democratic Alliance supports this budget, not because it's perfect, but because we believe in the potential it holds, if steered with responsible action. Honourable Speaker, let us build a future where no talent goes unseen and there's no community is left behind in our province. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. You are not making use of your extra time, but thank you so much. We now call upon the EFF, Honourable Chocho. Your 9 minutes starts now, Honourable Member.
Enkosi, Honourable Speaker, ndiphinde ndibulise kule ndlu yowiso-mthetho. The EFF firmly reject budget vote 14 for the Department of Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture. Although many will lament the 1.8% increase from last year, and consider it minimal. Kodwa le mali ayincedi xa ingenamsebenzi ochanekileyo. More so, when year after year the same failures repeat and the same broken promises remain, when money is continually wasted, misdirected, and fails to deliver change in our communities. In this department, Honorable Speaker, administration alone swallows almost 351 million. That is nearly a third of the entire budget, while grassroots sport, rural arts and heritage program remain starved of resources. The department
Honorable
continues
members,
to...
not so loud. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker. The department continues to fail in meeting constitutional employment equity targets, including for people with disabilities. Strategic plans are either outdated or simply never implemented. Oversight is weak and municipal sport facilities and libraries are not properly monitored. Iziseko zemidlalo ezinjengegombo sport field ziwile, kodwa i-record zesebo zithi zisemgangathweni. In the area of sport and recreation, the picture is grim. Mhlaba Stadium, which was once a symbol of pride, now lies in ruin. School sport programs remain underfunded. Boxing, which was produced champion for the Eastern Cape, is given a mere 350,000. Amateur sport is dying, not because there is no talent, but because the department underspent and failed to utilize available funds effectively. Last year alone, 83 million was returned to the treasury. Le mali ngekaphiwe ngayo izstadium or arts centers. Ixhase i-artist okanye ixhase inhlobo nenhlobo zemidlalo ohlukeneyo. Manyathi. Arts and culture face the same neglect. Over 13 million goes to the National Art Festival in Makhanda. Siyavuma ibalulekile. Kodwa what about Mdantsane, Lusikisiki, Umbu, Libote, and our rural villages? Mdantsane Art Center receives just 65,000 for equipment. This is barely enough for a single event, let alone a year's programming. Heritage institutions ezifana ne-Bay World kunye ne-Stegstrom Museum are collapsing, while the Steve Biko Foundation faces unaccountable funding cuts. Libraries and archives tell their own sad story, while there is a plan of libraries in Lusikisiki and Tabankulu. Projects such as Yugi Library remain incomplete and abandoned. The Konga archives are unsafe, unrestored, and lack of digital protection strategy. Okuthetha ukuba imbali yethu iyachabalala phambi kwamehlo ethu. Irregular expenditure of 197 million has been recorded with no proper consequence management. Audit findings are repeatedly year after year. Internal controls are weak. This is not merely incompetence. Kukuphatha ulwabiwo mali ngenkohlakalo. We agreed that the department must cut excessive administration costs and redirect those funds to grassroots, sport, rural, and libraries. It must improve oversight of all sport and cultural infrastructure, especially emakhaya nase township. It must develop and implement a proper digital archive strategy, increase funding to rural and township artists, implement consequence management for irregular expenditure, and fill critical vacancies, particularly in monitoring and evaluation. Honorable Speaker, recommendations alone will not save this department if there is no political will. Kudala nogo sisiva ezizithembiso azintshanga kwindlebe zethu. They gather dust in reports while our communities continue to suffer. We must keep in mind the rural poet who writes by candlelight because the library has no books. Masicingele nomculi osezilalini ongenalo iqonga ngenxa yokuba ngenxa yokuba iqonga i-art center azikho. This department must start working for the people. Our people deserve a department that is the beating heart of sport, culture, and heritage, not an empty shell wrapped in red tape. I reject this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We now move over to Honorable Haram, sir. Honorable member, you have got 4 minutes remaining. You've got 4 minutes, sorry.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, community of the Eastern Cape, I greet you in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. The Patriotic Alliance rises in support of the report on budget vote 14 of the Department of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture. We begin by commending the Honorable MEC Ngongo for her steadfast leadership and commitment to restoring dignity in communities through sport, heritage, libraries, and the arts. Her vision, backed by a capable team, is starting to create visible change where it is most needed. We also acknowledge the work of the Honorable Minister of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture at the national level, Honorable Gayton McKenzie. His support and strategic direction have created an enabling framework that allows provinces like ours to push forward on programs that empower artists, athletes, and cultural workers across rural and urban spaces alike. We note with appreciation the 1.079 billion rand allocation to this department. The budget must now translate into visible results for our people. We welcome the following positive developments. 1, 97% of graduate interns placed in museums addressing skills gaps in heritage preservation. 2, new libraries planned for Lusikisiki and Tabankulu. 3, continued support to the National Arts Festival and the Eastern Cape Academy of Sport. However, there are concerns that remain, such as the ongoing underrepresentation of people with disabilities in the department must be addressed with urgency. Infrastructure backlogs, including the Mtata Stadium and Sterksroom Museum, cannot be left to deteriorate. The reduction in the recreation development budget could undermine grassroots sports and community wellness programs. Honorable Speaker, behind every program are people. A young reader in a village library, a child in boxing gloves dreaming of gold, an artist painting on a borrowed canvas. It is for them that we must deliver. We call on the department to implement the committee's recommendations swiftly and transparently, ensuring every cent makes a difference at ground level. Let us ensure that sports, arts, and culture are not afterthoughts, but powerful tools for healing, unity, and upliftment. A child in sport is a child out of court. The Patriotic Alliance obviously supports the report wholeheartedly. Ons baie salute. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I call upon the MKP, Honorable Mhlaba. Your 3 minutes starts now, Honorable Member. Honorable members, please note, Honorable Mhlaba is
Honorable
debating.
Speaker, honorable members, the continuous underperforming regarding the employment of the people living with disability is a worrying factor and is not accepted. Several multi-million rand sporting facilities in Eastern Cape, some of them are unusable. 110 million recreational park, Baby Lee in Buffalo City, nothing is happening. The economic benefit in the program too should benefit all, not the only chosen few. When the economy opportunities are advertised in local municipalities, it is business as usual. The connected one, identified by the t-shirt they are wearing. People see these wrongdoings. They are voiceless. Surely they will convey their message in the ballot paper come 2026. Honorable Speaker, this department failed to fill the vacant positions. It failed to meet the target of employing people with disabilities. The increase is noted, but it is not a sign. It is really the steadily decrease in allocation in some areas is a slowly sign of collapsing of the department. Nothing is promising in improving the lives of the people of our province in this report. This department is unable to look after its facilities to benefit community facilities. Community facilities are collapsing. In Mhlaba municipality, in Bathurst Town Hall, a historic building used by the community for economic boosting was burnt down. No one is accountable. Furthermore, in Port Alfred, a historic building suitable to be used for economic activities is used as a storeroom by municipalities. Mhlaba Council chose to use it as a storeroom instead of leasing to POA for economic activities. This building is in a strategic position for economic activities. The council chose to use it as a storeroom. Those who are in position of power are losing interest in supporting the poor. Honorable Speaker, the hearts of the poor are wounded by the ill treatment and blockage of participating in the economic activities using historic neglected buildings. A cultural village for youth that was approved in past years, funds were transferred to another project in Mhlaba municipality because the applicants were not belonging to the connected ones. Honorable Deputy Speaker, cultural village was for the benefit of the young people. There is a sad story of a farm that was bought by the government for the poor in Ward 6 Mhlaba municipality. Unfortunately, connected ones took the farm from the hands of the community to their hands. Honorable Speaker, the wrong things are happening in local government and people are wounded. Surely the ballot paper will speak for them. By supporting this report does not translate that this budget is a good one. What matters is the benefit of the poor, including the graduate intern. The application of recommendation will assist in carrying out the work of the department. MKP support the report.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. We call upon the ANC, Honorable Vanku. Your 20 minutes starts now, Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker, it is a privilege that I speak after the fake MK. Now the authentic one speaks after the fake one. Sorry, Honorable Mhlaba. No, we were talking about preserving heritage here. Honorable Speaker, allow me to greet the Honorable Acting Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Legislature, government official guests in the galleries, and those watching the proceedings in our virtual platforms. Let me start by saying the African National Congress unequivocally supports the report. As we debate this report, we should be cognizant of the basic bourgeois definition of economics, which says it's satisfying unlimited needs with limited resources, which is Economics 101. It is important that we debate on these budget votes. The people at home should know that they were thoroughly perused, interrogated, debated in the portfolio committees and adopted by all and sundry. Some of us stand on this podium to grandstand and carry out the mandates of our political parties. That is understandable. On Tuesday, this august House was reminded of a good quote from the late Comrade Krisani about the importance of humble and ethical leadership in governments. What we were not told is that it was exactly the same stance on good ethical governance or leadership that is devoid of greed that led to his assassination. The imperialist could not afford to have such a leader of excellent moral values leading the Revolutionary Alliance in the future. Honorable Speaker, out of hatred for the cockroach, the ants voted for insecticide, and they all died, including the housefly that did not vote. Honorable Speaker, I debate a month after the country celebrated the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, in which the people of South Africa declared that the doors of learning and culture shall be open. Allow me to quote few of the clauses. The first clause under this clause says, the government shall discover, develop, and encourage national talent for the enhancement of our cultural life. All the cultural treasures of mankind shall be open to all by free exchange of books, ideas, and contact with other lands. The aim of education shall be to teach the youth to love their people and their culture, to honor human brotherhood, liberty, and peace. Education shall be free, compulsory, universal, and equal for all children. Adult literacy shall be ended by mass state educational plan. The last part says the color bar in cultural life, in sport and in education shall be abolished. The clarion call by the people of South Africa was in stark contrast to the 1953 declaration by the architect of apartheid, Dr. H.F. Verwoerd, who was responsible for at least two of the apartheid's most notorious policies, the creation of the Bantu Stands and the Bantu Education Act, where he famously proclaimed, in fact, notoriously, proclaimed there is no black, there's no place for the Bantu in the European community above the level of certain forms of labor. What is the use of teaching the Bantu child mathematics when it cannot use it in practice? That is quite absurd. Education must train people in accordance with their opportunities in life according to the sphere in which they live. History has proven the ideas of this racist Nazi supporter to be destined for failure. Sports, arts, and culture and recreation continue to unite the diverse people of a country behind the national flag and anthem, despite incidents of racism rearing their ugly heads at times. South Africa has strong history with notable achievements across various disciplines, rugby, cricket, and football, and particularly prominent with the Springbok winning the Rugby World Cup 4 times, the Proteas achieving success in cricket, and Bafana Bafana at one stage having won the 1996 African Nations Cup. The 2025 World Athletics Relay team showcased their talent and teamwork, achieving remarkable results in various relay events, which is men's 4x100 relay, a team which was comprised of Bayanda Walaza, Snesipo, Dambile Bradley Nkwana, and Akani Simbani, who won gold medal with a time of 37.61 seconds, marking the fastest time in the world for the year. They edged out of the United States by just 0.01 seconds. The men's 4x400 meter relay with the quartet of Gideon Isaac, Demba Okono, Leonard Kukemur, and Zaki Tinen. Once more, Verwoerd is proven wrong. Women's relay, 4x400 relay, the women team secured a bronze medal. Their efforts were led by Sheline Nekubuni, Miranda Kutsie, Precious Molepo, and Zeni. Indeed, Verwoerd and other apartheid architects and racists must be fuming in their hell, as I believe there is no haven for their ilk. Let me begin by acknowledging the achievements of our national sports team in the field of rugby, athletics, and soccer. We applaud Banyana players in winning the 2022 AFCON Cup and their performance in the recent AFCON finals, and wish their star player, Gabriel Salgado, speedy recovery from her horrific injury. We further congratulate the Junior Springboks for their 23-15 thrashing over New Zealand in the under-20 rugby championships in Italy. Amongst those, these include players like Batobe Lehlekani, Cheswell Uweste, and Hashim Pitt, who originate from the Eastern Cape. Additionally, players like J.C. Mars, Siyandlozi, and Gilmore Muntwe were also part of the squad that also originated from the Eastern Cape, and they formed the back line. Eastern Cape has a growing presence in women's sport, particularly in rugby and cricket. Notable players include Leabona Boy is a rising star from Ngeleng, who has excelled in women rugby despite facing challenges, and several players who have represented the Eastern Cape in cricket at international level. The region also has a strong football presence with teams like City Ladies and Ambitious FC. Honorable boy, I like team yakho le. The Eastern Province women's cricket boasts notable players like Audrey Jackson, Juanita Van Zyl, Evnie Weber, Claire de Blanche, and many others. The senior Springbok rugby team led by Johan Rassie Erasmus, a son of the Eastern Cape, born and bred in Dispatch, at the reigning rugby champions. Rassie Erasmus and his families were racially harassed, and at some stage he was called a Kefa Booty or a Kafir Booty for daring to appoint Sia Collis, another son of the Eastern Cape, as the captain of his victorious Springbok team. Rassie's Springbok team also boasted a number of players, and they pulled the inconceivable feat of defending their title. The Eastern Cape is a proud place of origin of present-day artists like Anati, Cecil Arotsi, Aaron Witz, Amanda Black, and many others. During the good old days of apartheid, the province produced early writers and poets like, the bad old days of apartheid, man. Sorry, Kasim, it was not good. It was good for us because we were fighting a clear enemy.
Point of order, Speaker.
Honorable Hendricks.
Speaker, I rise in terms of Rule 92, Sub-Rule 1, offensive use of language. Chairman, I ask the member to withdraw the use of the K word, which has a very sensitive history in our country, Chair. And tomorrow I don't want to be called the H word tomorrow, Chair, if we allow this to happen.
No, Honorable Hendricks. I can stave this off and then when they can look at the word, but I understood it in the context of what the member was saying. But we will allow the legal service to look at that and make an interpretation, perhaps by the end, but I am quite sure it was used within a context. And somebody was not called that word per se. It was basically explaining what happened at that point in time during our apartheid years. That was the context which I understood it to be.
Thank you, Chair, but are you referring this to the Ethics Committee? I would like an answer. I would like an answer whether that is parliamentary to use that word.
Yeah, again, you can't stand up there and say a matter is referred to the Ethics Committee. Let me explain the process in the House. Is that what we will do, we will refer it to the to Hansard to go and listen to what is being said, and then they will come and then they will give an explanation of the context of the word, whether it is basically in conflict with the rules. You can't just stand up and say, I'm going to refer this to the Ethics Committee. It has never happened in that regard. And we will do as such, because that is what I said we will do in this regard. And then Hansard will actually give an explanation whether what the honorable member said is in conflict with our own standing rules. Yes, Honorable Kasim, on what are you rising? On what rule are you
I'm
rising?
rising in terms of Rule 92.1, Honorable Speaker. Earlier you suggested that we must have an induction on the rules. And I think I agree.
Yeah, if you are rising on that, then you can sit down,
Honorable Speaker,
Honorable
there's
Kasim.
nothing in 92.1 that speaks about unparliamentary words can be used in certain acceptable contexts. If we follow the rules, we have to follow the rules to the letter, or we must change the rules. But the presiding officer does not have the right to interpret the rules outside of what is contained
Have you
in
listened? Sit
92.1.
down, Honorable Kasim.
Where does
Honorable
it say
Kasim,
that you
Honorable
can use
Kasim, did you
unparliamentary
hear what I
language
was
in a
saying?
certain context?
Sit down.
No, you're making up your own
Sit
rules.
down,
You are making up
Honorable
your
Kasim. Sit down. I am saying to Honorable Hendrickson, not to you, that what I heard the member was saying and in the context, but I will refer that matter to Hansard to go and check. They will check and make sure whether it is offensive in terms of our standing rules. If you did not hear that, then surely you were not paying attention to what I was saying. So that is, and the member was nodding to me, and that closes the matter on this regard. Before we conclude this house, if not, then in the next sitting, there will surely then be what do you call it again, Kevin? A ruling on the matter, yes.
Chair.
I
Sorry,
am not,
Chair.
no, I am not allowing you to speak
Chair, your
again.
ruling
I am
is setting a
not-
precedent.
I
And
am
if
not
Honorable
allowing you to
Miller
speak.
uses the
I
K word
am
from
not
the
allowing you
podium
to
tomorrow,
speak again.
then it's the same
I
context,
am not
Chair.
allowing you to speak again. Now that is a matter that as the speaker, the presiding officer, I can refer to the ethics committee. So please, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Honorable Vanyu, you may continue. Yes. Don't worry. I have kept your time. It
Okay.
was 2 minutes unnecessary, but I have kept your 2 minutes.
All right. Thanks, Honorable Chair, for that, Honorable Speaker, for that intervention. The Eastern Cape has continued to produce outstanding boxers like Happy Boy Mgaji, Mzuki Square, Vuyani Bungu, and current champions like Sivenati, the special one, Donching. Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress notes the slight budget increase and hopes that the department will use it in a most effective and efficient way. We must say that in passing this budget, the legislature expects nothing from you, department, but a clean audit outcome and 100% achievement of your targets that you've set. This will be difficult to attain if you still have critical posts that are not filled, including crucial posts of the head of department. We note the successes registered under the equity program encourage the department to move with speed in targeting people living with disabilities for work opportunities within the department. We note the opportunities provided to the youth in the form of EPWP, graduate internship, work integrated learning, graduate internship, and learnership programs. These are clear attempts by the department to take our youth out of the streets. We also applaud the department for procuring its goods and services locally using local service providers. We encourage service providers to improve the quality of services they are providing so that we may prevent poor workmanship and unnecessary accruals because of delayed completion of projects. Policy formulation and revision under cultural affairs is an ongoing process that is informed by experience, challenges, and material conditions on the ground. That it is an area that the department must quickly complete, as policy certainty is a must in the public service, and as the delay thereof might have unintended and unforeseen consequences. The National Arts Festival, annually held at Amakhanda, is a flagship art festival of the country. We applaud the platform provided to our budding artists and local entrepreneurs. We are happy that no major security threats have been reported over the past few years. This is a testimony to the stringent security measures that are put in place by the organizers and law enforcement agencies. We hope that this will continue in the future, and Honorable MEC Williams, you need to up your game there in that municipality, as this festival might go away. We note and support the attention and focus paid to our art centers in the province and hope that the beneficiaries of these art centers will optimally utilize them. We also encourage community members to take pride in these social facilities by protecting them from criminal elements lurking in their midst. We further advise the department to constantly maintain and refurbish these centers whenever a need arises, as a lack thereof might encourage these elements that I have just spoken about. Museum governance and management are central to the optimum operation. Hence the need to appoint boards of trustees when none exist, and fill vacant posts where they exist and on urgent basis. The department must consider using the existing partnership with Lower Saxony to share experience and best practices and assess the possibilities of sharing artifacts on a temporary basis where policy prescripts permit. The contribution made by the department to the celebration of national days help a lot in celebrating these historical and cultural events that in turn contribute towards nation building and social cohesion. It is our considered view that more work still to be done in ensuring these events are reflective of the demographic profile of the province. Honorable Speaker, the work done by the Eastern Cape Provincial Geographic Names Change Council is quite remarkable and deserves our overall
Honourable Member, you have 2
commendation.
minutes remaining.
We call upon our people to honor and respect the names of some of the people and heroes and heroines and after which these places are named. Honorable Speaker, the support provided by the department to sport entities like the Eastern Cape Academy of Sport, Eastern Cape Sports Federation is applauded as it contributes to a creation of new and up-and-coming stars. It is my humble plea, Honorable Speaker, that swimming should be regarded as an essential life skill in view of the raging climate change and ensuing disasters. Honorable Speaker, the work done by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and plays a pivotal role in the economic development of our young people, leading to future careers for those that excel. Sport and recreation further leads to healthy lives and thereby saving the state health provision costs. We encourage our young people to participate in sport, arts and recreation for the development of their possible future careers. Let us treat our artists and sport people as our role models. We urge our communities and traditional leaders to develop our indigenous culture as part of liberating our country and continent. We applaud the department for supporting and advocating for the national and international sporting activities held in the province and the economic spin-offs that emanate from them. Sports, arts, and culture continue to play a
Honourable
pivotal
Member, you
role
need to
in
wrap up
attracting tourists in our beautiful province.
Honourable Member, you need to conclude now, please.
Yes, in conclusion, Honourable Speaker, let me restate the fact that we support all government programs aimed at sustaining sport development and grassroots level. The African National Congress supports the report as tabled and
Thank you,
supports
Honourable
this
Member.
budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you. Thank you. Don't do that. We now call upon the MEC, Honourable Ngongo. Honourable MEC, you have got 10 minutes. Your 10 minutes starts now. Only 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to you. Greetings to the Deputy Speaker, the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip, the Acting Premier, the Executive Council, honorable members, our guests and our officials, HODs as led by DG, our PLOs up there doing the great work. Greetings. Honorable Speaker, let me start by responding to the questions that were asked earlier on by the honorable members, one of the Stegstrom Museum. Honorable Speaker, in the Stegstrom Museum, we have, the department have allocated 2.4 million rands towards the refurbishment of Stegstrom. Currently, the project is at an assessment stage, and the department, through COGA Development Corporation, is in the process of appointing a contractor to implement the project. And we are already procuring professional services through our implementing agent. That is the issue, that is the response with regards to the Stegstrom. With the issue of Tata Stadium, Honorable Speaker, we understand very well, Honorable Speaker, that as the department, we rely solely on the municipalities with regards to the infrastructure projects. However, with this, because we are the users and we are concerned and we care about those particular facilities, we have been engaging with the OR Tambo municipalities with regards to the issues of infrastructure across the district in trying to address the issues of the challenges that are related to the sports facilities. So therefore, we have been informed that the King Sabatata Ingebo municipality has made an application to DESAC for an allocation of funding for the next phase of the stadium, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, those were the questions that we received from the honorable members, and therefore allow me to quickly present my speech. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the department, let me express our appreciation on the diligent work that has been done by the committee. There are numerous areas of work that have been pointed out for the department to follow up on, and we will do so within the given time as stipulated in the report. Somlomo, njengesebe lezemidlalo inkcubeko nobugcisa, siyiqhwabela izandla inkulu baphathiswa yeliphondo uTata uMabuyane ngomsebenzi athe wawenza omhle wokuba ngumzekelo wokukhokela ngokomzekelo xa sukuba abantwana bakokwabo bebebheke esuthwini wathatha iintsuku ukuyoqinisekisa ukuba baya bephila babuye bephila nanjengoko umphathiswa wakwaCocta isitsho. So siyiqhwabela izandla ke njengesebe lenkcubeko ukuba ootata mababe khona ngamaxesha onke kwiifamilies zabo. In a province that is still suffering from the apparent effects of taking away the father from the family, we must also rebuke the opportunistic attempts by some in this House to want to condemn responsible fatherhood, as if that amounts to neglecting our people and government at times of disaster. Honorable Speaker, on administration, I'm proud to report to this House that there has already been progress in some of the recommendations that were made by the committee. One of these areas in the employment of people with disabilities, the need to increase their percentage as part of the departmental workforce. The department is currently sitting at 1.7%, but has since employed 3 persons with disability as an IT technician, a librarian, and 1 HR officer. The 3 officials will assume duties in the month of August 2025. Furthermore, a database has been created for those candidates that have applied but not successful, so that they can be advised whenever there are vacancies that they are suitable for. Honorable Speaker, we are in line with ensuring that our organizational strategy is implemented. Due to the challenges faced by the process, the department opted to finalize the review in the 2025-26 financial year. This means that the process of implementation should take place in the last quarter of 2025-26 financial year and be live in the 26-27 first quarter. The current outstanding tasks are as follows. The finalization of costing, which to be aligned with the MTF and presented to the DTT. The presentation of final document aligned with MTF by DTT to top and management. The presentation of final document aligned with MTF by DTT to organize labor. Confirmation of MTF budget from Treasury, confirmed also by CFO. Validation by OTP. Confirmation of processes by internal audit. Presentation to the HOD and require submission to DPSA. Submission to DPSA for validation and concurrence. On arts and culture, Honorable Speaker, part of the fiscal increase has been allocated to address compensation of employees in line with the projected annual salary adjustments for the current financial year. In addition, the increase reflects the department's commitment to the development of the film sector in the province, as the additional funding to the entity is specifically intended to support film-related initiatives and activities. Furthermore, Speaker, an amount of 1 million rands has been earmarked for community-driven festivals with the aim of ensuring that artists benefit directly through platforms for talent showcasing and the implementation of incubation programs. Silapa, Honorable Chocho, in the artists. These programs are currently focused on indigenous cultural expressions, such as the Saba Mbekane Maskandi Music Festival, which promotes traditional music and nature's emerging talent. The department acknowledges the strategic importance of the National Arts Festival as a critical platform for advancing the creative economy and positioning local artists on global stages. The department's continued investment in the festival, including a direct allocation of 2 million rands in 2025 to support artists from the province, has yielded measurable socio-economic returns across various disciplines within the sector. A direct economic impact for artists was 2 million rands, and this allocation was used to support artists through the Eastern Cape Showcase chapter, ensuring that a wide range of practitioners, including musicians, dancers, theatre performers, and visual artists, could present their work to national and international audiences. Participating artists gained performance fees, artwork sales, commissions, and other income forms, many of whom rely on this platform as a key source of annual earnings. The participation also resulted in expanded market access, enabling long-term economic opportunities beyond the festival itself. The Eastern Cape crafters were allocated premium exhibition stalls, allowing them to showcase and sell their handmade products in high-traffic areas of the festival. Significant sales volumes were recorded by crafters, and several secured retail and export orders, especially from international buyers attending the event. Speaker, the department has developed and will implement a structured monitoring and evaluation.
Honorable MEC, please do note you only have 2 minutes remaining.
Right. Honorable Speaker, on museum and heritage services, the department is in the process of inducting and empowering the newly appointed museum boards of trustees, and the plan is to conduct the session at Bishop Massacre Center on the 20th of August 2025. The attendees are estimated to be 64 members and will include the following: 36 museums, 15 library and archives, and 13 ECPL. The board members will be empowered on governance, human resources, financial asset, risk and project management, and the training will be done by an accredited institution. We have also allocated various amounts for museums across the province. This will enable the museums to carry out their functions. This includes the consideration of the budgeted amount for Bayworld Museum. On sport, Honorable Speaker, as part of our turnaround plan, the department developed a business plan with clear activities and MOA signed between the department and Eastern Cape Academy of Sport, with an amount of 2.7 million rands, which is ring-fenced to resource both provincial and 8 district academies. Understanding the budget for MIG resides with the municipalities, Honorable Speaker, the department has had an engagement with the KSD and OR Tambo municipalities to address sport and infrastructure-related challenges. Honorable Speaker, as indicated earlier, we have already started implementing the recommendations as made by the committee. We commit to the timeless implementation and submission of all the required reports and plans. Honorable Speaker, we understand very
Honourable
well
Member, you have to wrap up.
I'm wrapping up, Honorable Speaker. We understand very well that people are in denial and we cannot assist that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Members, I put the report. Any objections? Thank you so much. I will ask the Secretary to read the sixth order of the day.
Consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on Budget and Money Bills on the Appropriation Bill 2025.
I now call upon Honourable Duba. Honourable Dr. Duba, your 10 minutes starts now, Honourable Dr. Duba.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Good afternoon to the Acting Premier, also the MSs and the Chief Whip and members of the Provincial Legislature, Deputy Chief Whip, Deputy Chairpersons of committees. Honourable Speaker, this is a collective report of the Standing Committee of all members and also a collective report of the chairpersons that have participated, all chairpersons of the Portfolio Committee and the team that has been working with their chairpersons and also the team that has been working with us, under Dr. Miataza. The report of the Standing Committee on Budget and Money Bills is dated 21st July 2025. In terms of reference, Honourable Speaker, the terms of reference of the committee were to consider Provincial Appropriation Bill 2025 Eastern Cape. The method of work, the committee met on the 11th of June 2025 to consider the appropriation bill. The 2025 additional meetings with the Department of Health, the Public Works and Infrastructure were held on the 12th June 2025, and that with the Office of the Premier on 9 July 2025. On the 17th July 2025, the committee also met to discuss contribution from Portfolio Committee chairpersons on their respective budget votes. The consideration of the bill and the adoption of the bill, the committee considered the bill and agreed as followed. The committee agreed to the principle of the bill and the committee agreed to the content of the bill, Honourable Speaker. On the motion of desirability, the chairperson moved and the committee agreed to the motion of desirability put by the chairperson that the provincial appropriation bill be adopted to appropriate amounts of money for the requirements of the province of the Eastern Cape for the financial year ending 31st March 2026 and to provide for matters incidentally thereto. The committee report, it is in the opinion of the Standing Committee desirable that the bill be adopted without amendments, Honourable Speaker. This consists of the total provincial payments for 2025-2026 amounting to 100 billion, with 97.6 billion from the equitable share and conditional grant, Honourable Speaker. The deficit of 2.3 billion funded through the provincial own receipt and 1.8 billion and 1.8 billion and provincial reserves at 506.8 million. Much as there are no amendments proposed in the 2025-26 appropriation bill, the committee raises the following for further deliberations and consultation before the end of the second quarter, and some of the to be realized during the tabling of the 2025-26 MTPPS and the adjustment budget. The committee reports note that I'll start, Honorable Speaker, with the ones that will need to be effected by the 30th of September 2025. Working as a collective to improve our revenue collection capacity as a province will enable the province to support its priorities. Given the country's fiscal challenges, the provincial treasury has supported the major revenue departments and including assistance with the revenue plans, the funding of DPWI to conduct a land audit, which consolidated the properties available for lease into bid book that was presented to the public and private sector to attract investment by development in a property investment conference that was held in 2022. Furthermore, DPWI was granted permission to sell properties that does not make economic sense to keep and renovate. The provincial treasury support includes unblocking challenges in the Department of Health with a sitter towards facilitating electronic billing and forwarded advice on the legal challenges with the casino sector, as well as the Department of Transport with options to expand their motor vehicle license fees collection to include banks. However, the revenue collection, Honorable Speaker, has not improved significantly despite this support. A meeting on own revenue generation must be held between the Standing Committee on Budget and Money Bills, the chairperson of the Economic Cluster Portfolio Committees, the OTP, Provincial Treasury, DPWI, Department of Health, DDIT, and Department of Transport before the end of the second quarter of the 2025-2026 financial year. To concern on the impact of the accrual on the performance of the 2025-26 budget to be passed has been raised by the Department of Health, Education, Transport, COGTA, Public Works and Infrastructure and the provincial legislature. During the tabling of the budget 2025-26, 10% of the accruals as at 31st March 2024 had not been paid, and 41% of payable for the same period has not been paid at 31st March 2025. This does not account for the accrual at 31st March 2025. This puts to question the credibility of the budget. Unpaid payables from 31st March 2024 as at 31st March 2025 amounted to 2.3 billion, which is about 2% of the total budget of 2025-2026. The Provincial Treasury, together with the Office of the Premier, should work out an accrual management plan in the provincial administration with stipulated tolerance threshold. Funding for the public entities needs justification and further scrutiny due to the declining public entity performance, which amongst other factors may be influenced by their structuring. Rationalization of these public entities has been discussed as from the 6th administration. A report on this should be forwarded to the committee before the end of this quarter. The provincial administration should submit a progress report to the committee on the commuted overtime in the Department of Health. At the end of January 2025, the employees that have been approved as per the policy and procedure on incapacity leave on health was 553, amounting to 59.6 million, with 29,000 days conditionally granted at 335.9 million, with 196,161 days. The total cost is 395.5 million for 3,177 employees. The major contributing departments are the Department of Health, Education, and the Provincial Treasury should submit a report on the management and finalization of all outstanding PILIR cases. To be effected before the tabling.
Honorable Dr. Duba, you have 2 minutes remaining.
Okay, it's one page. To be effected before the tabling of the adjustment budget and MTBS, even though there is a significant shortfall of 265 million in the broadband project for the 2025-26, notwithstanding the broadband connectivity driven through the OTP, it is acknowledged by the committee. However, the absence of local area network air connectivity nullifies the intended outcome of this project, and as such may render the project being viewed as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. To consider this, the Provincial Treasury and OTP should, during the tabling of the MTDPS, outlines means and resources to ensure productivity of this venture. Let me go to the last one. 13, the Scholar Transport Program has a very limited struggle to ferry all deserving learners in the province, resulting in the most learners having to walk long distance to the school. Much as this funding is insufficient, there are expenditure inefficiencies in the Scholar Transport Program Administration. A report should be submitted to the committee on a plan to deal with the expenditure inefficiencies. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dr. Duba. Are there any clarities by the committee, to the committee? None. Any clarities to the MEC? None. I then call upon the DA, Honorable Dr. Fig. You have your 13 minutes starting now.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the Executive Committee, honorable members, fellow citizens, thank you for the opportunity to rise and deliver this address on behalf of the opposition regarding the 2025 Eastern Cape Appropriation Bill. At the outset, I want to make it unequivocally clear the people of the Eastern Cape deserve better. They deserve leadership that is accountable, spending that is responsible, and governance that is transparent. Unfortunately, the bill before us today falls short, gravely short of these expectations. Let us be honest, this appropriation bill is not a financial document. It is a statement of priorities, and what it reveals is a government that continues to prioritize bureaucracy over basic services, political survival over people's progress, and cosmetic projects over critical infrastructure. The bill consists of total provincial payments for 2025-26 amounting to 100 billion rand, with 97 billion from equitable share and conditional grants. The deficit of 2.3 billion rand funded through provincial owned receipts at 1.8 billion rand and provincial reserves at 506.8 million rand. The concern is that, one, Treasury has supported the major revenue departments and includes assistance with revenue plans, the funding of DPWI to conduct a land audit, which consolidated the properties available for lease into a bid book that was presented to the public and private sector to attract investment by Development in Property Investment conference that was held in 2022. Furthermore, DPWI was granted permission to sell property that does not make economic sense to keep and renovate. The provincial Treasury support also includes unblocking challenges in the Department of Health with CETA towards facilitating electronic building, and for the DEET advice on legal challenges with the casino sector, as well as the Department of Transport with options to expand their motor vehicle license fees collections to include banks. Notwithstanding the aforementioned, the revenue collection has not improved significantly despite the support. Concerns about the impact of accruals on the performance of the 2025-26 budget to be passed have been raised by the Departments of Health, Education, Transport, COGTA, Public Works and Infrastructure, and the provincial legislature. During the tabling of the 2025-26 budget, the province, 10% of accruals as at the 31st of March 2024 had not been paid, and 41% of payables for the same period had not been paid as of the 31st of March 2025. This does not account for accruals at 31st of March 2025. This puts into question the credibility of the budget. Unpaid payables from the 31st of March 2024 as at the 31st of March 2025 amounted to 2.33 billion rand, which is about 2% of the 2025-26 budget. The use of consultants for administrative and management matters in the provincial administration is another big problem. The cost of consultants and transfer of skills, if any, is unknown. Funding for public entities needs justification and further scrutiny due to declining public entity performance, which, amongst other factors, may be influenced by their structuring. Rationalization of these public entities has been discussed since the 6th administration and is still unresolved. A legacy of underspending and mismanagement, Honourable Speaker. Year after year, we have seen this provincial government return unspent funds to the National Treasury, funds meant for clinics that were never built, roads that were never paved, and schools that remain dilapidated. In the 2024 financial year alone, the Department of Health's infrastructure program underspent by 95.251 million rand. This in a province where ambulance response times stretch into hours and where pregnant women are still giving birth on hospital floors due to lack of beds and resources. The question is not whether the money is allocated, the question is whether it is used effectively, and the answer is tragically no. Health, a crisis in slow motion. Let us turn to the Department of Health, which receives the lion's share of this budget, rightfully so, given our public health challenges, but what is the return on the investment? We see hospitals like Livingston, Freer, and Doran Ginza chronically under-resourced. There are staff shortages, equipment breakdowns, medicine stockouts, and in some areas, the complete absence of mental health services. This bill does little to address the systemic rot within the health system. It throws money into a leaking bucket without first sealing the holes. Where is the plan to fix hospital supply chains? Where is the strategy to recruit and retain doctors in rural districts? Where is the investment in community health workers? Honourable Speaker, we cannot continue like this. Lives are literally at stake. Education, a generation that is left behind. Honourable Speaker, the Department of Education continues to consume over 40% of the provincial budget. Yet thousands of learners still attend schools with pit toilets. In 2025 in the Eastern Cape, this is unacceptable. The recent report by Equal Education has exposed the horrific state of sanitation and infrastructure in rural schools. Over 1,000 schools still lack proper fencing, libraries, science labs, or safe toilets. Meanwhile, this bill increases administrative spending at the department's head office by 12%, while school infrastructure receives a below-inflation increase. Where is the logic in that? Scholar Transport Program has very limited funding, struggles to ferry all deserving learners in a province, resulting in most learners having to walk long distances to school. Much as the funding is insufficient, there are expenditure inefficiencies in Scholar Transport Program administration. There is no plan to deal with the expenditure inefficiencies. We should be building schools, not bureaucracy. We should be protecting learners, not enriching the politically connected through inflated infrastructure tenders. The roads and public works, a path of potholes. One of the greatest barriers to economic growth in this province is our deteriorating road network. Farmers cannot get goods to the market. Children walk kilometers to school on unsafe paths. Ambulances cannot reach remote communities. Yet the Department of Transport continues to spend more on consultancy services and public awareness campaigns than it does on actual road upgrades. Honourable Speaker, posters and slogans do not fill potholes, tar and gravel do. We need a roads program that works, not another 5-year strategy that collects dust on office shelves. Corruption and waste, the elephant in the chamber. Let us address the elephant in the chamber, corruption. The Zondo Commission made it clear provinces like ours were ground zero for state capture. And yet, the 2025 budget does not reflect the urgency required to tighten procurement systems, root out irregular expenditure, and bring those responsible to book. Honourable Speaker, we cannot talk about service delivery without talking about the billions lost to inflated tenders, ghost employees, and politically connected companies that deliver nothing. The Auditor General's latest report paints a damning picture. Irregular expenditure in this province rose by 2.69 billion rand last year, rising to a total of 8.86 billion rand in total. And what was the consequence? Nothing. No one was held to account and no funds recovered. This appropriation bill fails to create real accountability mechanisms. It fails to empower the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. It fails the people of the Eastern Cape. Youth unemployment and economic development, Honourable Speaker. Eastern Cape remains the poorest province in the country, with youth unemployment hovering around 54%. We have a crisis of joblessness that this budget barely acknowledges. Where are the catalytic economic projects? Where is the investment in township and rural economies? Where is the red tape reduction strategy to support emerging entrepreneurs? Instead, the Department of Economic Development increases its budget for strategic partnerships and stakeholder engagement, terms often used to justify trips, conferences, and photographs, but not results. The youth do not need more summits, they need jobs. A vision for a capable state, Honourable Speaker. We in the Democratic Alliance believe in a capable, ethical, and developmental state. That means efficient service delivery, clean governance, and unwavering focus on improving the lives of ordinary people. We are not yet to oppose for the sake of opposition, but we must be the voice of those who are voiceless in this House. The grandmother waiting 6 hours at the clinic, the learner studying under a leaking roof, the unemployed graduate handing out CVs at taxi ranks. If this bill truly aimed to build a better Eastern Cape, we would support it. But what we see before us is business as usual. Big numbers, but little impact. Honourable Speaker, the appropriation bill is not just a spreadsheet, it is a moral document. It shows who we value, what we prioritize, and where we are going. And so today we say the Eastern Cape cannot afford another year of mismanagement, missed opportunities, and mediocre government. We call in this House to reject complacency, to demand more from our departments, and to remember the people who sent us
Honourable
here.
Dr. Fick, you have 2 minutes remaining.
Democratic Alliance rejects this bill in its current form, not because we do not believe in progress, but because we believe our people deserve far better than what this government is offering. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. I now call upon the EFF, Honourable Aloni.
Okay.
Your 9 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Ndicela nje, Honourable Speaker, uke ndikode. Kunombhali endimthanda kakhulu. Uthi, the evil that men do lives after them, but the good is oft interred with their bones. Athi xa ivalayo, athi let it be to them. Kalo mazwi ndibulela uHonourable Tebekane ngosinika umrhabulo. Sirhabulisile uHonourable Tebekane kakhulu kusasa. Kubalulekile into yoba abantu bazazi apho basuka khona. And ke xa bengazazi funeka sikhole into yoba sibaxelele. Enkosi kakhulu ngomrhabulo. Honourable Gade, ugqibele kudala ukurhabulise. Siyacela ukungene. Enkosi. I think ke abantu bebesivile ispeeches ka Honourable Tebekane, they know what I'm talking about. Honourable Speaker and honourable members, I'm sorry that khange ndimbulise Honourable Acting Premier, Honourable Mvoko. Honourable Speaker and honourable members, I rise again today on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to reject the 2025-26 budget and money bills committee vote. This is not out of contempt, but out of conscience. This budget process, as presented, is a facade designed to mask the deep-rot fiscal mismanagement and leadership paralysis that define the state of governance in the Eastern Cape. The 2025 appropriation bill seeks to authorize over 100 billion with bulk sourced from the equitable share and conditional grants. And yet, what are we actually funding? The same broken system, the same unpaid accruals, the same empty promises dressed as policy priorities. For years in a row, the Premier of this province stood in the State of the Province address and promised fiscal discipline. greater transparency and improved revenue generation. But the reality is this: our own revenue collection remains stagnant, Honorable Speaker. Despite all the assistance from the National Treasury and repeated intervention in departments like transport, economic development, public works, there is no significant improvement. The province is not raising money, it is begging for it, borrowing it, or misusing what little it has. In fact, unpaid payables from the previous fiscal year stand at 2.3 billion, amounting to 2% of the current budget. That signals a crisis. This is money owed to service providers, SMMEs, and suppliers. Is people's livelihoods held hostage by government inefficiency? How can we, in good faith, adopt a new budget when the last one remains unpaid? Honorable Speaker, what credibility does this budget have when it is based on delayed, unpaid accruals and spending projections that do not materialize into delivery? In crucial departments like education, health, community safety and social development, and transport, billions are allocated, but year after year, the people of the Eastern Cape see no change. Let's talk about the broadband project, Honorable Speaker, a flagship initiative. There is an admission that there is a shortfall of 256 million, and even worse, there is an acknowledgement that without local network infrastructure, the project might constitute fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We ask, why then proceed without a contingency plan? Why pass a budget knowing the foundation is unstable? Another prime example is the Bishop Office Precinct, a project announced with pomp but yet in stagnation. Reports submitted before us note slow progress and the need for a clear funding model. Meanwhile, the state buildings in Bisho and Swedicha remain derelict and departments continue renting expensive private offices. What is more puzzling is the legislature we are in makes no provision for wheelchair access or ease of mobility for people living with disability. This is inhumane and unjustifiable. We are basically saying people living with disabilities have no place in this legislature. Honorable Speaker, then there is the ongoing use of consultants draining millions without meaningful skills transfer. The reports before us don't even have the full cost implications of this. What does that mean? Honorable members, we are told that 2% of every department's budget is now being set aside for disaster management. Yet the committee admits it has no report on how that money has been spent since inception. Where is the accountability? How can we support a budget that introduces new financial mechanisms without oversight? Let us not forget the Scholar Transport Program, Honorable Mhlaba, MEC. Year after year is underfunded. Thousands of children still walk dangerous distances to school in this province. What future are we budgeting for when we cannot guarantee safety and access to basic education? We cannot speak about the budget of the Eastern Cape and not speak about the issue of commuted overtime and ill health leave abuse costing the province almost 395 million for just over 3,000 employees. Most of these are in health and education, two sectors on their knees. What has been done about this? Nothing. No plan, just more money requested. What we must acknowledge, Honorable Speaker, is that public entities are failing and yet continue to receive funds. Rationalization has been discussed since, rationalization has been discussed since the sixth
Honourable Member,
administration.
please do note you have 2 minutes remaining.
But now we are told a report is still forthcoming. Why should we continue to fund entities whose existence cannot be justified? Honorable Speaker, this vote speaks of desirable, but there is nothing desirable about a budget riddled with non-payment, poor revenue, and chronic oversight. There is nothing desirable about giving a department blank check when its books are a mess. We therefore not only reject this budget vote, but propose a detailed transparent plan to clear outstanding accruals must be submitted within 30 days on the portfolio committee. that a special session on the own revenue generation be convened with 60 days to the table binding resolution on performance targets for key revenue departments, that all departments must submit an accruals management plan with quarterly reporting to this House, that disaster funding be ring-fenced and audited independent with full transparency on expenditure to date, that a moratorium on consultant appointments be imposed until comprehensive cost-benefit analysis is tabled with evidence of skills transfer, that funding of failing public entities be frozen until the rationalization report is tabled and debated in this House. And finally, that scholar transport inefficiencies be addressed urgently with a revised plan and funding model submitted before the adjustment budget. Honorable Speaker, it is not enough to lament the problems. It is our duty to refuse to fund dysfunction. This House must draw the line. We cannot bankroll failure until accountability, transparency, efficiency are restored. We reject this budget. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. We now go to Honorable Tony from the ANC. Honorable Tony, your 20 minutes starts now. Your 20 minutes starts now, Honorable Member. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Premier in absentia, the Executive Council and distinguished guests, and also stand on the already established protocol. Given the decline of the equitable share provision from the national fiscus, the African National Congress appreciates the initiative taken by the Provincial Treasurer to implement a budget strategy that focuses on the prudent financial management and controls, fiscal sustainability, cost containment measures, limiting of the provincial wage bill, increase of the provincial own revenue generation, and rationalization of public entities. Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress is delighted to note that the appropriation bill leans towards the ANC focus on radical economical transformation, which envisages an effective state that is decisive in its pursuit of structural change, whereby wielding opportunities to the poor and vulnerable to have ownership and control of the economy. Honorable Speaker, it is pleasing to note that the appropriation bill is anchored on the priority areas of the African National Congress, which focus on education, health, and major drivers of transformation, the social service sector. This perspective is highly supported. The African National Congress, Honorable Speaker, takes the tune from the 55th National Congress as we observe that in order to advance our economical transformation, we need to do the following, among others. 1, promote growth and development, eradicate the triple scourge of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Number 3, to promote youth employment, small business development, and cooperatives. Build a development state with a technical and political capacity to lead development and transform the economy. Honorable Speaker, it is with this spirit that we support the clarion call that towards resuscitating provincial economic growth, the provincial government has accordingly resolved to mobilize for public and private investment for socio-economic infrastructure and local industrial and sector development. The Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, following the conclusion of the budget vote consideration on departmental budget, considered and adopted various committees of 2025-2026 appropriation bill. This marks a critical stage in the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature budget process, as the House decided on the allocation of funds to various government departments and programs. Honorable Speaker, it is heartening to note that most political parties in the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, despite their political differences in various committees, place the need of the people of the Eastern Cape first rather than palace politics. 2025 and 2026 appropriation bill authorizes provincial government spending and allocates funds to departments and entities, divided into budget votes, each corresponding to a specific government department or entities to this, like operation and service delivery. The appropriation bill is ultimately about the provincial interest in keeping the province of the Eastern Cape functioning, responsible, transparent, and accountable. As we celebrate 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, this bill, using the Charter as a blueprint, seeks to address the rising cost of living, social wage, access to adequate housing, health, education, and job creation. Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress, we always been encouraging provincial treasurer to devise means and different strategies of increasing our revenue generation. Hence, we even supported the implementation of the revenue generation study. We further support what the bill suggests and bring on the table when it comes to increasing our revenue generation, which will assist our provincial pairs and provide, where necessary, to our people through service delivery. Therefore, we support that the sister departments, when it comes to revenue generation, must make sure that they do what they're supposed to do, and provincial treasurer must make sure that they also do what is supposed to be done. Hence, we support the bill when it stipulates that working as a collective to improve our revenue collection capacity as the province will enable the province to support its priorities given the country's fiscal challenges. The provincial treasurer has supported the major revenue department and include assistance with the revenue plans, the funding of the DPWI to conduct a land audit, which consolidated the properties available to lease into bid book that was presented in the public and the private sector to attract investment by the development in a property investment conference that was held in 2022. Further, the DPWI was granted permission to sell properties that does not make economic sense to keep and renovate. The provincial treasurer support include unblocking challenges in the Department of Health with CETA towards facilitating electronic billing and debt, advance on legal challenges with the casino sector as well as the Department of Transport with options to expand the motor vehicle license fees collection include the banks. Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress, we are concerned after the support which was given by the provincial treasurer. However, the revenue has not improved significantly despite support, as we urge provincial treasurer to continue supporting this department and making sure that they do what is supposed to be done to bring accountability in critical in this regard and consequence management to be implemented where applicable. What we are noting is the department which is supposed to maximize our revenue collection and need support or intervention in terms of guidance as to how to collect or maximize the revenue collection. There, the African National Congress support the view that meeting our own revenue generation must be held between the Standing Committee on Budget and Money Bills, the Chairperson of the Economic Cluster Portfolio Committee, OTP, the PT, the DWI, the Department of Human Settlement, the DDIT, and the Department of Transport before the end of the second quarter on the 2025-2026 financial year. Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress, we want the accountability and transparency when it comes to passing the budget so that we don't get surprised after passing the budget where you realize the budget is not the true reflection of what has been presented because of the accruals. We note with great concerns on the impact of accruals on the performance of 2025-2026 budget to be passed has been raised by the Department of Health, Education, Transport, COGTA, Public Works and Infrastructure, and the provincial legislature. Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress, we further note the great concern that during the tabling of 2025-2026 budget, 10% of the accruals as the 31st March 2024 had not been paid, and 41% of the payables for the same period has not been paid as 31st March 2025, which put the question the credibility of the budget on the basis that not 100% of the budget pass will be directed to the core services of the department, but still must pay the accruals of which that compromises the service delivery to our people. Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress, through our manifesto, we envisage that when suppliers have rendered the services, they must be paid within 30 days cycle. And we entrusted provincial treasurer to make sure that it is happening among all departments, as we were pleased that treasurer is leading by example to ensure that they pay service providers even less than 30 days period before we note, as an example of providing that example. We therefore note with disdain that there are unpaid payables on the 31st March 2024 as the 31st March 2025, amounting to 1.33 billion, which is about 2% of the 2025-2026 budget. We therefore support the view which says Provincial Treasurer together with the Office of the Premier should work out an account accruals management plan in the provincial administration which stipulate tolerance threshold because of our SMMEs are struggling due to unpaid invoices, and consequence management must be implemented against officials who are responsible for this anomaly. Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress, we have supported the rationalization of the public entities from the sixth administration. However, we have noted with great concern that the rationalization of these entities move at a slow pace, where we hope that the process will be given and urgent attention it deserves. We want these public entities to perform their core mandate with certainty because we feel that these unfinished restructuring processes may be contributing to the decline of public entities' performance. And adequate funding might also be contributing factor. Honorable Speaker, we view the public entities as an agent of change when it comes to investment boost in the province and job creation. Therefore, proper scrutiny in terms of their performance is sacrosanct. The fourth industrial revolution is with us and its reality, hence connectivity is paramount, especially in rural areas and in our township. We have supported the broadband connectivity because it will connect our people, especially to our clinics, the departments, the public schools, where we need to note with great concern that this project is moving at a slow pace, where we asked the OTP and the Provincial Treasurer during the tabling of the MTBPS to outline the means and resource to ensure the productivity of this venture, whilst we're noting with serious concern also the significant shortfall of 256 million in this project 2025-2026 financial year. We're of the view they must also try to engage the private-public partnership to fund the shortfall because this project must not complete, which will make our lives, our people simpler to be connected with the outside world. Honorable Speaker, we have noted with great appreciation the showcasing of the Bishop Principle outside this August House, during the tabling of the policy speech of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, hoping that the project will have been started by now. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is concerning on the slow progress of the Bishop Office Principle project. The African National Congress, we are aware of the financial constraint facing the province and the department and be mindful that the department cannot carry alone this project. Hence, we support the view of the OTP and Treasurer must consider a private partnership during MTBPS to fund this project. Recently, we have lost more than 100 lives on the unfortunate disaster, and condolences to the lives to their loved ones, and may their souls continue to rest in peace. Our province is prone to disaster, although we have serious financial constraints, acquire all necessary equipment required to respond swiftly to disaster in our district when they occur. We urge provincial government to engage national government to assist with fiscal resources and conditional grant to disaster because the province has serious challenges in this regard. Honorable Speaker, we note with serious concerns that the current allocation of disaster response and management is insufficient, and the response team must be decentralized because the current arrangement of centralized them in the metros is a challenge. We have witnessed that during the recent flood where we could not respond swiftly to rescue the victim because of the bad weather. However, if we're to centralize in our district, we would have seen a difference in the results outcome. Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress are also pleading with our people not to build their houses in low-lying places and the places which are not suitable or not designated for building to avoid being victims of disaster, especially now that we are aware there is insufficient funding for climate change, adapting response, disaster risk management, a green economy transition tool. Movement in this direction should be tabled during the tabling of the MTBS. Honorable Speaker, the ANC, we believe that education is a right, not a privilege, as envisaged in the Freedom Charter. We applaud the good strides which has been made by the Department of Education in the province as far as the scholar transport is concerned, although there is numerous challenges which the department is facing, which including the budget constraint, but they are working around the clock to resolve this issue of the scholar transport. The biggest slice percentage of the provincial budget goes to the Department of Education in trying to respond to the different challenges challenges faced by the department because this has been noting that scholar transport has very limited funding, struggling to ferry all deserving learners in the province, resulting in most learners having to walk long distances to school, much as funding is insufficient. There is an expenditure inefficiency in scholar transport program administration. Therefore, hopefully these issues will be resolved. We applaud the good strides which has been made by the provincial treasurer, trying to support the provincial department so that the department will not use consultant, as we have seen the good results in some departments as a result of this intervention. However, the department will still use consultant in this regard on the basis that use of consultant for administrative and management matters is noted with the provincial administration. Therefore, it is imperative for provincial treasurer to provide the cost of consultants so that we will now know how much costing provincial government because of the use of consultant, and also indicating transfer of skills, if any, where this has been affected. In emphasizing the fiscal strategy, the appropriation bill to address everyday realities of the province. Further, this bill is not an austere, as some would argue, but rather a predicted on the province's limited fiscal space. That is, while expenditure outpaces government revenue, this bill makes essential investment in social and economic infrastructure. The African National Congress supports the appropriation bill as presented. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Tony. I now call upon the MEC, Honorable Mvoko. You have another 10 minutes. Thank you, MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for granting me 10 minutes. Come again?
It came from that side.
Oh, okay. That's why I'm thanking you for giving me 10 minutes. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings once again to the all members of the provincial legislature, HODs, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to reflect on today's debate that seeks to consider the appropriation bill for 2025-26 financial year. I wish to welcome and appreciate the report that has been presented by the committee. The comments stemming from the debate are also noted. It delights us that the committee moved for the adoption of the funds appropriated as outlined in the Provincial Appropriation Bill 2025 without amendments after consultation with portfolio committee chairpersons on the budget votes of departments during June and July 2025. Whilst there were no amendments proposed, the committee requested for further deliberations and consultations before the end of the second quarter and during the tabling of the 2025-26 adjustment budget and MTBPS. With regard to the matter of the improvement of own revenue collection, we support the request by the committee that a meeting on own revenue collection be held between the chairpersons of the economic cluster portfolio committees, the Office of the Premier, Provincial Treasury, and the key revenue departments. The meetings with the four departments, Health, Transport, Public Works and Infrastructure, and Economic Development, Environmental, Tourism and Affairs and Tourism, that must be held in the second quarter will provide the committee the opportunity to assess the progress of revenue collection by departments, noting that Provincial Treasury, together with the Office of the Premier, continue to assist departments in steering committees and work groups with the CFOs of the four departments to improve revenue collection in the 2025-26 financial year. We note the recommendations that Provincial Treasury work with the Office of the Premier on accruals management plan. I must say that this Friday we'll be meeting with the executive management, particularly to discuss the issue pertaining to accruals. I must, however, highlight that Provincial Treasury, working with OTP and the two departments with highest accruals, health and education, conducted a research on the root causes of accruals and payables with an objective to manage and contain them with the accounting policy framework. Whilst there is noticeable improvement in the Department of Education, an earnest appeal is made to the Executive Authority and Accounting Office of the Department of Health to institutionalize systems within the department in managing these accruals and payables. This appeal is also to the Executive Authority and Accounting Officer of the Department of Transport. With respect to the policy and procedure on incapacity leave, Provincial Treasury through OTP and working with all relevant departments will submit a report on the finalization of pillar cases. Honorable Speaker, notwithstanding the fiscal constraints we're experiencing, we consulted with legislature prior to the tabling of the budget in an effort to find common ground on funding of the provincial legislature. Part of our resolution that we shall seek to address their funding concerns through a medium-term approach. We also committed to deploy provincial treasury officials to work with legislature officials towards validating their organogram structure costing. We have not backtracked on those commitments. Work is underway to implement those resolutions. Part of the work is to determine the non-negotiables of the sector in line with the constitutional mandate and line functionary of the legislature, including funding norms and standards between the core functions and support function. In response to the delay in tabling the national 2025 MTF budget, there are a number of budget reforms that have been introduced at curtailing costs and targeting certain programs and areas for saving and spending reviews. Honorable members, we know that the province and the country as a whole is working in a fiscally constrained economy, and this affects the provincial equitable share allocation. Despite this tight economy, there are a number of areas experiencing fiscal leakages in the province, ranging from the infrastructure contracts that are cancelled to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which is negatively impacting the provincial finances. I had thought that I would spend time today in dealing with the fiscal challenges, but this being the last presentation, I have opted not to. Honorable Speaker, importantly, I was going to raise them to seek support from this House as we all strive to address the issues. And these are the issues that we would like to see the different committees addressing during their oversight work in their respective departments. Honorable Speaker, we have raised during this year's budget speech that there is no sign of additional resources from national government over the medium term, considering the fiscal deficit that has been pronounced by Minister of Finance. That is why there has been no new money for departments in this budget except the legislature. Seemingly, even in budget adjustment, there will be no new money. So unless otherwise, there would be departments that would want to forego some of the funds that they will not be spending. So there should not be expected that there would be money distributed during the budget adjustment. In the fiscal consolidation path that we have adopted, reprioritization and trade-offs is the approach we have been encouraging departments to take in instances where they themselves are experiencing budget pressures. Once again, I appeal to the Eastern Cape administration to prevent any fiscal leakages in the system. Thus, I encourage efficient and effective use of public resources at all our departments. If we succeed in that, we stand to see value in the little resources that are at our disposal. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mvoko, MEC Mvoko. Honorable members, I put the report. Sure, that's loud. Any objections? Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, we have now come to the stage of the Committee of the Whole House. The Appropriation Bill 2025 stands referred to the Committee of the Whole House in terms of Rule 158.4 of our Standing Rules of Procedure. I will now ask the Chairperson of Committee of Chairpersons to take the chair.
Thank you, honorable members. What I will now do, as we have convened for the committee of the whole house, I will now go through the appropriation bill of the Eastern Cape 2025, and I will go vote by vote. I put vote 1. I put vote 2.
Agreed.
Honorable Dr. Fick.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, please record the objection of the Democratic Alliance.
Vote?
2.
Vote 2, okay. Vote 2, DA is objection, okay. Vote 3. Oh, sorry. Honorable Njoli.
Because Honorable Chair of Chairs, been phakamise kwaku vote 1.
What done?
Oh, Fihlani. Diphakamela or rejecta zonke i-budget votes from 1 to 15. Thank you very much, Chair.
At the bill. Just as I go through up to the end, probably at the end, Njoli. So don't get tired of raising your hand. I'll look, yeah. Vote 3. Dr. Fick.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
To object for EFF for vote 4. Thank you.
EFF. Vote 5. And no objection. EFF.
EFF objects. Thank you, Chair.
Vote 5. Vote 6. No, Dr. Fick. Dr. Fick.
Speak on. Yeah, thank you. Honorable Chair of Chairs, thank you very much. Apologies for that. Please note the objection of the Democratic Alliance for vote number 6.
Okay, DA vote 6. EFF.
EFF snubs. Vote 6.
Okay. Vote 7.
Agreed.
No objection. Honorable Njoli.
EFF rebuffs. Vote 7.
EFF, okay. Vote 8. No objection. EFF.
EFF refuses to accept. Vote 7.
Okay. Vote 9.
Agreed.
Dr. Fick.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, please record the objection of the Democratic Alliance for vote 9.
Okay, Honorable
Thank you,
Alone.
Honorable Toba. EFF rejects vote 9.
It's
Thank you.
objecting.
Yes, we objected.
Vote 10.
Agreed.
Honorable Dr. Fick.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, please note and record the objection of the Democratic Alliance for vote number 10.
Good. EFF.
EFF akamxhasa vote 10. Thank you, Chair.
EFF iyayixhasa vote.
Akayixhasi i-vote. Thank you, Chair.
Vote 11.
Agreed.
Objection.
EFF.
Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the vote. Thank you, Chair.
I don't want to assume. What are you saying? Objection.
When you object.
Vote 12.
Agree.
Objection. Yes. Honorable John.
Umbutho Economic Freedom Fighters akayixhasi uvote.
Honorable Njoli, suthetha into eninzi.
I object.
Object, yeah.
Yes.
Vote 14. Vote for EFF.
Asimxhasi, Chair of Chairs. Asixhasi.
Vote 15. EFF. Okay.
EFF refuses to accept vote 15.
DA.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, please record the objection of the Democratic Alliance for vote 15.
Okay. DA. Okay. Honorable members, I now put clause 1 to 6 of the bill. I put the schedule A to the bill. I put the whole bill. Honorable Njoli.
EFF rejects. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Yes, Dr. Fick.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, please note the objection of the whole bill by the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, honorable members. This now brings us to the end of the proceeding of the Committee of the Whole House on the Appropriation Bill. May I then request the Sergeant Arm to call the Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. I now request the chairperson of committees of chairpersons to report the bill with or without amendments.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House has adopted the appropriation bill without amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the Honorable Chair of Chairs for taking over this task. I will now request the MEC for Finance to move for the adoption of the bill.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I move that the Appropriation Bill 2025 be passed.
No. Honorable Dr. Fick.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Please record the objection of the Democratic Alliance to the objection of the bill.
To the bill. Yes, Honorable Jolie, ne?
Yes,
Yes.
Madam Gunjoli. Can you please put on record that EFF rejects the bill?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. It will then be noted for inclusion in the minutes of proceedings. We therefore wish to express our appreciation to the Committee of Chairpersons, the Honourable Premier, the Executive Council, all honourable members, the Secretary and the support for ensuring that the Appropriation Bill 2025 has finally been passed by this House. Before we conclude this, KB, you've taken my rule book with my documents. Yes, I just have a point to make, my documents and my rule book. Honourable members, I just want to go back to the matter that has been raised by Honourable Hendricks, and I want to point to Honourable Hendricks to Rule 83. And Rule 83 says this: when the presiding officer speaks during a debate, a member then speaking or intending to speak at the podium must stop speaking and the presiding officer must be heard without interruption. I then want to take you to Rule 97.34. A ruling by the presiding officer on a point of order closes the matter and it is not open for the debate. A member not satisfied with the ruling of the presiding officer may make a written representation to the presiding officer for the reconsideration of the ruling. Please, that is the process. Do not be misled by other members jumping up and just throwing rules around. That is the process. With respect to the ruling that I have made, to your concern about the offending language that has been used, we will allow Hansard to report for us, to give a record of the proceedings, as they cannot do it right now. So it will be tabled in our next sitting, and we will deal with it and dispense with it as the first matter of the day on that matter. Thank you so much, honourable members. The House will therefore adjourn until further notice. It concludes all business. The House is adjourned.